The Ghostwriter, The Hollow Threshold. Prologue, The Oath of the Denarius. Subchapter 1, The Edge of the Known World. Britannia, in the year 70 AD, was not a jewel of the Roman Empire. It was a miserable, waterlogged punishment. To be stationed on the western fringes of the province, near the swelling, unpredictable banks of the River Severn, was to wage a daily war not just against the rebellious Celtic tribes, but against the very earth itself. Cassius, a centurion of the legions, stood at the edge of the muddy encampment and stared out into the grey, unforgiving mist. He was a man defined by the rigid, unyielding geometry of Roman discipline. He wore the heavy, segmented iron plates of his lorica segmentata over a thick wool tunic that was stiff with the morning's frost. On his head sat a heavy Gallia helmet, its crimson crest a beacon of authority that demanded absolute obedience from the 80 men under his command. He was a career soldier, a man whose entire identity was forged in the fires of the auxiliary camps and the brutal discipline of the cohort. He did not possess lands in Italy. He did not have a wealthy patrician family waiting for him in the sun-drenched villas of Rome. He had only two things of absolute, undeniable value: his honour and the heavy, rectangular scutum shield that bore the fading red insignia and the crossed lightning bolts of his legion. And on this particular morning he had his pay. Tucked securely into a small leather pouch beneath his iron breastplate was a newly minted silver denarius. It was his monthly wage. To a civilian, it was merely currency. But to Cassius, that small disc of stamped silver, bearing the profile of the Emperor Vespasian, was the physical manifestation of his worth. It was the empire's acknowledgement of his blood, his sweat, and the years he had surrendered to the mud of this wretched island. It was proof that he was a Roman. It was his dignity cast in metal. The winter campaign had been exceptionally brutal. The ground had frozen, thawed, and frozen again, turning the landscape into a treacherous, sucking quagmire of black mud. Supplies were low, morale was fraying, and the damp cold seemed to actively hunt the warmth in a man's bones. Cassius had spent the morning drilling his men, driving them relentlessly, forcing them to maintain the shield wall until their muscles screamed, because he knew that in Britannia, indiscipline was a faster killer than any local chieftain's blade. As the pale afternoon sun began to dip below the tree line, casting long, skeletal shadows across the encampment, Cassius walked down toward the tributary stream that fed into the great River Severn. He needed to wash the grime from his hands and the dried blood from his knuckles. He moved with the heavy, calculated grace of a predator, his hand resting instinctively on the hilt of his gladius short sword. He did not know that he was taking the final steps of his mortal life. Subchapter 2, The Mud and the Dishonor. The banks of the stream were steep, undercut by the relentless flow of freezing, churning water. The ground was deceptive, a thin layer of frost masking a deep, unstable pit of slick, black clay. Cassius knelt by the water's edge, unbuckling the leather strap of his helmet. As he leaned forward to cup the freezing water in his hands, his boot slipped. It was a minor misstep, a fractional miscalculation of balance that a man of his agility should have easily corrected. But the mud was slick as oil. As Cassius threw his weight backward to compensate, the leather pouch beneath his armour caught against the sharp edge of his iron plating. The weakened stitching tore. Cassius heard the sound before he saw it, a sharp, metallic clink against the frost-hardened mud, followed by a soft, damning plop as the silver denarius broke the surface of the dark, rushing stream. For a fraction of a second, Cassius froze. His pay, his imperial seal, his honour, it was sinking into the muck of a barbarian river. Panic, a singular and entirely foreign emotion to the seasoned centurion, surged through his chest. He threw his helmet aside and lunged into the freezing water. The stream was only waist deep, but the cold was absolute, striking his nervous system like a physical blow. The water poured over the top of his greaves, soaking into his wool tunic, dragging him down with the accumulated weight of his armor. He plunged his bare hands into the black, churning mud at the riverbed, his fingers scrambling, sweeping frantically through the silt and sharp stones. "Where is it?" he grunted, the Latin words tearing from his throat in a cloud of white vapor. He dug deeper, the freezing water numbing his hands until he could no longer feel his own fingertips. The current pushed against him, threatening to topple his heavy frame. The cold began to seep past his skin, invading his muscles, slowing his frantic movements. His breath came in ragged, painful gasps, the winter air crystallizing in his lungs. Minutes stretched into agonizing hours. The sun vanished entirely, plunging the stream into a deep, freezing darkness. Cassius's men were calling for him from the ridge, their torches flickering in the distance, but he could not answer them. He could not return to the camp. How could a centurion, a man who demanded absolute perfection from his legionaries, return to the fires empty-handed? How could he admit that he had lost his imperial pay to a patch of mud? The shame of it was a fire in his mind that burned far hotter than the freezing water. He would rather die than face the dishonor of returning to his ancestors with nothing to show for his service. And so he kept digging. He dug until his muscles locked, paralyzed by the sub-zero temperatures. He dug until the black mud filled his fingernails and the rushing water breached his mouth. He dug until the cold finally stopped his heart, drowning him in the dark, desperate, terrified grip of absolute disgrace. Cassius died in the freezing mud, but because the crushing weight of his shame and the sheer, unadulterated terror of his dishonor were so profound, his soul refused to drift upward. His spirit latched onto the only thing that mattered, the heavy silver coin buried in the silt. The tether was forged. The purgatory had begun. Subchapter 3. The Long Watch of the Frozen Isle. Time, to a ghost anchored by shame, is not a river. It is a stagnant pool. For the first few centuries, Cassius simply stood in the freezing spectral water, repeating his frantic, desperate search. He watched empires rise and fall through a haze of grief. He felt the heavy boots of Saxon kings marching over the earth above him. He felt the distant rumble of Norman stonemasons building great cathedrals to a god he did not recognize. As the centuries bled into millennia, the landscape shifted violently around his tether. The earth swallowed his coin deeper. The mighty tributary stream that had claimed his life was eventually tamed, diverted by Victorian engineers into dark, underground brick culverts beneath the expanding city of Gloucester. Cassius was pulled along with the spiritual gravity of the denarius, dragged upward from the deep earth until he found himself standing in a new, entirely alien world. He materialized in a landscape of blinding, artificial luminescence that assaulted his ancient optical nerves. The ground beneath his sandaled feet was not mud, but a perfectly smooth, scuffed white surface that smelled of harsh, chemical alchemy. The air hummed with a constant, low, vibrating drone that set his spectral teeth on edge. He was standing in the frozen food aisle of a Tesco Express. To the modern residents of Gloucester, it was just a convenience store on the high street. To Cassius, it was a localized, mocking manifestation of his freezing death. The air here was mechanically chilled by long rows of glowing, transparent iceboxes, perfectly replicating the biting cold of the winter campaign of 70 AD. For years, Cassius guarded this strange, brightly coloured territory. He stood at terrifying attention, his towering form glowing with a harsh, blindingly blue, icy light, completely invisible to the mortals who shuffled past him in their strange, soft clothing. He watched them load their woven metal baskets with brightly coloured parcels, entirely oblivious to the Roman warlords standing in their midst. He was trapped in a state of profound, eternal confusion. He spent his days aggressively poking at the strange, soft, freezing sacks of modern sustenance. He would stand before a massive icebox, his brow furrowed beneath his plumed helmet, using the razor-sharp tip of his gladius to repeatedly, furiously jab at a plastic bag of McCain crinkle-cut chips. He could not understand why his phantom steel blade passed harmlessly through the shiny packaging without spilling the strange, frozen yellow roots inside. It was a maddening, humiliating existence. He was a centurion of Rome, reduced to standing guard over frozen dough and chopped ice, unable to leave the proximity of the coin buried deep in the sewers beneath the linoleum. His pride, already fractured by his death, calcified into a wall of cold, unapproachable fury. He belonged to an empire of iron and blood, yet he was condemned to a brightly coloured purgatory of consumerist despair. He waited for an enemy he could fight. He waited for a commander who could relieve him. He waited for 1900 years. Subchapter 4. The Girl in the Rain. The break in his eternal monotony arrived on a night when the Gloucester rain lashed violently against the glass doors of his brightly lit prison. Cassius felt the disruption in the atmosphere before he saw it. The sterile, freon-powered cold of his isle was suddenly invaded by a different kind of supernatural energy. The overhead lights flickered wildly, buzzing like angry hornets as an immense spiritual pressure entered his domain. He turned, raising his scutum shield, prepared to defend his territory. 3 figures approached. 2 were mortals. A young man dressed in a blindingly bright orange garment holding a glowing rectangular device, and a young woman in a dark, wet coat. But the 3rd figure was an anomaly. It was another spirit, a man dressed in bizarre, finely woven grey armour, radiating a soft, arrogant blue light. The new spirit floated closer, summoning small rings of glass to his eyes, inspecting Cassius with an infuriating lack of respect. The stranger circled him, muttering critiques about the wrinkles in Cassius's tunic and his posture. Then the stranger had the absolute audacity to speak. Salve, Miles, ego sum Silas Thorn, scripta et criticus. Cassius's mind snapped. The Latin was technically proficient, but it was spoken with the soft, mincing, musical cadence of a pampered patrician who had never held a sword, let alone marched through the mud of Britannia. It was an insult. With lethal, terrifying speed, Cassius whirled around. His gladius slashed through the freezing air in a perfect, blinding arc, passing cleanly through the arrogant spirit's neck. He banged his sword against his massive wooden shield, a deafening phantom clang that rattled the modern iceboxes, and screamed a string of violent, guttural camp slang, threatening to feed the stranger's entrails to the crows. His fury manifested physically. A localized flurry of spectral snow began to fall violently from the ceiling, dusting the frozen pizzas and the mortals below. But then the girl spoke. She did not run. She did not scream. She stood shivering in the supernatural blizzard, her teeth chattering, and demanded that the arrogant spirit translate. The stranger, suitably chastised, lowered his vocabulary to the harsh, blunt Latin of the military camps. Cassius paused. He lowered his sword a fraction of an inch. For the first time in nearly 2 millennia, someone was actually listening. Cassius pointed his sword at the girl, then jabbed the blade fiercely toward the linoleum floor. He spoke of his death. He spoke of the mud. He confessed his ultimate shame. The lost denarius, buried in the dark, subterranean waters beneath their very feet. He expected the mortals to walk away. Mortals cared only for themselves. They feared the dark, and they feared the damp. But the girl did not walk away. She listened to the translation, her dark eyes widening with understanding. She did not mock his failure. Instead, she dropped to her knees right there in the aisle, peering under the humming icebox, offering to scrape the dirt herself. When the stranger explained that the coin was deep in the sewers, Cassius expected her to abandon him. Why would a living woman risk the filth and the dark of the underworld for a forgotten soldier? Yet, against all logic, the girl and the boy left the brightly lit hall and descended into the earth. Cassius could feel them down there. Through the residual connection of his tether, he felt the mortal girl, Rhea, shivering on the slippery brick ledge of the Victorian culvert. He felt her plunging her bare, numb hands into the freezing, foul-smelling mud, scraping desperately through the silt and broken glass, enduring the very same freezing misery that had claimed his life. She was bleeding for him. She was suffering the cold for his honor. When a sickly, pale green light bloomed in the subterranean darkness, illuminating the lost coin, Cassius felt a violent, tectonic shift in the foundation of his soul. The boy, covered in boils, had summoned it from the muck, but it was the girl who plunged her hand into the freezing water to claim it. The moment her fingers closed around the blackened silver denarius, the crushing 1900-year weight of Cassius's shame evaporated. Subchapter 5. The New Commander. The frozen food aisle of the Tesco Express faded from his awareness. The endless, confusing purgatory of his existence shattered like thin ice. Cassius materialized in the dark, echoing brick tunnel of the sewer, standing on the narrow ledge before the subterranean stream. He no longer felt the agonizing, phantom frostbite in his fingers. The heavy, suffocating mantle of his disgrace was gone. He looked down at himself and realized, for the first time since 70 AD, that he looked entirely whole. The tether was broken. The anchor had been lifted from the mud. Above him, he felt the subtle, majestic opening of the threshold. The gateway to the afterlife, the Elysian fields, the great library, the eternal rest of the ancestors, was finally unsealed for him. He was free to drift upward, to cross the river and join his fallen brothers in the sunlit fields of glory. The war was over. His watch was ended. But Cassius did not look upward. He looked at the girl. Rhea was kneeling in the muck, her jeans soaked with foul water, a streak of black mud smeared across her forehead. She was shivering violently, her breath pluming in the cold air, but her eyes were bright, and she was clutching his heavy silver coin tightly to her chest, as if it were the most precious object in the empire. She had gone into the dark for him. She had braved the underworld, suffering the freezing mud to restore a dead man's honor. In the ancient laws of the legions, such an act was not merely a favor. It was a profound, unbreakable blood debt. A commander is not defined by the crimson crest on their helmet. A commander is defined by what they are willing to endure for those who stand behind them. This mortal girl, trembling in the cold, possessed more virtues, more raw, undeniable Roman courage than half the patrician generals Cassius had served under. Cassius felt the pull of the afterlife, a gentle, warm gravity urging him to cross over. He planted his heavy boots firmly on the brick ledge and actively, stubbornly rejected it. He was a soldier of Rome. His honor had been restored, yes, but his debt had just been incurred. He could not, and would not, walk into the light while the woman who had saved him was fighting a war of her own. He had heard her desperate pleas in the market. He knew she was facing an eviction, an enemy threatening to destroy her sanctuary. Cassius the Centurion stepped forward. The phantom metal of his armor clanked loudly, echoing through the cavernous tunnel. He looked at the heavy silver coin in Rhea's trembling, mud-stained hand. He looked into her dark, resilient eyes. Then, the towering, battle-hardened warlord dropped heavily to one knee. He raised his right arm and pressed his massive, translucent fist flat against his iron breastplate in a crisp, sharp, deeply respectful military salute. It was the salute reserved strictly for an imperator on the battlefield. Through the strange, arrogant ghost floating nearby, Cassius conveyed his oath. He pledged his massive scutum shield, the razor-sharp edge of his gladius, and his eternal, unbroken loyalty to her cause. He anchored his soul anew, not to a patch of freezing mud, but to the silver coin held securely in her pocket. She was the keeper of his honor. She was his commanding officer. The girl squeezed the freezing denarius in her fist. She did not flinch from the weight of his pledge. She stood up, ignoring the mud on her knees, and looked down at him with a sudden, immense courage that chased away the cold of the tunnel. "Tell him the campaign begins at dawn," Rhea said firmly, her voice ringing with newfound authority. "Welcome to the resistance, Centurion. Let's get out of this sewer and go save the flat." Cassius rose to his feet, a fierce, warlike joy igniting in his spectral chest. For 1900 years he had been a prisoner of his own failure. Today he was a soldier once more. The threshold to the afterlife closed quietly behind him, but Cassius did not look back. He drew his sword, the phantom steel gleaming in the dark. He had a new commander, a new war, and a new sanctuary to defend. The Centurion marched forward into the dark, ready to hold the line. Tether shifting. In the Ghostwriter universe, tethers are not easily broken or moved. They are formed by immense kinetic energy, willpower, or deep emotional resonance. To purposefully move a tether, 3 elements are required. The warden as the conduit. A ghost cannot simply jump to a new object. Because Rhea possesses the sight and acts as the sanctuary's warden, she must act as the metaphysical bridge. Her living energy absorbs the shock of the transfer. The density of the receptacle. A ghost cannot be tethered to cheap, mass-produced modern items like a plastic phone case or a vape pen, because they lack historical weight. An antique silver pocket watch, however, holds decades of residual human memory and craftsmanship, making it a suitable spectral vessel. The sensory experience. For the ghost, the transfer is highly undignified. It feels like being aggressively shoved through a keyhole while experiencing a massive static electric shock. For Rhea, it feels like holding a live power line. The attic flat was quiet, save for the frantic sound of Rhea aggressively rummaging through her unbleached hemp tote bag. "I cannot take the laptop, Silas," Rhea said, pulling the heavy silver rectangle out and setting it on the walnut desk. "I am going to Aldi in the pouring rain to buy discount toilet paper and cheap pasta. If someone mugs me for my bag, I lose my manuscript, my livelihood, and my resident Victorian critic." Silas materialized near the ceiling, his arms crossed over his tweed waistcoat, looking deeply offended by the logistics. In his previous outing, his spiritual essence had been violently yanked through the doorframe because his tether had accidentally bonded to her creative instrument. "I refuse to remain alone in this drafty box while you engage in commerce," Silas sniffed. "What if the Cistercian monks from downstairs attempt to consecrate the kettle again? I must accompany you. I am your protector. Furthermore, I have opinions on the structural integrity of modern root vegetables that need to be voiced." "Which is exactly why I found this," Rhea said. She reached into her pocket and placed a small, heavy object on top of the laptop. It was a battered, tarnished silver pocket watch. Silas drifted down, his spectral Oxfords hovering an inch above the floorboards. He peered at the object through invisible spectacles. "A 1924 half-hunter? The craftsmanship is acceptable, but the square footage is abysmal. You are asking a man accustomed to a mahogany wingback chair to take up residence in a studio apartment the size of a biscuit." "It's temporary housing," Rhea reasoned. "It fits in my coat pocket. It's practical. My granddad Rishi kept it in a drawer for years. It's got history. It's got gravitas." Silas considered this, his ghostly form glowing a thoughtful, pale sapphire. "And how, pray tell, do you propose we move my spiritual anchor from a machine composed of silicon and plastic into a piece of Georgian silver?" "We are going to use the Warden bypass," Rhea said, trying to sound vastly more confident than she felt. She had been reading Silas's localized occult archives when she was supposed to be writing. "I am the tether. I act as the grounding wire. You let go of the laptop, and I pull your kinetic energy into the watch." "That sounds entirely speculative and highly dangerous," Silas noted. "Do you want to come to Aldi or not?" Silas sighed, a sound like dry autumn leaves scraping against stone. "Very well. But if I end up trapped in the digital ether of your Wi-Fi, I shall haunt your browser history for eternity." Rhea placed her left hand flat on the cold metal of the laptop and her right hand firmly over the silver pocket watch. "Okay, on 3. Let go of the manuscript." "This is highly undignified," Silas muttered, adjusting his cravat. 1, 2, 3. Rhea squeezed her eyes shut. The moment Silas willed his anchor to detach from the laptop, the air in the attic snapped. A violent, freezing shockwave shot up Rhea's left arm. It felt exactly like grabbing a live electrical wire submerged in ice water. Her teeth ached instantly, and the smell of ancient beeswax and heavy ozone flooded her sinuses. "Bloody hell," Rhea gasped, her knees buckling slightly. She visualized the silver watch, actively pulling the surging blue energy across her chest and driving it down her right arm. The pocket watch grew searingly hot against her palm. With a sound like tearing silk, the blue cord of energy snapped away from the laptop and slammed into the silver timepiece. The watch face shattered, the glass cracking in a perfect spiderweb pattern, unable to fully contain the sheer pressure of a century-old ghost. Rhea collapsed into her desk chair, panting, rubbing her chest where the energy had passed through her heart. The room was silent. The laptop was just a laptop again. "Silas!" Rhea wheezed. A localized flurry of spectral frost bloomed across the cracked face of the pocket watch. A moment later, Silas materialized directly beside Rhea's shoulder. His tweed suit was slightly ruffled, and his hair was standing on end with static electricity, making him look like a highly academic mad scientist. He patted himself down, checking for missing limbs. "That," Silas breathed, his voice vibrating with residual shock, "was the metaphysical equivalent of being fired out of a cannon into a keyhole. I demand a moment to regain my composure." Rhea grinned, entirely exhausted but victorious. She scooped the freezing, humming silver watch into the pocket of her wool coat. "Composure regained," Rhea said, heading for the door. "Come on, Casper. Let's go critique the produce aisle. The mechanics of the forced tether. Normally, a ghost is bound to the specific object nearest to them at the moment of their death, or the object that holds their greatest emotional weight. When Silas died in November of 1925, mid-critique of T.S. Eliot, his original anchor was undoubtedly his favourite mahogany wingback chair. However, as the decades bled into one another, that chair was inevitably dragged out of the flat and replaced by a succession of increasingly terrible furniture. A weaker ghost would have been dragged to the municipal dump along with the chair. But Silas was not a weak ghost. He was a man fueled by the furious conviction that a masterpiece must be completed in that room to balance the cosmic scales. To avoid being evicted to a landfill, Silas performed an agonizing feat of supernatural willpower. He forced his tether off the furniture and drove it directly into the physical architecture of Flat 7. He anchored himself to the floorboards, the plaster, and the skirting boards. He became a domestic poltergeist, not by tragedy, but by pure, stubborn spite. He was perfectly content to remain tethered to the flat structure forever, until a 23-year-old girl walked in with a ring light and a laptop. The stubborn architecture of Flat 7. The attic of Flat 7, Cooper's Road, had suffered many indignities since 1925. It had endured the neon spandex workouts of the 1980s, the aggressive grunge rock bass lines of the 1990s, and a truly dark period in 2004 when a university student attempted to learn the bagpipes. Through it all, Silas Thorne remained. He hadn't survived the decades by chance. He had survived through a relentless, exhausting game of metaphysical musical chairs. When his original mahogany wingback chair was unceremoniously hauled out by a landlord in 1952, the tether had threatened to drag Silas's soul out the door with it. To save himself, Silas had thrown his entire spectral weight against the floorboards, violently ripping his kinetic anchor from the mahogany wood and driving it directly into the iron radiator beneath the window. When the radiator was replaced in 1981, he transferred the tether to the original Victorian crown mouldings. He absolutely refused to leave Flat 7. The universe had interrupted his scathing dismantle of the wasteland, a review that would have altered the course of English literature. He was owed a masterpiece. He had planted his translucent feet in the dust of the attic and made a vow. He would not step into the great library in the sky until a work of true, undeniable genius was penned within these exact four walls. So, he anchored himself to the architecture. The flat itself became his prison and his domain. As long as he remained bound to the plaster and the floorboards, he couldn't be dragged away. Then came Rhea Khan. She did not look like the saviour of Western literature. She arrived dragging a deflated beanbag and a giant, circular glowing light, wearing an oversized hoodie that read, "Emotionally unavailable." At first, Silas maintained his grip on the room's architecture. He watched her from the damp, peeling corners of the ceiling, fully intending to outlast her, just as he had outlasted the bagpipe player. But Rhea possessed something the other tenants hadn't. Underneath her frantic influencer persona and her desperate need to summarize Reddit threads, there was a raw, chaotic, undeniable creative desperation, and she had the sight. She could see and hear him. The shift happened on a miserable Tuesday. Rhea had slammed her laptop down on a makeshift desk of wooden crates. She was exhausted, broke, and vibrating with the desperate need to write something that actually mattered. She opened her word processor, the blue light washing over her tired face. Silas drifted down from the ceiling, intending to mock her opening sentence. He floated over her shoulder, preparing to deliver a scathing critique. But as Rhea's fingers hit the keyboard, a sudden, violent spark of creative energy erupted in the room. It wasn't a masterpiece, not yet. It was messy, terrified, and profoundly undisciplined. But it was real. It was the strongest surge of genuine authorial intent Flat 7 had seen in 99 years. Silas leaned in too close. The ancient frayed tether connecting his soul to the Victorian crown melding sensed the massive shift in gravity. It recognized the laptop not as a machine, but as a crucible of creation. With a sound like a cracking whip, the invisible blue cord of energy snapped away from the plaster of Flat 7. Silas gasped, a freezing shockwave vibrating through his tweed suit as the tether whipped through the air and slammed directly into the silver chassis of Rhea's laptop. Silas stumbled backward in midair, clutching his chest. He looked up at the moulding, then down at the glowing machine resting on the wooden crates. He was no longer bound to the flat. The century-long architectural stalemate was over. He had accidentally chained his eternal soul to a 23-year-old gig worker's hard drive. "Okay, Chapter 1, Rhea muttered to herself, completely oblivious to the supernatural contract that had just been forged over her shoulder. The vibes were ominous. Silas stared at the screen, his horror mounting as the terrible sentence materialized. He had waited a century for a masterpiece, and he had just tethered his entire existence to a woman who used the word vibes as a structural plot point. Chapter 1. The Check-In. The attic flat at 42 Cooper's Road no longer smelled like damp plaster, stale takeout, and creative failure. Those were the comfortable, earthly scents of Rhea Khan's early 20s, a time when her biggest concern had been making rent and figuring out if you could safely scrape the green mold off a block of cheddar. Now, the flat smelled entirely, unmistakably, of the impossible. It smelled of organic beeswax, decaying parchment, wet sheep's wool, and the distinct, slightly metallic tang of a Roman legionnaire who had been standing in the corner by the radiator for 3 days straight. Outside, the Gloucester sky had opened up, unleashing a torrential, slate-grey downpour that battered against the single-pane sash windows with unrelenting fury. The city's historic docks, usually a picturesque patchwork of narrowboats and red brick warehouses, were currently swallowed by a thick, swirling mist that rolled off the River Severn. The wind howled through the uneven chimney pots of the Victorian terrace, rattling the glass and draft-proofing with equal prejudice. It was the kind of weather that made sane people curl up under thick duvets with a good book. Rhea Khan was not currently sane. She sat at her reclaimed walnut desk, a heavy, scarred beast of a thing she had hauled up 3 flights of stairs in a burst of misguided, pre-haunting optimism, her chin propped heavily in her hand. She was staring through bloodshot, gritty eyes at the harsh, glaring screen of her laptop. Her dark hair was piled into a messy, haphazard knot at the crown of her head, secured by 2 pencils and what she was fairly certain was a silver hairpin belonging to a Victorian scullery maid who occasionally wept in the bathroom. She was trying to write a follow-up pitch to her publisher. It was a desperate, agonizing attempt to prove she wasn't just a one-hit wonder who had lost her mind after the unexpected, explosive success of her debut novel, The Spectral City. That book had been pitched as a work of vivid, imaginative historical fiction. What her publisher, her agent, and the general reading public didn't know was that it hadn't been fiction at all. It had been dictated. But her concentration, already fragile from a diet consisting entirely of instant coffee, stale digestives, and an ever-present, low-level hum of existential anxiety, was being systematically dismantled. The source of the distraction was currently in the kitchenette, where a 13th century Cistercian monk was trying to learn how to use a Morphy Richards toaster. Clang, pop, A faint, wet, chanting sound echoed from the cramped cooking space. It was a Gregorian hymn, specifically one usually reserved for funerals, currently being utilized as an incantation of technological exorcism. "Brother Thomas, I have told you." Silas Thorne's voice boomed from the exposed wooden rafters above Rhea's head. The voice didn't just vibrate in the air, it vibrated in Rhea's teeth. It rattled the collection of mason jars filled with protective sea salt and crushed sage on her desk. Silas, who was currently floating 3 feet above the emerald green velvet sofa, was wearing his most formidable 1920s tweed 3-piece suit. The wool looked impeccably tailored, woven from the very fabric of memory, precise down to the spectral pocket square folded into a crisp point over his chest. His ghostly form flickered with a faint, agitated blue light that cast long, unnatural, shifting shadows against the peeling floral wallpaper. When he was calm, Silas looked almost human, save for the slight transparency of his edges. When he was annoyed, which was often, the air around him crackled with atmospheric pressure, like a storm preparing to break. The device is not designed to accept parchment. Silas projected his voice toward the kitchenette, his tone echoing with the refined, patrician exasperation of an Oxford don forced to teach kindergarten. It is not an illuminated manuscript. It operates on the principles of electrical resistance, and if you shove another piece of vellum in there, it will ignite. I will not have my sanctuary burned to the ground because a man who died of the sweating sickness desires a warm snack. Rhea didn't look up from her glaring screen. She just reached out, her fingers blindly tracing the familiar, chipped rim of her oversized ceramic mug, and took a long, fortifying sip of lukewarm Earl Grey. It tasted faintly of ozone, a side effect of Silas's proximity. "Silas, let him try," Rhea said, her voice raspy and thin from a chronic lack of sleep. "If he manages to set the toaster on fire, it'll be the most exciting thing to happen in this flat since we terrorized the city council over the zoning permits last month." "It is a culinary atrocity," Silas muttered, his aristocratic features twisting in disgust. He drifted downward, moving with a fluid, unnatural grace that completely ignored gravity. His polished Oxfords stopped exactly 1 inch above the scuffed floorboards, and he hovered just behind Rhea's left shoulder. The ambient temperature around the desk immediately dropped by 10 degrees. A thin, delicate layer of frost bloomed on the rim of Rhea's mug, creeping down the ceramic sides like silver ivy. Silas leaned in, peering over her shoulder at the blinking cursor and the pathetic 3-sentence email draft. "And your subject line is woefully inadequate. Pitch proposal? Really, Rhea? It lacks gravitas. It lacks the fire of a writer who has survived a corporate demolition attempt. It reads like a request for more paper clips from a junior clerk. I am currently running an unregistered, deeply illegal supernatural sanctuary for displaced phantoms in a building that has failed its last 3 municipal safety inspections, Silas." Rhea sighed, finally turning her head to look at him. His blue light illuminated the dark circles under her eyes, casting her face in a harsh, cinematic glow. "Gravitas is a luxury I cannot afford right now. I just need an advance so we can pay the heating bill. Ectoplasm doesn't pay the rent." She let her fingers hover over the keyboard, feeling the familiar, low-level thrum of the tether against her collarbone. It was a physical anchor, a glowing, invisible cord of energy that bound her soul to Silas's essence. It was the reason she hadn't slept a full 8 hours in a year, and the reason Silas hadn't faded into the great echoing void of the afterlife. When he drew on her energy, it felt like a sharp intake of breath on a freezing winter morning. When she leaned on his supernatural awareness, it felt like a jolt of espresso straight to the prefrontal cortex. It kept him anchored to the mortal plane, keeping him from dissipating into the ether, but the toll it took on Ria's physical body was immense. She rubbed her chest right where the invisible tether rooted itself. Besides, if I send them an email titled "A Manifesto on the Unquiet Dead as Dictated by a Poltergeist in a Tweed Suit," my agent will have me committed. Again. Silas adjusted his spectral cuffs, looking entirely unrepentant. Genius is rarely recognized in its own time, or, in my case, a century after my time. Have you considered simply threatening them with a localized haunting? I could manifest in their boardroom. A few flickering lights, perhaps a sudden drop in temperature, a bleeding wall. It proved highly effective during the 1928 printers' strike. We are not haunting Penguin Random House, Silas, Ria said firmly, pressing the backspace key to delete pitch proposal. She typed "The Drowning Tides, a Historical Exploration." It was a lie, of course. It wasn't an exploration. It was a memoir of a drowned sailor currently residing in the building's basement, but the publishing world wasn't ready for non-fiction ghostwriting. Literally. Down below them, in flat 3B, the activity was a constant, low-level roar that vibrated through the floorboards. Flat 3B was the infinitely expanding, labyrinthine threshold gate that her eccentric landlady, Mrs. Pigeon, had so graciously inherited from a long line of incredibly secretive, highly stressed occultists. To the outside world, 3B looked like a standard two-bedroom flat with a rather drifty hallway. To those with the sight, and to the desperate spirits drawn to it like moths to a gaslight, it was a sanctuary. The threshold gate meant that the interior of 3B didn't obey the strict, boring laws of physics or Euclidean geometry. It's folded time and space upon itself like a chaotic, architectural accordion, allowing rooms from entirely different centuries to coexist side by side in a spatial impossibility that would have made a quantum physicist weep. Behind the first door on the left was a Tudor kitchen. It smelled perpetually of roasting meats, wood smoke, and stale ale, presided over by a frantic spectral cook who threw spectral root vegetables at anyone who entered without knocking. Behind the second door was a damp, cavernous Roman bathhouse, complete with cracked mosaic tiles, steaming aqueducts, and lounging patricians who were highly critical of modern hygiene standards. Currently, the auditory chaos rising through the floorboards was reaching a crescendo. Bartholomew, a highly opinionated spectral plague victim from 1665, was complaining loudly about the consistency of his morning porridge. His voice, thick and wheezy, carried right through the plaster. Meanwhile, a secondary choir of monks, the ones who hadn't discovered the toaster yet, were attempting to consecrate the Roman bathhouse into a makeshift chapel, chanting in booming Latin while the Romans yelled back in furious colloquial slang. It was a logistical, chronological, and architectural nightmare. "Ria!" A deep, booming voice echoed from the stairwell outside the flat, cutting through the Latin chanting and the toaster's electrical buzzing. The heavy wooden door to the attic flat swung open without a knock, crashing violently against the overloaded coat rack. A shower of Ria's scarves and winter hats cascaded to the floor. Mrs. Pigeon burst through the doorway, clutching her signature leopard print fleece dressing gown tight against the chill of the unheated hallway. She was a woman who looked like she had lived through several wars and had aggressively won all of them. She wasn't carrying her usual Tupperware box of heavily spiced, unidentifiable leftovers today. Instead, she was carrying a battered faux leather clipboard, a thick Sharpie pen, and a look of pure, unadulterated administrative exhaustion. Her bright red hair, dyed a shade not found in nature, was curled tight against her scalp in a style that defied humidity. A cigarette dangled precariously from her lower lip, the ash defying gravity by sheer force of the woman's will. "We've got a problem, love," Mrs. Pigeon announced, marching into the room with the heavy, thudding steps of a battlefield commander. She kicked a stray boot out of her way. "Actually, we've got 3 problems, but I'm prioritizing the ones that might cause structural damage to the property." Ria rubbed her temples, feeling a familiar, pulsing headache beginning to take root behind her eyes. "Morning, Mrs. Pigeon. Please tell me the Tudor cook hasn't tried to roast the neighbour's cat again." "No, the cat is safe. Nasty piece of work, that tabby, but it's safe." Mrs. Pigeon said, tapping her pen against the clipboard. "It's Cassius. The Centurion says his helmet is starting to rust because of the humidity rolling off the bathhouse into the main corridor. He is demanding a tribute of sheep's fat to grease his armor, or he threatens to march his cohort through the drywall." "He doesn't have a cohort," Silas pointed out, floating slightly higher to avoid the smell of Mrs. Pigeon's cigarette. "He is a singular, displaced entity with delusions of grandeur and a remarkable misunderstanding of modern metallurgy. He's got a spear, Mr. Thorne, and he knows how to poke holes in my original Victorian plasterwork," Mrs. Pigeon shot back, not even looking at the ghost. She was one of the rare non-sensitives who had spent so much time around the gate that she had developed a profound, pragmatic immunity to the supernatural. She treated ghosts the same way a tired landlord treated leaky pipes, as a massive inconvenience that required immediate, albeit annoying, maintenance. "And the second problem?" Ria asked, pulling a notepad toward her and jotting down sheep's fat /WD-40 for Cassius. "Bartholomew," Mrs. Pigeon sighed, taking a deep, rattling drag of her cigarette. "The plague victim is trying to sell his porridge spoon on eBay to buy broad-spectrum antibiotics." Ria blinked, her pen stopping mid-stroke. "I'm sorry, what?" "He cornered Baz in the hallway this morning, demanded the boy take photographs of his antique dining implements and list them on the World Wide Web. Said he needs the currency to purchase penicillin because the leeches aren't working." Ria buried her face in her hands. "Please tell Bartholomew that eBay doesn't sell 17th century medical supplies, nor does he have a PayPal account. Also, tell him he is dead. Penicillin will not cure a phantom bubo. He's going to have to stick to his ghosts and maybe stop reading Baz's medical journals." "I've told him," Mrs. Pigeon grunted. "Told him he's dead as a doornail and antibiotics won't fix a soul that's been out of its body for 400 years. He just mumbled something about capitalist gatekeeping and floated through the ceiling. I swear that boy Baz is teaching them entirely the wrong vocabulary." She exhaled a plume of thick, grey smoke. The cloud drifted right through the space where Silas was hovering, wreathing his translucent form in a toxic, nicotine-scented fog. Silas swatted at the smoke with an offended, translucent hand, his face twisting in aristocratic outrage. He didn't cough. He hadn't drawn breath into his lungs since a tragic, highly undignified altercation with a runaway tram in 1925. But he glared at the landlady with the intensity of a disapproving headmaster about to assign detention. "Madam," Silas snapped, his voice crisp and cold, "your habits are polluting my airspace. I find the stench of burning tobacco highly offensive to my sensibilities." Mrs. Pigeon ignored him entirely, flipping to the second page on her clipboard. "Also," she added, her brash, loud voice suddenly dropping. The commanding edge vanished, replaced by a low, conspiratorial murmur that made Ria's stomach clench. "The air has been feeling heavy downstairs, by the main entrance." Ria looked up, all exhaustion suddenly replaced by a sharp spike of adrenaline. "Heavy how?" "Cold," Mrs. Pigeon said, wrapping her leopard print fleece tighter around her robust frame. "But not like Bartholomew's cold. Bartholomew feels like a damp cellar. Cassius feels like a draft from an open window. This is like oil on water, a wrong sort of cold, a biting cold, made the hairs on my arms stand up, and it takes a lot to do that nowadays." Ria froze. Her fingers slipped completely off the keyboard. She felt it too. It was a sensation she'd had a few times over the last week. A sudden, sharp prickling at the base of her neck, like a massive static charge building in the air right before a lightning strike. She had dismissed it as exhaustion, or perhaps the changing weather front rolling in off the Atlantic. But now, focusing on it, the feeling was distinct. It wasn't one of their ghosts. The ghosts in the sanctuary were chaotic, needy, frustrating, and occasionally terrifying when they forgot their manners, but they felt human. Their energy was rooted in human emotions: fear, regret, anger, or confusion. They resonated with the warmth of a life once lived. This new sensation felt sharp, clinical, heavy. It felt like the pressure at the bottom of the ocean, dark and crushing. Most of all, it felt incredibly, insatiably hungry. "You feel it too?" Rhea whispered, pushing her desk chair back. The casters squeaked loudly against the floorboards. "I feel it in my bones, love," Mrs. Pigeon said, her bravado entirely faded. She stood rigidly, staring at the closed door to the hallway, her cigarette burning down to the filter forgotten in her hand. "It's not just the winter damp getting into my joints. It's like something is watching the building, probing it, running its hands over the bricks, looking for a loose stone. Something that doesn't belong in Gloucester. Something that doesn't belong anywhere near a sanctuary." Above them, Silas Thorne straightened. The spectral academic annoyance vanished from his face in an instant, replaced by a cold, tactical focus that reminded Rhea he hadn't just been a scholar in life. He had been a man who dabbled in the darkest corners of the occult. The faint blue light radiating from him suddenly dimmed, drawing inward until he looked almost entirely solid. The temperature in the room plummeted further, not from his anger, but from his gathering of power. He floated silently toward the hallway door, his eyes narrowed, his posture rigid. "I feel it as well," Silas said. His voice dropped to a low, dangerous register that vibrated against the window panes, a sound like grinding stone. "It is an intrusion. I sensed a perimeter breach 2 nights ago, but it was fleeting, a shadow passing over the sun. This is sustained. It is not a haunting, Rhea." He turned his head slowly to look at her, his spectral eyes glowing with an intense, frightening luminescence. "It is a harvesting. Something knows what we are hiding here. Something smells the concentration of souls." Rhea slammed her laptop shut. The sound was like a gunshot in the quiet room. Instantly, the tether hummed violently against her collarbone. It wasn't the usual dull throb. It was a sharp, painful, buzzing reminder of the bond between them, burning like a branding iron against her skin, warning her of impending, overwhelming danger. She gasped, clapping a hand over her chest. She looked around her beautiful, perfectly curated flat. She looked at the emerald velvet sofa she had painstakingly hauled from a flea market in Cheltenham, the walnut desk she had spent 3 weekends sanding down and treating, the framed, antique botanical prints she had hung on the wall to cover the water stains. She had worked so hard to make this a home. It wasn't just for herself. It was a beacon for the lost things, the forgotten things, the spirits that had nowhere else to go and no one else to remember them. She had given up a normal life, a normal career, and a normal sleep schedule to maintain this sanctuary. She wasn't going to let anyone or anything take it away. "Baz!" Rhea shouted, pitching her voice toward the closed door of the spare bedroom down the short hall. "Baz, get out here." A moment later, the door banged open. Baz tumbled out, stumbling over a pile of extension cords. He was still wearing a silk sleep mask pushed up over his forehead like a bizarre crown, his unruly, dark curls standing on end in every direction. He was wearing an oversized band t-shirt and flannel pajama pants, but despite his disheveled appearance, his hands were steady. He was already holding his expensive camera gimbal in his right hand, the DSLR mounted and recording, and a portable, battery-powered ring light in his left. Baz was Rhea's best friend, her unpaid tech support, her reluctant archivist, and the only person crazy enough to move into a haunted building to film a documentary that no production company would ever believe was real. "Yeah? What's the move?" Baz asked, blinking away sleep as his eyes darted around the room, immediately clocking the tension. He swung the camera toward Silas, checking the exposure on the ghost's glowing form. "We going live? Have the monks finally set off the smoke alarms with their incense? I told you we needed to confiscate their thuribles." "We're going scouting," Rhea said, stepping away from the desk. She grabbed her heavy wool coat from the floor where it had fallen, shrugging it on over her sweater. She reached into the pockets, her fingers brushing against the familiar, comforting shapes of iron nails and small pouches of salt. "The hotel is under threat." Mrs. Pigeon felt a breach at the main door. Baz's face fell. The sleepy amusement vanished, replaced by a tight, professional grimace. He tapped a button on the side of his rig, activating an EMF meter attached to the cold shoe mount. It immediately began to click, a steady, rhythmic sound that filled the silence of the room. A breach? Like, the council inspectors are back? Or a breach? A breach, Mrs. Pigeon confirmed grimly. She finally dropped her cigarette stub onto the floor and ground it out beneath the heel of her fuzzy slipper. The nasty kind. Right, okay, I've got full batteries and a pocket full of silver shavings, Baz said, his thumb resting on the record button. Let's go see who's knocking. As they moved toward the door, forming a tight, defensive trio, Silas suddenly held up a translucent hand. Wait, the ghost commanded. The temperature in the room plummeted in a single, terrifying instant. It was so abrupt, so violently cold, that the rain lashing against the window pane froze on contact. With a sound like cracking bones, a thick, jagged spiderweb of ice bloomed across the glass, racing from the corners to the centre, entirely blocking out the grey Gloucester daylight. The room was plunged into a dim, murky twilight, illuminated only by the faint blue glow of Silas and the harsh white LED of Baz's ring light. Rhea gasped as the air hit her lungs. It felt like inhaling powdered glass. Her breath plumed in the air in front of her in thick, white clouds. Beside her, Baz was shivering uncontrollably, his knuckles white around the gimbal handle. "Do you hear that?" Silas whispered. His eyes were fixed with terrifying intensity on the heavy wooden door leading to the hallway. At first, there was nothing. There was only the muffled sound of the storm outside, the rapid, clicking pulse of Baz's EMF meter, and the harsh, panicked sound of their own breathing. Then it began. A low, rhythmic scratching sound echoed from the outside of the heavy wooden door. It wasn't a knock. It wasn't the polite, hesitant tapping of a lost spirit seeking entry to the sanctuary. It was the sound of long, incredibly sharp, impossibly dense nails dragging slowly, deliberately against the solid oak. Scritch. It was a slow, agonizing sound. It moved from the top of the doorframe, dragging down toward the handle. It was the sound of a predator testing a cage, searching for a gap, searching for a weakness in the wood, or a flaw in the wards Rhea had painted along the doorframe in invisible, salt-infused water. Scritch. Rhea stood absolutely motionless, her breath caught in her throat. Her hand was hovering a mere few inches over the brass doorknob. The brass was frosting over, a thin rime of ice crystallizing on the metal, radiating a freezing aura that stung her skin even without touching it. The tether at her chest felt like a live wire, vibrating so hard she thought her ribs might crack. Silas drifted forward, placing himself directly between Rhea and the door, his spectral form solidifying into a brilliant, blinding blue shield of ectoplasmic energy. "That," Silas said, his voice deadly quiet, lacking any of its usual aristocratic arrogance, replaced by the grim certainty of a soldier facing an overwhelming enemy, "is the sound of someone with the sight who does not come to check the plumbing. That is a hunter." The scratching stopped. For a terrifying second, there was absolute silence. Even the EMF meter on Baz's camera went dead quiet. Then, the brass doorknob began to slowly, agonizingly turn. Rhea didn't look at Baz, who had gone entirely, sickly pale behind his camera lens. She didn't look at Mrs. Pigeon, who had raised her battered plastic clipboard in front of her chest, like a desperately inadequate makeshift shield. She looked at the turning doorknob, her heart hammering against her ribs like a trapped bird battering against a window. She reached into her pocket, her fingers wrapping tightly around a cold iron nail. The ghost hotel was open for business, but it seemed they were about to get their first violently hostile customer, and Rhea Khan was not about to let them check in without a fight. Chapter 2. The Commute of the Damned. The escape from 42 Cooper's Road had been a frantic, undignified scramble that felt entirely at odds with the supernatural gravity of the situation. After the slow, agonizing scrape of claws against the solid oak of the attic door had ceased, leaving behind a silence so absolute it made Rhea's ears ring, there had been a collective, unspoken agreement that standing around waiting for the handle to finish turning was a catastrophically bad idea. Mrs. Pigeon had bolted the door with 3 separate deadbolts, slapped a handful of coarse sea salt against the threshold, and marched downstairs to fortify the lower levels. Rhea, driven by a primal surge of adrenaline, had stuffed a change of clothes, her laptop, and Silas's anchor, a battered, tarnished silver pocket watch from 1924, into her oversized hemp tote bag. They had slipped out through the rusted fire escape at the back of the building, the metal freezing and slick beneath their hands, dropping into the alleyway just as the Gloucester sky fully committed to a torrential downpour. Now, an hour later, the adrenaline was fading, leaving behind a cold, hollow exhaustion. The journey to Rhea's mother's house was a logistical operation that, in Silas's professional and highly vocal opinion, bordered on a crime against human dignity. They were squeezed into a second-class carriage on a Great Western Railway train that smelled overwhelmingly of soggy umbrellas, stale vinegar crisps, and deep, institutional disappointment. The carriage was overly bright, illuminated by harsh fluorescent strips that hummed with a low, headache-inducing frequency. The windows were fogged with the collective condensation of 50 damp passengers, transforming the outside world into a smeared, watery, impressionist painting of the English countryside. Baz had insisted on taking the train rather than renting a car or braving the unpredictable local bus routes. He claimed it allowed for optimal lighting transitions and steady framing for his vlog, a statement that had caused Silas to spend the first 20 minutes of the trip loudly and creatively critiquing the lack of a proper dining car. A proper rail journey requires a white tablecloth, a heavy silver service, and an attendant who understands the precise steeping time of Darjeeling, Rhea, Silas complained. His spectral form was flickering with agitation, glowing a sharp, electric blue as the train lurched violently over a set of points outside Stroud. Because of the physical restrictions of the tether, the glowing, invisible cord of energy that connected Rhea's collarbone to the silver pocket watch in her tote bag, and subsequently to Silas himself, the ghost couldn't wander far. He was forced to hover just above the narrow aisle seat next to Rhea. His immaculate 1920s tweed 3-piece suit, complete with a spectral pocket square and polished Oxfords, looked aggressively out of place next to the teenager sitting across the aisle, who was currently playing a tinny, hyperactive hip-hop beat through the speaker of a cracked smartphone. Instead, Silas continued, his voice echoing with the clipped patrician vowels of a bygone era, we are huddled amongst the masses, like cattle being led to the abattoir. We are surrounded by the scent of lukewarm vending machine coffee, damp polyester, and the unceasing cacophony of digital noise. Look at them, Rhea. They do not converse. They stare into their little glowing rectangles, their souls slowly draining into the ether. It is a tragedy of modern existence. Rhea stared out the rain-streaked window at the blurring green fields of the Cotswolds, ignoring him. She rested her forehead against the cold glass, letting the rhythmic clack, clack, clack of the train tracks soothe the pounding behind her eyes. It's a train, Silas, she murmured under her breath, keeping her lips barely moving so the other passengers wouldn't think she was talking to herself. Not a luxury cruise liner, not the Orient Express. It's public transport. Just be happy we aren't driving. I absolutely cannot handle the suspension on Mrs. Pigeon's Nissan Micra today. Not after whatever that was at the door. I would prefer the mechanical peril of the Nissan to this indignity, Silas retorted, crossing his arms over his ghostly chest. He glared at the teenager across the aisle, briefly lowering the ambient temperature around the boy's phone until a layer of frost bloomed across the screen, causing the music to sputter and die. The teenager cursed, shaking his device in confusion. Silas looked immensely satisfied. Baz, huddled in the seat directly opposite Rhea, was completely oblivious to the localized freezing. He was currently balancing a heavy camera gimbal on his knee, wiping a smudge off the lens with the hem of an oversized, faded band t-shirt. His dark, unruly curls were plastered to his forehead from the rain, and he looked incredibly out of place on a Tuesday afternoon commuter train. Chat, we are currently en route to Rhea's mum's place, Baz said, pitching his voice into that slightly elevated, overly enthusiastic tone he used whenever he was recording. He held the camera up, framing himself and Rhea in the shot, carefully avoiding the empty space where Silas was hovering, mostly because the ghost's ectoplasmic output tended to cause rolling static bars on digital footage. We're doing a family origin story arc today, leaving the sanctuary behind for a bit of a strategic retreat. Things got a little spicy at the hotel this morning. Uninvited guests, negative energy. We're seeking elder wisdom. Baz turned the camera slightly toward Rhea, who offered a weak, deeply unimpressed peace sign without lifting her head from the window. Also, Baz added, lowering the camera slightly and shivering, does anyone else feel like the air conditioning on this train is completely failing? It's absolutely freezing in here. I know it's November, but it feels like a meat locker. He rubbed his hands vigorously up and down his arms, his teeth actually chattering as the air around him dropped another 5 degrees. That's just the proximity of the history we're carrying, Rhea muttered, sitting up and leaning over to zip up her hemp tote bag a little tighter. Inside the bag, buried beneath her laptop and a spare sweater, the tether pulsed. To anyone else, it was just a bag, but to Rhea, it felt like she was carrying a localized thunderstorm. The connection was faint but steady, a rhythmic thrumming against her sternum that matched her heartbeat. The closer she was to Silas, the colder the physical environment became as he drew ambient heat to maintain his manifestation. And, Rhea added, looking directly at Baz, the ghost you can't see is currently mocking your fashion sense. So, there's that. Silas didn't need to be seen to be heard by Rhea, though to Baz the ghost was merely a sensation, a sudden drop in pressure, a prickle of static electricity, the smell of ozone and old paper. I am not merely mocking his fashion sense, Silas boomed, his voice echoing in the confined space of the carriage. He drifted slightly closer to Baz, his translucent face twisting into an expression of profound academic horror. I am lamenting the utter collapse of civilization as evidenced by the existence of denim trousers with intentional factory-made holes in the knees. It is not fashion, Rhea. It is a sign of societal decay. In my day, if a man wore ripped trousers, he was either a destitute vagabond, or he had recently survived an explosion. This boy paid good currency to look like he fell out of a moving carriage. He says he hates your ripped jeans, Rhea translated dutifully, sighing. They're vintage distressed, Rhea. Tell him it's a stylistic choice. Baz defended himself, looking mildly offended as he adjusted the knee of his jeans. It's called grunge. Not that a guy who died before the invention of the electric guitar would understand. I understand perfectly well that the structural integrity of the garment has been compromised for vanity, Silas shot back, though he knew Baz couldn't hear him. The ghost turned his attention back to the window, his form shimmering as the train plunged into a long, dark tunnel. In the sudden darkness, Silas's blue glow became the brightest thing in the carriage, casting eerie, shifting shadows across the ceiling. Rhea watched him in the reflection of the glass. Even after a year of being bound to him, of sharing her living space and her life force with a man who had been dead for nearly a century, there were moments when the reality of it still caught her off guard. Silas Thorne had been an occult scholar, an author, and a minor annoyance to the academic establishment of the 1920s before his untimely death. He was brilliant, arrogant, fiercely protective, and endlessly exhausting. Their partnership had begun as a desperate accident, but it had evolved into something permanent. He was the co-author of her life, the invisible shield that guarded her sanctuary, and currently the biggest snob on the Great Western Railway. As the train burst out of the tunnel and back into the grey, rain-soaked daylight, Rhea let her mind drift to their destination. They were heading to a small, painfully picturesque village in the deep Cotswolds where the stone was the colour of honey and the cell reception was virtually non-existent. It was where Rhea had grown up, and more importantly, it was where Amira Khan lived. Rhea's mother was a woman who had spent her entire life running from the exact things Rhea had built a career embracing. Amira had the sight, the same genetic, spiritual anomaly that allowed Rhea to see and communicate with the dead. But where Rhea saw lost souls needing a sanctuary, Amira saw parasites. She saw danger. When Rhea had first manifested her abilities as a teenager, her mother had locked down the house with iron and salt, refusing to acknowledge the shadows that lingered in the corners of the rooms. Amira had demanded a normal life, shutting off her abilities through sheer, stubborn willpower and a strict adherence to absolute mundanity. She joined the local parish council, baked competitively for the village fete, and pretended that the invisible world didn't exist. When Rhea had published The Spectral City, when she had leaned into the magic, turning Silas's dictated memories into a best-selling novel, her mother had barely spoken to her for months. Going to Amira for help was a last resort, but the thing at the door of the attic flat hadn't been a lost spirit looking for a warm hearth. It had been something else, something dark, intentional, and terrifyingly strong. If there was anyone who knew how to ward against a hunter, it was the woman who had spent 30 years perfectly hiding her own magical signature from the world. The journey passed in a blur of clattering tracks, endless green fields intersected by dry stone walls, and Silas's ongoing, increasingly elaborate critiques of the pre-recorded station announcements. "The cadence is entirely wrong," Silas muttered as a disembodied, digitized female voice announced their approach to Kemble Station. "It lacks authority. It lacks the reassuring human warmth required to guide travellers. It sounds like a machine apologizing for a delay it orchestrated." "It is a machine, Silas," Rhea said, rubbing her eyes. "Please stop haunting the public address system. We're almost there." However, as the train began to decelerate, leaning into a long curve that followed the line of a swollen, rushing river, the atmosphere inside the carriage abruptly shifted. It wasn't a sudden event. It was a slow, creeping change, like a tide rolling in. The air grew heavy. It felt thick, almost viscous, pressing against Rhea's eardrums with a subtle, uncomfortable pressure. Rhea noticed it first. The exhaustion that had been dulling her senses suddenly evaporated, replaced by the sharp, primal sensation of being watched. The hairs on the back of her neck stood up, prickling against the collar of her wool coat. She had spent enough time surrounded by the dead to know what a haunted space felt like. The attic flat at Cooper's Road always felt full, humming with the chaotic, emotional residue of its spectral residents. Ghosts left an imprint of humanity, a cold draught fueled by sorrow, a smell of old perfume born of nostalgia, a sudden flicker of lights caused by residual anger. But this feeling was entirely different. This was cold, calculated, and terrifyingly sharp. It didn't feel like a presence. It felt like an absence. "Silas," Rhea whispered, her voice tightening. She sat up straight, her hand dropping off the armrest to grip the handle of the laptop bag sitting by her feet. Her knuckles went white. "Silas, do you feel that?" Silas fell entirely silent. Mid-sentence, his rant about the structural failures of modern diesel engines died on his ethereal lips. His spectral form, usually in a state of constant, fluid motion, went terrifyingly still. The soft, ambient blue light that radiated from him began to change, sharpening and condensing until it burned with the harsh, intense glare of a bright sapphire. He no longer looked like an academic in a tweed suit. He looked like an apex predator catching a scent on the wind. He didn't answer Rhea immediately. He turned his head slowly, deliberately, his glowing eyes scanning the length of the crowded carriage. He looked past the teenager with the phone, past the sleeping businessman 2 rows down, past the elderly couple sharing a thermos of tea. He was looking through the physical world, peering into the unseen layers of reality. "I feel it," Silas said. His voice had lost all its theatrical snobbery. It had dropped to a low, gravelly whisper that vibrated not in the air, but directly against the tether anchored to Rhea's chest. It was a sound that sent a jolt of pure ice water through her veins. "I feel an erasure," Silas continued, his eyes narrowing as he stared toward the sliding glass doors at the end of the carriage. "It is not a ghost, Rhea. It is not an echo of a life. It is a void. It is a vacuum." "A void? What does that mean?" Rhea asked, her heart beginning to hammer a frantic rhythm against her ribs. She glanced at Baz, who was still looking at his phone, entirely oblivious to the sudden, lethal tension radiating from the ghost. When a spirit manifests, it adds energy to the environment, Silas explained, drifting slightly closer to Rhea, his form becoming denser, almost opaque as he pulled energy through the tether to prepare for a physical manifestation. It creates a footprint. This entity is pulling energy out. It is consuming the ambient magic in the air. Someone is utilizing the site, but they are not guarding the dead, Rhea. They are hunting them. Rhea swallowed hard, her throat suddenly dry as dust. Hunting them? You mean like an exorcist? Exorcists banish, Silas corrected, his voice grim. They return souls to the cycle. This presence does not intend to banish. It intends to consume. It is the same signature we felt at the door of the sanctuary, but magnified. What do? We do not engage, Silas said firmly. I mean, he added, his sapphire gaze locking onto Rhea's frightened face, that someone is out there, Rhea. Someone who knows exactly what we are. They are not looking for random ghosts. They are looking for power, and they are looking for tethers. Rhea felt a sudden, sickening jolt in her stomach, a sensation akin to missing a step on a staircase in the dark. The train's brakes shrieked, a high, metallic squeal that set her teeth on edge as the carriages began to slow down for their final approach into the station. Outside the window, the picturesque rolling hills had given way to the damp, grey concrete of the platform. The station was small, just a ticket office, a waiting shelter, and a few cast-iron lampposts. The rain was coming down in sheets, pooling in dark, reflective puddles on the tarmac. Rhea looked out the window as the train hissed, the hydraulic suspension groaning as it finally came to a complete halt. On the platform, standing under the dim, flickering light of a solitary, malfunctioning lamppost, was a man. He was standing perfectly, unnervingly still. While the few other passengers on the platform were huddled under umbrellas or sprinting toward the shelter to escape the deluge, this man seemed entirely unbothered by the weather. He wore a long, dark trench coat that hung heavily around his frame. The fabric looked odd, too dense, absorbing the ambient light rather than reflecting it. The rain seemed to hit his shoulders and simply vanish, absorbed into the dark material without leaving a trace of moisture. He wasn't doing anything. He wasn't checking a watch, looking for a ticket, or waiting for a loved one. He was just standing there, an immovable anchor in the storm, his head tilted slightly upward, and his eyes were fixed directly on their carriage. He didn't look like a ghost. He looked too solid, too painfully present in the physical world. But he looked far, far worse than any spirit Rhea had ever encountered. Ghosts were trapped by their pasts, bound by their own tragedies. This man looked like a manifestation of future violence. Even through the rain-streaked, fogged-up glass of the train window, Rhea could feel the weight of his gaze. He wasn't looking at the train itself. He was looking through the metal, through the glass, straight into the centre of the carriage. He was looking straight at the canvas tote bag by Rhea's feet. He was looking directly at the tether. "Baz," Rhea said, her voice shaking so badly she could barely form the words. She reached across the aisle and grabbed her friend's wrist, her fingers digging into his skin. Baz jumped, startled, looking up from his camera screen. "Ow! Hey, what's wrong? You look like you're going to throw up. Is it motion sickness? I told you not to sit backward facing." "Don't look out the window," Rhea commanded, her eyes wide, her breathing turning shallow and fast. "Just pack up the rig. Right now." "By who? The council?" Baz asked, his journalistic instincts overriding his confusion. Instead of putting the camera down, he immediately hit the record button on the side of his phone, pivoting the lens toward the window. "Are we being followed by zoning enforcement? Did Mrs. Pigeon finally get served those papers?" "No," Rhea breathed. She couldn't look away from the window. The train doors unlocked with a loud electronic beep, followed by the heavy pneumatic hiss of the doors sliding open. A gust of freezing, rain-scented air swept into the carriage, blowing away the smell of stale coffee and instantly replacing it with the sharp, metallic tang of ozone and static. The man in the dark coat slowly turned his head. From beneath the brim of a sodden hat, Rhea caught a glimpse of his face. It was pale, gaunt, and entirely devoid of expression, like a mask carved from old bone. His eyes were dark, fathomless pits that seemed to pull the light from the air around him. He took a step forward, moving toward the open doors of their specific carriage. He didn't walk like a normal person. His movements were too fluid, devoid of the natural bounce of human steps. He glided over the wet concrete, his boots making absolutely no sound. "By someone who knows the rules," Rhea finished, her hand dropping to the bag, her fingers desperately curling around the fabric where Silas's pocket watch lay hidden. Silas materialized fully, standing in the aisle between Rhea and the open train doors. He was no longer a glowing projection. He looked as solid as a living man, his tweed suit impeccably sharp, his posture rigid. The air in the carriage plummeted to freezing, a thick layer of frost exploding across the windows in jagged, crystalline patterns, completely obscuring the view of the platform. "Get up, Rhea," Silas commanded, his voice ringing with the authority of a general on the front line. "Do not let him board this vessel. If he crosses the threshold of these doors, we are trapped in a steel box with a harvester." Baz, finally sensing the absolute terror in the air and the impossible cold radiating from the aisle, dropped his camera into his lap. "Rhea, what is happening? Who is that guy?" "We have to move," Rhea said, hauling her heavy bag over her shoulder. The tether hummed a frantic burning warning against her skin. "We go out the opposite side, the trackside doors. Now." "The trackside? Are you insane? That's a live rail down there," Baz protested, but he was already standing up, spurred by the sheer panic radiating from his friend. "I'd rather take my chances with a few thousand volts of electricity," Rhea said, shoving past him toward the emergency release handle on the doors opposite the platform. "Then find out what that man wants to do with my ghost." Behind them, a heavy, utterly silent footstep landed on the metal grating of the train's boarding step. A shadow fell across the aisle, long and dark, stretching out to touch the toe of Silas's polished Oxford shoe. The hunter had arrived. Chapter 3. The Scuttle in the Attic. The escape from the train had been a desperate, chaotic blur of panicked shouting, sliding doors, and the terrifying, lung-freezing proximity of the harvester. Rhea had yanked the emergency trackside release handle with a strength born entirely of adrenaline, hauling the heavy doors open just as the shadow of the man in the dark coat fell across the aisle. The drop from the carriage down to the track bed was a blind 4-foot plunge into soaked gravel and rusted metal. Baz had landed hard on his knees, cursing loudly and instinctively shielding his expensive camera rig from the impact with his own body. Rhea had tumbled after him, the heavy hemp tote bag clutched to her chest like an infant, the tether humming so violently against her skin it felt like a swarm of angry wasps trapped beneath her collarbone. They had scrambled down the embankment, sliding through wet nettles and thick, sucking mud, while Silas hovered above them, a brilliant, blazing shield of blue ectoplasmic energy acting as a rear guard. By the time the train had finally hissed and groaned its way out of the station, carrying the silent, terrifying man away with it, Rhea and Baz were soaked to the bone, shivering uncontrollably and entirely out of breath. The subsequent walk from the rural station to Rhea's childhood home had been a miserable 2-mile trudge through quintessential English drizzle. The Cotswold village, usually a picturesque patchwork of honey-coloured stone cottages, winding lanes and aggressively well-tended flower beds, was currently swallowed by a thick, oppressive grey mist. "I think my socks have merged with my skin," Baz complained, his teeth chattering as they turned the final corner onto Chestnut Avenue. He was limping slightly, his vintage distressed jeans now genuinely distressed and caked in thick, chalky mud. He had stowed his camera in a waterproof dry bag, but he still clutched it defensively against his chest. "I'm pretty sure I have trench foot. Do people still get trench foot? If I die of exposure, Rhea, I swear I am coming back to haunt your bathroom." "You couldn't haunt a bathroom, Baz," Rhea said, her voice thin and exhausted. She pushed a heavy, wet strand of dark hair out of her eyes. You don't have the attention span. You'd get bored and wander off to haunt a coffee shop with good Wi-Fi within a week. I would haunt a server farm, Baz corrected, shivering. At least it's climate-controlled. Above them, gliding effortlessly over the rain-slicked pavement without leaving a single ripple in the puddles, Silas adjusted his tweed waistcoat. The boy lacks the necessary gravitas for a proper haunting. The ghost agreed, his voice echoing in Ria's mind via the tether, saving him the effort of projecting his voice into the damp air. He would simply make the electronic devices malfunction. A nuisance, not a phantom. Furthermore, if he does expire from this damp, I refuse to share the attic flat with him. His wardrobe in the afterlife would be insufferable. Nobody is dying today, Ria muttered, though the memory of the man on the platform, the absolute soul-crushing void he had radiated, made her stomach twist into a cold knot. They finally stopped outside number 14. The childhood home was a mid-terrace house on a quiet, unassuming street that seemed permanently stuck in 1998. While the rest of the village boasted grand, centuries-old masonry, Chestnut Avenue was an anomaly of mid-20th century brickwork, pebble-dash exteriors, and sensible, double-glazed UPVC windows. It was the house of Ria's youth, a place where the walls were thick with floral-patterned wallpaper, the shelves groaned under the weight of dusty, inherited brass ornaments, and the air always carried the lingering, comforting, deeply ingrained scent of her mum's cardamom tea and toasted cumin. But today, the house looked different. The familiar, welcoming warmth was missing. The floral curtains had been taken down from the front window, exposing the bare, stark living room to the street. A massive, white rental van was parked half on the curb in front of the driveway, its rear doors wide open, ready to swallow 30 years of memories. "Right," Ria said, taking a deep breath and trying to wipe some of the mud off her coat. "Just follow my lead. Don't mention the train. Don't mention the man in the coat. And whatever you do, do not tell my mother that we are currently harbouring a 1920s occultist in my tote bag." "My lips are sealed," Baz said, offering a weak salute. Ria pushed the front door open. It was already slightly ajar, propped open by a heavy terracotta pot, and stepped into the chaotic hallway. The immediate sensory overload was profound. The comforting smell of cardamom was still there, but it was currently battling with the sharp, chemical scent of packing tape, dusty cardboard, and industrial cleaning supplies. The hallway, usually a pristine passage adorned with family photographs and a relentlessly vacuumed carpet, was an obstacle course of moving boxes, rolled-up rugs, and precarious stacks of Tupperware. Standing in the absolute centre of the chaos, wielding a tape dispenser like a weapon, was Mira Khan. Ria's mother was a woman of fierce, practical energy. She was petite, but she possessed a commanding presence that could clear a room faster than a fire alarm. Her dark hair was pulled back tightly into a functional braid, and she was wearing her serious business clothes. A pair of comfortable track pants and a faded oversized sweater that she only wore when deep cleaning or moving furniture. Currently, she was wrestling a heavy, incredibly overstuffed cardboard box labelled "Kitchen," "Spices and Do Not Touch" with thick black marker. Standing a few feet away, leaning against the doorframe of the stripped-down living room and holding a steaming mug of tea, was Auntie Sala. Sala wasn't actually a blood relative. She was Mira's oldest friend, a woman whose entire personality consisted of sharp observations, unsolicited advice, and an uncanny ability to never lift a finger during physical labour while somehow taking credit for the results. "No, Sala, you cannot pack the heavy cast-iron pans on top of the china," Mira was shouting as Ria stepped through the door, aggressively ripping a strip of tape. "What is wrong with your spatial awareness? Gravity exists." "I was merely optimizing the space, Mira," Sala replied smoothly, taking a sip of her tea. "You always overcomplicate things. If the china breaks, it is the universe telling you it is time to buy a modern set. Those plates are hideous anyway." "They were my mother's," Mira snapped. Then she turned, the tape dispenser freezing mid-air as she finally noticed the muddy, dripping arrivals in her hallway. "Ria, Beta," Mira shouted, dropping the heavy box. It hit the floorboards with a resounding, dangerous thud that made Sala wince. Mira surged forward, navigating the maze of boxes with practiced agility, and threw her arms around Rhea. She hugged her daughter with the desperate, crushing force of someone who had been holding her breath for weeks, completely ignoring the fact that Rhea was soaking wet and covered in railway mud. "Hi, Mum," Rhea gasped, the breath knocked out of her. A wave of profound guilt washed over her as she looked over her mother's shoulder at the chaotic, half-dismantled hallway. She should have been here days ago. She should have been helping pack, wrapping the fragile things, sorting through the attic. Instead, she had been dealing with ghost politics, avoiding municipal inspectors, and almost getting her soul drained on public transport. "I'm sorry I'm late. The train was an absolute nightmare." Mira pulled back, keeping her hands on Rhea's shoulders, her dark eyes scanning her daughter's pale face. "You look exhausted, Rhea. You look like a ghost yourself. Are you eating? You feel entirely made of elbows. And why are you so wet? Do you not own an umbrella? I bought you that sturdy one from Marks and Spencer for Christmas." "It broke, Mum," Rhea lied smoothly. "Wind." Sala stepped forward, her eyes narrowing as they flicked past Rhea to the shivering, dishevelled young man standing awkwardly in the doorway. She adjusted her glasses, looking Baz up and down with the clinical precision of a customs officer searching for contraband. "And who are these?" Sala asked, her tone dripping with mild suspicion. She pointed a manicured finger at Baz, then gestured vaguely to the empty air beside him. "This is Baz, my business partner," Rhea said quickly. "He helps me with the documentary work, the historical research. Baz, this is my mum, Mira, and my Auntie Sala." Baz offered a highly respectful, slightly tremulous nod. "Lovely to meet you both, truly. Beautiful home. Or, what's left of it in the boxes." Sala didn't look impressed. She stared at the holes in Baz's jeans. "You pay this boy a salary, Rhea, and he cannot afford complete trousers." "It's fashion, Auntie," Rhea sighed, stepping fully into the house and dragging her heavy tote bag with her. The bag clanked against the doorframe, a dull, metallic sound from the pocket watch inside. "And an old family friend, Silas," Rhea added, gesturing vaguely to the empty air hovering just above the staircase landing. Silas, who had drifted upward to avoid the claustrophobic crush of boxes and maternal energy, performed a stiff, impeccably polite aristocratic bow to the two women. "A pleasure, madam," Silas boomed, his voice echoing only in Rhea's mind. "Your hallway is delightfully symmetrical, despite the current chaotic state of affairs. The original Victorian moulding has been well preserved beneath the dreadful 1990s paint job. It is a rare find in this era of cheap plaster and chaotic minimalism." "He says the hallway is nice," Rhea translated quickly, before Silas could offer his opinions on Sala's eyewear. She quickly ushered Baz inside, closing the heavy front door behind them to shut out the grey afternoon. "Well, tell your friend Silas he is very polite," Mira said, picking up her tape dispenser again. She didn't look at the empty space above the stairs. She didn't look anywhere near it. Rhea's heart ached slightly. Her mother had the sight. Mira could absolutely see Silas. She could see the faint blue glow illuminating the dust motes above the banister. She could likely feel the sudden drop in temperature. But Mira Khan had spent 30 years perfecting the art of absolute, unwavering denial. If a ghost wasn't wearing a physical name tag and carrying a utility bill, Mira refused to acknowledge its existence. "You are finally here," Mira continued, a frantic edge returning to her voice as she looked at the mountain of boxes. "The movers come tomorrow morning at 8 sharp, Rhea. 8, and I have 10 years of junk still to sort through upstairs. The bedrooms are done, but the attic is a disaster. It is full of your granddad's things." "I'll handle the attic, Mum," Rhea said softly, unbuttoning her wet coat. "That's why I'm here. You go rest. Have some of Sala's tea." "I am not resting until this house is in a truck," Mira declared, though she looked incredibly relieved. "Take your friend Baz to the kitchen. There are clean towels in the downstairs bathroom. Dry off and then go upstairs. But be careful. The ladder is tricky." Rhea nodded, leading Baz through the narrow corridor toward the back of the house. The house felt fundamentally empty, completely hollowed out by the packing process. The carpets had the distinct, indented squares where heavy furniture had sat for decades. The walls were dotted with slightly darker, rectangular patches of wallpaper where pictures had shielded the floral patterns from the sun. It was the skeleton of a home, stripped of its meat. But as Ria stepped out of the hallway and began to climb the stairs to the first floor, leaving Baz in the kitchen to aggressively towel dry his hair, she felt a familiar, lingering chill. It wasn't the dangerous, biting, predatory cold they had encountered at the train station. That cold had felt like standing in a walk-in freezer with a predator. This cold was different. It was a sad, damp, nostalgic cold. It felt like a draft coming from a room that hadn't been opened in years. It was Arthur. The grumpy, deeply territorial, coal-scuttle tethered ghost of Grandad Khan's house was still here. Ria climbed the stairs, her hand trailing along the wooden banister. Silas floated silently beside her, his glowing form casting long, blue shadows against the blank walls. "He is agitated," Silas noted, his spectral eyes looking upward toward the ceiling hatch on the landing. "The kinetic energy of the packing has disturbed his rest. He is drawing heavily on his anchor to maintain his presence." "He's confused," Ria murmured, stepping onto the landing. "He doesn't understand what's happening." She stood beneath the square wooden hatch set into the ceiling. The air here was noticeably colder, her breath faintly pluming in the dim light. She reached up with the long, hooked wooden pole her mother kept leaned against the wall, hooked the brass ring of the hatch, and pulled. The wooden door swung downward with a creak of old hinges, revealing the folded aluminium sections of the loft ladder. A cascade of fine, grey dust drifted down, catching in the light. "Arthur?" Ria called out softly into the absolute darkness of the upstairs landing. For a moment, there was nothing but the muffled sound of Mira and Sala bickering downstairs in the hallway. Then, a faint, metallic rattling sound, the distinct clatter of brass against wood, drifted down from the gaping black square of the attic. "Grandad's gone, girl," a raspy, mournful voice replied from the shadows above. It was a voice thick with the accent of the industrial Midlands, a voice that sounded like it had been scraped across a cobblestone street. It belonged to a man who hadn't spoken to a living soul besides Ria since the turn of the millennium. "They're moving everything." Arthur's voice trembled, a pathetic, ghostly echo. "The chairs are gone. The telly's gone. Even the good rug with the tassels. But I'm not going anywhere. I've got my scuttle." Ria sighed, a puff of white mist escaping her lips. She gripped the cold aluminium rungs of the ladder and began to climb. The attic was a vast, triangular space of deep shadows and fat, undisturbed spiders. The air was thick and stale, smelling heavily of dry rot, old fiberglass insulation, and the distinct, dusty scent of forgotten Christmas decorations. The only illumination came from a single, bare, low-wattage bulb hanging from a wire in the centre of the roof apex, casting harsh, swinging shadows across the wooden joists. The floorboards were uneven, stacked high with the detritus of a family's history. Suitcases from the 80s, rolled-up posters, sealed boxes of old-school reports, and a dismantled baby crib. In the very centre of the chaos, sitting squarely on top of a battered leather trunk, was a heavy brass coal scuttle. It was an antique piece, wide at the base and curving up to a sturdy handle. It was tarnished, dented on one side, and coated in a thick layer of dust. But to Ria's eyes, it wasn't just old metal. It was glowing. It radiated a faint, pathetic, flickering orange aura, like the dying embers of a fire that was desperately trying not to go out. Arthur sat on the trunk right beside it. He was a ghost firmly stuck in his era. He appeared as a pale, middle-aged man, wearing a flat wool cap pulled low over his eyes, a heavy tweed waistcoat, and a collarless shirt with rolled-up sleeves. His skin was the colour of old, damp parchment, and his form was highly translucent, flickering unsteadily with the orange light of his tether. He had his knees pulled up to his chest, his ghostly arms wrapped defensively around the brass scuttle. He looked profoundly, overwhelmingly lost. "Hello, Arthur," Ria said softly, stepping off the ladder and carefully balancing on the structural joists so she wouldn't put her foot through the bedroom ceiling below. Silas drifted up through the floorboards a second later, ignoring the ladder entirely. He stepped into the attic with a fluid grace that completely ignored the uneven footing. The glowing blue light of Silas's presence clashed harshly with the weak orange aura of Arthur's scuttle, casting strange purple shadows across the cardboard boxes. Silas adjusted his cuffs and floated closer, examining the coal scuttle with genuine, academic interest. "Fascinating," Silas murmured, leaning over the brass object. A brass coal receptacle. Truly a unique and highly specific anchor. Most entities of your class tether to items of immense emotional sentiment. A locket, a wedding ring, a weapon of consequence. But this possesses a profound working-class character, the residual energy of manual labour. Arthur looked up, his pale, sunken eyes narrowing at Silas. He tightened his ghostly grip on the metal handle. "Who's the toff?" he snapped, his raspy voice defensive. "This is Silas, Arthur," Rhea said, carefully lowering herself to sit on a sturdy-looking box of old encyclopedias across from the ghost. "He's a friend. He lives with me in Gloucester." "He looks like he's never done a hard day's work in his life," Arthur grumbled, though he shrank back slightly from the intense cold Silas radiated. "He's too bright. Hurts my eyes." "I assure you, my scholarly pursuits were incredibly taxing," Silas sniffed, looking mildly offended. "Mental exertion is a valid form of labour. Not all of us were meant to shovel carbon composites." "Arthur," Rhea interrupted, keeping her voice incredibly gentle. She leaned forward, resting her elbows on her knees. "We need to talk about the house. You know what's happening downstairs, don't you?" Arthur's pale face fell. He looked away from Rhea, staring into the dark, dusty corner of the eaves. "They're leaving. Your mum. She's packing it all up. I heard her telling that Sala woman. They're selling the brick and mortar." "Yes," Rhea said softly. "Mum is moving to live with Auntie Sala closer to the city. The house has been sold to a young couple. They're going to completely gut the place, Arthur. They want an open-plan living room. They're going to empty this attic entirely." Arthur hugged the scuttle tighter, his translucent knuckles turning a stark, glowing white. "They can't take this. It's mine. Grandad Khan gave it to me." Rhea knew the story. Arthur had been a friend of her grandfather's, a fellow worker at the local railway yard decades ago. When Arthur had died, a sudden, tragic heart attack alone in his own damp flat, he had latched onto the only object in the world that someone had consistently cared for, in his honour. Grandad Khan had taken the scuttle, kept it by his own fireplace, and polished it every single Sunday. It was an act of remembrance that had accidentally forged a tether, trapping Arthur in the house long after Grandad Khan had passed away. "Arthur," Rhea said, choosing her words with absolute precision, "if you stay here, if this scuttle goes into a box tomorrow morning, you go with it. If the movers take it to a charity shop, you will be trapped in the back room of an Oxfam for decades. If they take it to the municipal tip, you'll be dragged with it into the crusher." Arthur flinched violently at the word crusher. "You could end up buried under a landfill, Arthur," Rhea continued, her voice taking on a desperate urgency. "Or worse. This house is being renovated. A modern family is moving in. They'll put in gas central heating, underfloor heating. There will be no coal, no fires, no soot. You'll be trapped in a home with no use for your anchor, slowly fading into nothing, because there's no energy to sustain you." Arthur's pale face went a shade paler, his ghostly form flickering dangerously until he was almost invisible. I didn't think about that. The charity shop. The landfill." He looked down at the brass metal, his expression breaking into genuine terror. "Come with us," Rhea said, holding out a hand, though she knew he couldn't physically touch her. "We have a sanctuary, a place called 3B, down in Gloucester. It's unconventional, but it's safe." "A sanctuary?" Arthur mumbled, looking up at her cautiously. "It's a hotel for ghosts," Rhea explained, offering a reassuring smile. "It's a threshold gate. It's got hallways that stretch on forever, rooms from different centuries, spaces for everyone. You won't be trapped in a dusty attic anymore. You can have a fireplace, a real one. We'll find you a massive hearth, Arthur. We'll set up this coal scuttle right next to it, a brass one, polished every Sunday, the works. You'll be safe, and you won't be alone." Arthur looked at the scuttle, then at Silas, whose bright blue aura felt oddly protective in the dim space, and then back to Rhea. He hesitated, his spectral fingers tracing the dent in the brass. Is it crowded?" Arthur asked, his voice trembling. "I don't much like crowds, or loud noises, or modern music." "It's a hotel," Rhea said, thinking of the screaming Roman legionnaires, the chanting monks, and the plague victim trying to use eBay. "But we've got standards. We have rules." Silas nodded emphatically, stepping forward and puffing out his chest, his ghostly tweed suit glowing a soft, incredibly inviting blue. He recognized the delicate negotiation taking place and leaned into his role as the sanctuary's self-appointed warden. "I personally oversee the decorum of the establishment, Arthur," Silas stated, his voice radiating absolute, unquestionable authority. "I demand a strict schedule of quiet hours. Any excessive noise is met with localized freezing. Furthermore, there is no one else currently in residence who appreciates the structural integrity of a proper fireplace. Your expertise in solid fuel management would be highly valued. We have a Tudor kitchen that could desperately use a man who understands draft control." Arthur looked at Silas, absorbing the absolute certainty of the ghost's words. He blinked his pale eyes, the terror slowly receding, replaced by a tentative, fragile spark of hope. "A proper fireplace," Arthur whispered, "with real coal?" "The finest spectral anthracite," Silas promised smoothly. Arthur stood up. His movements were stiff and slow, the bones of his manifestation popping with ethereal echoes. He reached down and physically placed his hands on the brass handle of the scuttle. The moment his ghostly hands gripped the metal in earnest, claiming it not as a trap but as baggage, the aura around the metal flared brightly. A thick, heavy tether of orange, dusty light snapped from the lip of the scuttle directly to the center of Arthur's chest, binding them together in a brilliant flash of magical energy. "Okay," Arthur whispered, his voice gaining a fraction of actual weight. He looked at Rhea, offering a small, crooked smile. "Okay, girl, let's go. But I'm not sitting next to the toff in the car." "We took the train," Rhea said, immensely relieved. She reached into her pocket, pulling out a thick, black, industrial-strength rubbish bag she had brought up with her. "I'm going to have to bag the scuttle, Arthur. Just to get it past Mum. She won't let me leave with one of Grandad's antiques without an argument." Arthur nodded, stepping back to allow Rhea to carefully slip the heavy brass scuttle into the opaque black plastic. As soon as the metal was obscured, Arthur's form vanished from the attic, instantly pulled into the localized pocket dimension of his anchor within the bag. The heavy, nostalgic cold of the attic vanished with him. "Well done, Rhea," Silas said quietly, drifting toward the floor hatch. "A masterful negotiation. You appealed perfectly to his practical sensibilities." "Thanks," Rhea grunted, hoisting the heavy, awkward shape of the scuttle into her arms. It weighed a ton, the brass cutting into her forearms through the plastic. "Now, we just have to get this past my mother and get back to Gloucester before—" Rhea didn't finish the sentence. As they headed downstairs, the plastic bag thumping awkwardly against her leg with every step, Rhea couldn't help but feel a fleeting sense of accomplishment. They had done it. One more ghost saved. One more tether accounted for. One more lost soul added to the sanctuary. But as she reached the bottom step of the staircase, stepping back into the brightly lit, chaotic hallway where the smell of cardamom and packing tape still warred for dominance, she froze. She paused, her foot hovering over the floorboards. The air in the hallway had changed. The ambient heat of the house, the warmth generated by Mira's frantic packing and the central heating, was gone. In its place was a cold that was entirely different from Arthur's nostalgic chill, and utterly distinct from Silas's atmospheric pressure. It was a sharp, biting, surgical cold. It was the cold of a void. Baz was standing at the entrance to the kitchen, a towel draped over his shoulders, his face completely drained of colour. He was pointing a trembling finger toward the front of the house. Mira and Sala were in the living room, oblivious, arguing over the proper way to wrap a lamp. Rhea slowly turned her head, the heavy brass scuttle slipping slightly in her grip. She looked at the heavy UPVC front door. The top half of the door featured a large pane of frosted, decorative glass, designed to let light in while preserving privacy. The glass was rapidly icing over on the outside, a thick layer of unnatural frost spreading across the pane in seconds, blocking out the grey daylight of the street. And pressed squarely against the centre of the frosted glass, melting the ice just enough to leave a perfectly clear, terrifyingly distinct mark, was a smudge. It wasn't a trick of the rain. It wasn't mud. It was a handprint. It was too large to be a normal man's hand. The fingers were impossibly long, the palm unnaturally wide. It was pale, pressing against the glass with a terrifying, silent pressure. Beside Rhea, Silas materialized fully, his blue light turning instantly violent, casting jagged, terrifying shadows against the cardboard boxes. The tether at Rhea's chest burned like a hot coal. The man from the train hadn't lost their trail. The silencer hadn't been deterred by their escape. He hadn't just followed them to the village. He was standing on the front porch. Chapter 4. The Coal Collector. The attic of Rhea's childhood home was not so much a functional storage space as it was a pressurized, airless tomb dedicated entirely to the late 90s and early 2000s. To climb the precarious, folding aluminium ladder and push through the square wooden hatch was to step out of the current decade and into an archaeological dig of forgotten pop culture, questionable fashion choices, and the heavy, undeniable weight of family history. It smelled intensely of dry cardboard that had slowly degraded over 30 years, the dusty husks of dormant spiders, and the faint, lingering, impossibly comforting scent of Grandad Rishi's pipe tobacco. The tobacco smell was a ghost of a scent, entirely unrelated to the actual, literal phantoms that haunted the rafters of the house. Grandad Rishi had passed away over a decade ago, but the rich, sweet aroma of cherrywood and dark Cavendish seemed to have seeped into the very fiberglass insulation, preserving his memory in the stagnant air. Rhea pulled herself up through the hatch, her boots echoing hollowly on the uneven wooden joists. She immediately had to duck her head, avoiding a low-hanging, splintered rafter that looked like it had been waiting decades to give someone a concussion. The air up here was stiflingly hot, trapping the afternoon humidity beneath the slates of the roof. It was a stark, jarring contrast to the unnatural, surgical cold they had just experienced down in the hallway. The beam of her phone's flashlight cut like a physical blade through the thick, swirling motes of dust, illuminating a chaotic hoarder's paradise. There were precarious, leaning towers of VHS tapes, their cardboard sleeves faded and peeling, boasting titles that belonged to a bygone era of blockbuster rentals. There were massive, black plastic bin bags overflowing with outgrown clothes, crushed velvet tops, wide-leg denim, and neon windbreakers that Rhea vividly remembered begging her mother to buy. In the far corner, near a stack of dismantled dining chairs, sat a towering stack of glossy magazines featuring boy bands who had long since aged out of the public consciousness, their frosted tips and earnest, pouting expressions frozen in time beneath a thick layer of grey grime. "This is an archaeological nightmare," Silas Thorne commented, his voice echoing with a profound, aristocratic distaste. Silas floated effortlessly up through the floorboards a moment after Rhea, entirely bypassing the aluminium ladder. He hovered at eye level, his spectral 1920s tweed waistcoat remaining perfectly crisp and unrumpled despite the cramped, sloping space. He swiped a translucent, glowing blue hand through a thick, hanging cobweb with a look of supreme disdain. The spiderweb didn't break. Silas's hand simply phased through it, leaving behind a faint crackle of static electricity. "I expected a repository of family history, Rhea," Silas continued, drifting over to inspect a box of tangled wires and obsolete SCART leads. A collection of meaningful heirlooms. Letters, perhaps. A respectable mahogany writing desk. A portrait of a stern ancestor. Instead, I find a mausoleum of cheap plastic trinkets and auditory refuse. Tell me, What are these brightly coloured, egg-shaped monstrosities on the keyring? He pointed a glowing finger toward an open shoebox resting on a stack of encyclopedias. Those are Tamagotchis, Silas, Rhea whispered, her voice echoing strangely, dampened by the surrounding insulation. She stepped carefully off the joist and onto a solid floorboard, brushing dust from her coat. And I'm not collecting them, they're just stored. My mum couldn't throw anything away. This was Grandad Rishi's house, remember? He held on to absolutely everything. He grew up with nothing, so to him everything had value, even plastic eggs with virtual pets in them. A virtual pet? Silas repeated, his aristocratic features twisting in genuine horror. You people simulated the burden of animal husbandry on a screen the size of a postage stamp? And you wonder why I claim the 20th century was a mistake. Can we focus, please? Baz interrupted, his head popping up through the attic hatch. Baz hauled himself up, looking utterly miserable. His hair was still damp from the rain. His clothes were plastered to his skin with mud and sweat, and he was clutching his camera gimbal like a lifeline. His breathing was heavy, echoing loudly in the enclosed space, and he was visibly shivering despite the stifling ambient heat of the attic. Rhea, I'm getting a massive chill, Baz said, his teeth clicking together. He tapped the side of the EMF meter mounted to his rig. The digital needle was bouncing erratically, emitting a low, rhythmic clicking sound that sounded entirely too loud in the quiet attic. It's like standing in a walk-in freezer over by the chimney breast. Is he here? Is this Arthur guy really hiding in this pile of junk? He's here, Baz, Rhea said softly, stepping carefully over a heavy cardboard box overflowing with her old university textbooks. But turn the light on the camera off, and don't try to film him straight away. He's shy, and he's incredibly grumpy on a good day. Given the fact that my mother has been slamming boxes around downstairs all morning, today is not a good day. I am not shy, a voice rasped from the darkness. The voice seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. It sounded like dry lumps of coal scraping against wet slate, a thick, industrial Midland accent that carried the weight of a hard life and a lonely death. Behind a towering stack of plastic storage crates containing tinsel and faded Christmas baubles, the shadows began to shift. Arthur materialized slowly. Unlike Silas, whose manifestation was crisp, sharp, and blindingly bright, Arthur struggled to pull himself into the physical plane. His form flickered in and out of existence, resembling a corrupted video file trying to buffer. He was a man of indeterminate age, though the deep lines etched into his pale, translucent face suggested he had been in his late 50s when his heart had finally given out. He was dressed in the uniform of a bygone working class, a heavy, wool-lined waistcoat over a collarless shirt, his sleeves rolled up to reveal thick, spectral forearms. He wore a flat cloth cap pulled low over his eyes, and his entire form was perpetually coated in a faint, drifting layer of spectral soot. He didn't glow blue like Silas. He radiated a sad, pulsing, muted orange light, like the dying embers of a fire that was desperately fighting against the cold. And he was clutching a heavy, dented brass coal scuttle to his chest like a holy relic. Silas drifted forward, the ambient temperature dropping further as the two distinct supernatural auras collided. Silas's expression softened just a fraction, the academic arrogance melting away to reveal the quiet respect he held for any spirit that had managed to anchor itself for this long. "Arthur," Silas said, his voice dropping an octave, carrying the formal, respectful cadence of one veteran addressing another. "It has been a long time. I have felt your resonance from the city on occasion." Arthur squinted at Silas from beneath the brim of his flat cap, his grip tightening on the brass handle of the scuttle. "You're the one who keeps correcting people's grammar in the ether, aren't you? Heard the whispers travelling along the ley lines. You're a noisy lot, you Cooper's Road crowd. All that shouting in Latin and throwing of phantom crockery. Can't a man have a bit of peace?" "We are not noisy," Silas retorted, immediately pulling himself up to his full, aristocratic height, his ethereal spine straightening like a steel rod. "We are vibrant. We are maintaining the structural integrity of the English language and preserving historical accuracy. A vital service, I assure you, in an era where communication has been reduced to acronyms and emojis. "You sound like a headmaster with a stick up his—" "Arthur," Rhea interrupted gently, cutting off the impending supernatural argument before it could escalate. She knelt carefully in the thick dust, uncaring about the grime staining the knees of her jeans, deliberately bringing herself down to Arthur's eye level. As she looked at him, really looked at him, she felt a sudden, profound pang of sadness tighten her chest. She had spent the first 10 years of her life in this house. She had vivid memories of sitting on the faded linoleum of the kitchen floor, stubbornly eating her peas one by one, while this exact man sat silently in the corner by the radiator. As a child, she hadn't known he was a ghost. She had just thought he was a quiet friend who never spoke, who always smelled faintly of burning coal and rain. She had grown up. Her mother had forced her to shut out the sight, and Rhea had forgotten him. She had left him here in the dark, never knowing that he was profoundly lonely, never realizing that he was trapped. "Arthur," Rhea said softly, her voice thick with emotion, "you know why I'm here. You heard my mum downstairs. They are moving out. Today." Arthur's translucent shoulders slumped. The orange glow around him dimmed significantly. "I heard." "The house has been sold," Rhea continued, keeping her tone incredibly gentle but firm. "The new owners are a young couple from London. They aren't going to appreciate a house that comes with a permanent, soot-covered ghost. They don't have the sight. To them, you'll just be cold spots, strange smells, and a feeling of dread in the hallway." Arthur looked away, staring at the chimney breast. "I don't mean to cause dread. I just like to sit by the hearth." "I know," Rhea said, "but if you stay here, they will notice. They might bring in a priest or an investigator, or worse, they might renovate. Mum said they want an open-plan layout. They'll rip up the original floorboards. They'll pull out the old fireplaces to make room for a media wall. You'll be displaced, Arthur. And if this scuttle ends up in a skip, you'll be dragged to a landfill. You'll have no tether. You'll fade in the dark, surrounded by rubbish." Arthur looked down at the brass coal scuttle in his lap. His spectral fingers traced the large dent on the side, a permanent scar on the metal. "It's all I've got," Arthur whispered. His voice cracked, sounding incredibly fragile. "It was mine, you know. Before I passed. Grandad Rishi, he came to my flat after the police found me. He cleared out my things because I had no kin. He took the scuttle." "I know he did," Rhea said softly. "It sat by his armchair for 20 years. "He polished it for me," Arthur said, a faint, ghostly smile touching his lips. "Every Sunday morning. Smelled like brasso and pipe smoke. And he talked to me, Rhea. Even when he couldn't see me clearly, he knew I was there. He'd sit by the fire, puff on that cherrywood pipe, and tell me about his day at the yard. He told me about the weather. He told me about you." Rhea's breath caught in her throat. "He did?" "He did," Arthur said, his pale, sad eyes finally meeting hers. The sorrow in his gaze was deep, ancient, and entirely unaged by time. "He told me he was worried sick about you. Said you had the sight, strong like your grandmother, but your mother was making you terrified of it. Said you were trying too hard to look away from the world, pretending the shadows were just shadows." Rhea felt a hot tear slide down her cheek, cutting a track through the attic dust on her face. She remembered her grandfather, his warm, booming laugh, his calloused hands, the way he always seemed to be looking just past her shoulder when they spoke, as if acknowledging an invisible crowd. "He told me to watch over the house," Arthur rasped, his grip on the scuttle tightening. "He told me to watch over you until you were ready to see us again. That was the promise, Rhea. That was the tether. I couldn't cross over. I wouldn't, because I hadn't finished the job he gave me." Rhea stared at the brass scuttle, a profound realization washing over her. The mechanics of the supernatural world were complex, but tethers were usually born of selfish desires. A murderer bound to his weapon, a miser bound to his gold, a mother bound to the child she lost. But this orange aura surrounding the battered brass wasn't just a ghostly glow born of regret or fear. It was a manifestation of pure loyalty. It was a promise. Arthur hadn't stayed in this dusty attic for decades because he was petty or because he was afraid of the afterlife. He had stayed because he loved her grandfather, and by extension, across the barrier of death, he loved her. "The job is done, Arthur," Rhea said, her voice breaking. She reached out, placing her hand a few inches above his spectral one. She couldn't feel his skin, but she could feel the intense, vibrating energy of his spirit. "I'm ready now. I see you. I see all of them. I built a place for us." Arthur sniffed, a phantom sound. "Grandad Rishi wouldn't want you stuck in a dark attic for the rest of eternity," Rhea continued, wiping her cheek with the back of her dusty sleeve. "He'd want you to be... well, he'd want you to be somewhere with a massive roaring fireplace, good company, and a proper cup of tea. Flat 3B has a fireplace, Arthur. Several of them, actually. It's a bit unusual. Sometimes the Romans argue with the Tudor cook, and there's a plague victim who is currently obsessed with internet commerce. But it's a sanctuary. No one there will ever paint over your history. You can watch over us there." Arthur looked around the dusty, forgotten attic. He looked at the stacks of VHS tapes, the boxes of university textbooks, the Tamagotchis. He looked at the space that had been his entire universe for 30 years, a space that was about to be abandoned, hollowed out and handed over to strangers who would never know his name. Then he looked at Rhea. He saw the genuine, desperate plea in her eyes. He looked at Silas, who was waiting with a rare, infinitely patient expression, his blue light offering a silent guarantee of protection. "A fireplace?" Arthur asked, his voice barely more than a whisper. "A magnificent one," Silas promised smoothly, stepping forward slightly. "Hewn from original Tudor stone. It draws beautifully, and you will be surrounded by a collection of people who, while occasionally chaotic and prone to historical melodrama, are at least marginally literate and deeply respectful of the hearth." Arthur looked down at the scuttle one last time. He let out a long, slow exhale that sent a flurry of dust motes dancing across the beam of Rhea's flashlight. "Okay," Arthur said, his grip on the brass handle loosened just a fraction. As he surrendered, the faint orange aura surrounding the metal pulsed once, deeply, illuminating the entire corner of the attic like a flare. "Let's go," the old ghost agreed. As Arthur took his first, hesitant step away from the trunk, the tether, the physical manifestation of Grandad Rishi's promise, began to shift. It was a beautiful, terrifying piece of magic to witness. The orange light didn't just cling to the brass scuttle anymore. It began to stretch, unraveling from the metal like a glowing spool of thread, and began to flow directly into Rhea's chest. It didn't hurt. Unlike Silas's tether, which often felt like a sharp, freezing hook when he was angry, Arthur's connection felt like a warm, heavy, incredibly familiar blanket settling over her shoulders. It was the weight of a grandfather's protection, finally transferred to its rightful recipient. Rhea gasped, her hands flying to her chest as the orange light sank into her skin, mingling seamlessly with the blue hum of Silas's anchor. "I've got him," Rhea whispered, looking at Baz, her eyes wide with wonder. "He's tethered to me now." But the moment of triumph was violently, catastrophically short-lived. Suddenly, the suffocating summer heat of the attic vanished. It was entirely eradicated in less than a second, replaced by a temperature drop so severe and immediate that Rhea heard the moisture in the air physically crackle and crystallize. This was not the gentle, nostalgic chill of Arthur's presence. This was not the atmospheric, pressure-driven cold of Silas's Victorian fury. This was a sharp, stabbing bite of absolute zero. It was a cold that bypassed the skin and drove straight into the marrow of the bone, making Rhea's teeth ache instantly. The beam of the flashlight flickered, the battery draining exponentially in the freezing environment. A profound sensation of being watched swept through the rafters. It wasn't the warmth of a grandfather's ghost looking out for his kin. It was the gaze of a predator, something cold, calculating, and entirely devoid of empathy. Baz dropped his camera gimbal. It hit a cardboard box with a loud, sickening crunch of expensive plastic. "Rhea," Baz gasped, his face draining of all colour until he looked paler than Arthur. He slapped a hand to the back of his neck. Something just touched my neck. It felt like a handful of freezing needles. Baz, get behind me, Rhea snapped, instantly shifting from wonder to pure survival mode. She dropped to her knees and grabbed the heavy hemp tote bag containing Silas's pocket watch, pulling it tight against her ribs. Silas spun around, his ghostly form instantly flaring from a calm, ambient glow into a brilliant, blinding, defensive sapphire. The air around him whipped into a localized vortex, sending old encyclopedias and plastic trinkets clattering across the floorboards. "Rhea," Silas boomed, his voice vibrating with absolute, terrifying certainty. "We are not alone." From the deepest shadows of the eaves, from a corner so dense and dark that the beam of the flashlight simply refused to penetrate it, a figure stepped forward. It was the man from the train platform, the auditor. He was a man, or at least he currently wore the shape and dimensions of one. He was dressed in a sleek, immaculately tailored charcoal grey suit that seemed woven from the fabric of the shadows themselves. The material didn't reflect the ambient light. It actively absorbed it, creating a visual void that made it difficult to focus on his exact outline. He had no tether. He emitted no glow. He looked utterly, terrifyingly human, except for his eyes. Where normal human eyes possessed whites, irises, and pupils, this man's eyes were a flat, bottomless, lifeless obsidian. They were like two polished stones set into a gaunt, pale face. Looking into them was like looking into a deep, lightless well. "A collection," the man said. His voice was perfectly modulated, carrying the smooth, frictionless cadence of an automated voice responding to a customer service query. It was entirely devoid of any emotional resonance, inflection, or warmth. He looked at Arthur, who was shrinking back against the chimney breast in pure terror, and then shifted his obsidian gaze to Rhea's tote bag, where Silas was currently drawing immense amounts of power. "I've been watching your little hobby, Rhea Khan," the man continued, taking a slow, perfectly measured step forward. His leather shoes made absolutely no sound against the wooden joists. A hotel for ghosts? A sanctuary for the lost? How very quaint! How painfully sentimental! But you are hoarding resources you fundamentally do not understand. "Who are you?" Rhea demanded. She forced herself to stand up, putting herself directly between the man and Baz. She tried to keep her voice steady, but the ice in the air was burning her lungs with every breath, making her words tremble. "How did you get in here? My mother has wards on the doors." "Wards are meant for the dead," the man replied, stepping fully into a shaft of dusty light. He didn't blink. Not once. "I am not dead. I am the auditor, and I am here to repossess the assets." He reached out a hand. The gesture was casual, almost lazy, but the result was catastrophic. The very air in the attic seemed to buckle and warp around his outstretched fingers, like heat haze off a summer road. Rhea screamed as the tethers at her chest, both the blue cord of Silas and the new orange cord of Arthur, began to vibrate violently. It felt as if a massive, invisible meat hook had been driven into her sternum, and someone was slowly, methodically turning a winch. She was being pulled forward, her boots sliding against the dust. He wasn't pulling her body, he was pulling on her soul. "Arthur, get behind me," Rhea shouted, dropping to one knee as the pain flared into a blinding white heat. Silas didn't hesitate. With a roar that shook the dust from the rafters, he launched himself at the auditor. He was a blur of tweed, ectoplasm, and righteous Victorian fury. He materialized a spectral cane in his hand, swinging it with enough supernatural force to shatter a brick wall. But the auditor didn't even flinch. As Silas reached him, the man in the charcoal suit simply flicked his wrist in a dismissive backhand motion. There was a sound like a thunderclap, followed by the sickening shriek of tearing metal. Silas, a ghost who had effortlessly terrified city council inspectors and poltergeists alike, was swatted out of the air like a mildly annoying insect. He was sent spiraling backward, his blue light flickering wildly before slamming violently into the brickwork of the chimney stack. The impact sent a shockwave of cold air through the room, and Silas crumpled, his form rapidly dissipating until he was barely a wisp of blue smoke. The man didn't even look at Silas to check the result of his strike. His obsidian eyes remained fixed entirely on Rhea. "Don't bother with the theatrics, Miss Khan," the auditor said, his flat voice cutting through the ringing silence. "This isn't a haunting. This isn't a bump in the night for you to manage. This is an eviction." The stranger reached into the inner breast pocket of his charcoal coat and pulled out an object. It looked like a jagged, unrefined shard of pure obsidian, about the length of a hunting knife. But it wasn't just stone. It was humming. It emitted a low, subsonic frequency that made Rhea's vision swim, vibrating the fluid in her inner ear until she felt violently nauseous. The air around the shard distorted, pulling the ambient light into its jagged edges. "I don't kill ghosts," the man said, taking another step forward, raising the humming shard. "You cannot kill what is already dead. But you can recycle them. You can extract the raw kinetic energy of their anchors. They are fuel, Miss Khan, and you're going to help me start the refining process." Rhea lunged for her laptop bag, desperate to grab Silas's pocket watch to keep the tether intact, but before her fingers could brush the canvas, the room vanished. The attic didn't just go dark. The single, low-wattage bulb hanging from the roof apex didn't shatter. The light was simply eaten. It was a void, a total, absolute absence of light, sound, and temperature. For a terrifying second, Rhea felt like she was floating in deep space. She couldn't see Baz. She couldn't see her own hands. She could only hear the frantic, thumping rhythm of her own heart and the terrible subsonic hum of the obsidian shard drawing closer in the dark. "No." Arthur's shout of defiance echoed in the blackness, followed by the metallic clang of his brass scuttle hitting the floorboards as he tried to throw it at the intruder. She heard the sound of Silas struggling to pull himself out of the brickwork, groaning in a deeply human manifestation of pain. "Rhea!" Baz's panicked shout rang out from somewhere to her left as he scrambled blindly over the boxes, desperate to find an exit. Then Silas's voice cut through the void, roaring with an intensity that burned through the sensory deprivation. "Run! Rhea, take the anchor and run!" Rhea didn't wait. Survival instinct, honed by a year of living on the edge of the supernatural world, overrode her terror. She dropped to the floorboards, blindly sweeping her hands through the dust until her fingers closed around the rough canvas strap of her tote bag. She hauled it against her chest. With her other hand, she reached out into the blackness, her fingers brushing against a patch of freezing mist that felt like Arthur's sleeve. She grabbed the ghost's spectral fabric, hooked her foot around Baz's ankle to drag him in the right direction, and plunged blindly toward where she knew the attic hatch had to be. Her knees slammed against the wooden frame of the opening. She didn't bother to find the rungs of the ladder. She simply threw herself into the gap, dragging Baz and the weight of 2 supernatural tethers with her. They tumbled down the aluminium ladder in a chaotic, bruising tangle of limbs, canvas, and spectral energy. Rhea hit the carpeted floor of the upstairs landing hard. The wind knocked out of her lungs. Baz crashed down beside her, cursing loudly as his elbow cracked against the banister. The cool, stale air of the hallway hit them like a physical wave of relief. The lights were on down here. The void hadn't spread past the attic hatch. "Up! Get up!" Rhea screamed, grabbing Baz by the collar of his damp t-shirt and hauling him to his feet. They didn't stop to check on Mira or Sala, who were thankfully still sequestered in the living room, oblivious to the supernatural war zone above them over the sound of packing tape. Rhea and Baz sprinted down the stairs, their boots pounding against the carpet, and threw themselves at the front door. Rhea ripped the door open, ignoring the heavy terracotta pot, and they spilled out onto the wet pavement of Chestnut Avenue. They stood in the driving rain, gasping for breath, staring back at the terraced house. The man in the charcoal suit was nowhere to be seen. He hadn't followed them out the door, but his presence lingered heavy in the air, hanging over the house like the sharp, metallic smell of ozone moments before a catastrophic lightning strike. Beside Rhea, the air shimmered violently. Silas appeared, materializing with a sickening crackle of displaced air. He looked terrible, His usually pristine tweed suit was torn, his blue light was dim and stuttering like a failing neon sign, and his spectral form was highly transparent. Arthur appeared a second later, clutching his scuttle, looking utterly traumatized. "He's got the sight," Silas whispered, his voice weak, clutching his side as if he had broken ribs. "But he is not a guardian. And he's not just a person with the sight, Rhea. He's a tether thief. He strips them clean of their anchors, severing the bond to consume the residual energy." "We have to get to flat 3B, Rhea said, her heart hammering against her ribs so hard she thought it might break them. She looked down at the bag containing the tethers. "We have to get back to Gloucester. We have to get everyone inside the threshold gate. If we can get through to the inner sanctum, maybe we can hide." Silas looked at her, his glowing sapphire eyes filled with a rare, devastatingly honest fear. "He knows where we live, Rhea," Silas said, his voice trembling in the rain. "He told me before he struck. He's been watching the hotel for weeks. He knows exactly where the sanctuary is, and he knows exactly how many souls are inside it." Rhea looked at the frightened faces of Silas and Arthur, and the terrified, shivering form of Baz. "Then we'd better make the hotel a fortress," Rhea said, turning her back on her childhood home, "because we are going to war." Chapter 5. The Sanctuary of Lost Things. The Gloucester night air did absolutely nothing to calm the frantic, hammering rhythm of Rhea's pounding heart. If anything, the damp, suffocating chill of the evening only amplified the sheer terror coursing through her veins. They had managed to sprint from her childhood home to the edge of the village, blindly navigating the rain-slicked lanes until they stumbled upon a lone, miraculous regional taxi waiting outside a closed pub. The escape had been a messy, uncoordinated retreat, fueled by pure adrenaline and the lingering, subsonic dread of the auditor's obsidian shard. Now, as they sped back toward the city limits of Gloucester in the back of a battered Skoda Octavia that smelled aggressively of stale fries, damp upholstery, and wet dog, the world outside the window felt deeply, terrifyingly distorted. Rhea pressed her forehead against the freezing glass. The streetlights streaking past seemed to stretch too far, their orange halos bleeding into the persistent drizzle like watercolour paint on wet canvas. The shadows cast by the passing trees looked too deep, too sharp, stretching like skeletal fingers toward the road. Her nerves were so completely frayed that every single pedestrian they passed on the slick pavements felt like a potential threat. Every passing car, its headlights cutting blindly through the rain, looked like a predator closing in for the kill. In the back seat next to her, Silas Thorne was not handling the retreat with his usual aristocratic stoicism. The ghost sat entirely rigid, staring out the opposite window with the intense, unblinking, predatory focus of a hawk. His spectral form, usually a calm, ambient, and highly civilized shade of pale blue, was completely transformed. He was currently radiating a swirling, violently agitated indigo light. It was a dark, bruising colour that pulsed with the rapid, erratic frequency of a coming thunderstorm. The drop in temperature within the taxi was severe. The oblivious mortal driver, a man in his 50s listening to a late-night sports radio phone-in, kept reaching forward to crank the car's heating dials, shivering and muttering about a draft, entirely unaware that a 1920s occultist was currently drawing immense amounts of ambient thermal energy to maintain his manifestation. Silas kept smoothing the lapels of his tweed waistcoat, his translucent fingers twitching in a nervous, repetitive rhythm that was entirely out of character. "He was not a spirit, Rhea," Silas whispered. His voice was so quiet, so tightly constrained by fear, that it barely registered over the mechanical hum of the taxi's diesel engine and the rhythmic thwack-thwack of the windshield wipers. He didn't project his voice. He sent the words straight down the glowing, invisible tether connecting him to the pocket watch, hidden in Rhea's bag. "I know," Rhea replied, her voice equally hushed. She glanced at the back of the taxi driver's head to ensure he couldn't hear her appearing to talk to thin air. "He said he was an auditor." "That man, he had the sight, yes. He possessed the fundamental genetic anomaly required to pierce the veil," Silas continued, his indigo eyes darting to track a shadow moving in an alleyway as they passed. But he had no aura, no ghost attached to his lineage, no tether of his own. He was entirely, fundamentally hollow, a vacuum wrapped in a tailored suit. Silas turned his head slowly to look at Rhea. The sheer, unadulterated dread etched into his sharp academic features made Rhea's stomach clench. "I have walked this earth for nearly a century as a phantom," Silas said, his voice dropping to a gravelly, trembling frequency. "Before that, I spent 40 years studying the darkest, most esoteric corners of the occult. I have seen men consumed by profound greed. I have witnessed the depths of mortal madness. I have seen rage that could shatter stone. But I have never seen a man who treated human souls like raw currency. He did not want to banish us. He wanted to consume the kinetic energy of our anchors. He is a parasite." Rhea clutched her heavy hemp tote bag tighter to her chest, crossing her arms over it defensively. Inside, beneath her laptop and a tangle of charging cables, Silas's silver pocket watch and Arthur's dented brass coal scuttle rested heavily against her ribs. The tethers, one blue and humming, one orange and warm, pulsed gently against her sternum, a comforting, vital weight. "A tether thief," Rhea murmured, tasting the sheer impossibility of the words. "He called himself an auditor. He said he was here to repossess the assets." "He is a terrifying anomaly," Silas agreed, his spectral form flickering as the taxi hit a pothole. "In all my time, in all my research at the esoteric lodges of London and Paris, I have never encountered such a phenomenon. The sight is meant to be a gift, Rhea, or a curse, depending on the resilience of the soul bearing it. It is a bridge between the living and the dead. But to use that bridge to harvest the tethers of the departed, to strip an entity of its anchor and consume the residual energy, that is a profound corruption of the natural order. It violates the fundamental laws of magical thermodynamics." "We're going to be ready for him," Rhea said, forcing a steel into her voice that she absolutely did not feel. She gripped the canvas straps of the bag so tightly her knuckles ached. With every mile they put between themselves and Grandad Rishi's house, her panic was slowly morphing into a cold, hardened resolve. "He surprised us today. We were out in the open, but Flat 3B is different. It has the endless corridors, the Roman bathhouse sections, the Tudor kitchens. It's a maze, Silas. If he comes for us there, he's going to have to find us first." "A maze can quickly become a cage, Rhea, if the Minotaur knows the layout," Silas warned grimly. In the front passenger seat, Baz was completely silent. This, more than the freezing temperature, or Silas's indigo panic, was the most alarming indicator of their situation. Baz was never silent. He was a creature of constant motion, endless commentary, and relentless, hyperactive optimism. But right now, huddled in the front seat with his damp jacket pulled tight around his neck, he looked entirely shaken. His usual energetic bounce had been replaced by a grim, focused, sickly pallor. He was staring blankly at his lap, where his expensive DSLR camera rested in its waterproof bag. "Baz?" Rhea asked softly, leaning forward slightly against the divider. Baz blinked, seemingly pulled out of a deep trance, and looked up. He caught Rhea's eye in the rearview mirror. He wasn't filming. His phone was tucked securely in his pocket. "Rhea," Baz said, turning around clumsily in his seat to face her, mindful of the oblivious driver. His voice was unsteady. "My rig. I left it running. The camera was recording the whole time we were up in the attic." "I told you not to film Arthur," Rhea sighed, rubbing her temples. "I wasn't trying to." Baz defended himself quickly, keeping his voice to an urgent whisper. "I just forgot to cut the feed when the temperature dropped. But Rhea, that's not the point. I just checked the playback on the viewfinder." He pulled the heavy camera out of the bag, flipping out the digital screen and pressing play. He held it up over the center console so Rhea could see. The small, high-definition screen showed the chaotic, dusty interior of the attic. It showed Rhea kneeling in the dust. It showed the faint, pulsing orange glow of Arthur by the chimney breast. It showed Silas flaring into a brilliant blue shield. And then the auditor stepped out of the shadows. Except, on the screen, he wasn't there. Where the man in the charcoal suit had stood, the video simply ceased to exist. It wasn't that he was invisible, or a blur of motion. There was a literal, absolute void on the digital file. It looked as though someone had taken a digital eraser to that specific section of the frame. The pixels surrounding the space where the man should have been were warping, stretching, and artifacting wildly, bleeding colours into a black hole that swallowed the light from the camera's sensor. The screen. It didn't show him, Baz whispered, his eyes wide as he watched the digital Silas get thrown across the room by an invisible, reality-warping force. It just showed a black hole. It corrupted the timecode, Rhea. The audio is completely gone. It's like his very presence deleted the optical reality around him. He's using something to cloak his kinetic signature, Silas deduced, leaning forward, his indigo light casting an eerie glow over the camera screen. Or, worse, he is utilizing his own immense, stolen energy to physically distort the optical reality. He is absorbing the light, the sound, the very data in the air. He is powerful, Baz. Far, far more powerful than a simple medium or a rogue spirit. Great, Baz muttered, turning back around and shoving the camera into its bag. So, we're fighting a guy who can literally delete himself from reality and eats ghosts for breakfast. Awesome. Love this for my documentary. The arrival. When the taxi finally pulled onto Cooper's Road, the rain had settled into a persistent, miserable drizzle. The street was a narrow, slightly run-down artery of Gloucester, lined with Victorian terraced buildings that had long since been carved up into cheap flats and struggling independent businesses. Rhea paid the driver, tipping him generously for the freezing conditions, and they spilled out onto the wet pavement. The building at number 42 looked profoundly different tonight. It was the same warped, drifty brick structure it had always been, with its peeling paint and perpetually overflowing municipal bins out front. But tonight, to Rhea's heightened senses, it felt entirely alive. It felt like a living creature that was actively holding its breath, bracing for an impact. Across the street, the garish neon sign for the corner shop, cloudy with a chance of vape, was usually a comforting, steady beacon of bright, artificial pink. Tonight, the sign was malfunctioning. It flickered with a persistent, erratic, terrifying pulse. Red, dark, red, dark. It flashed like a municipal warning light, casting harsh, bloody shadows across the wet tarmac of Cooper's Road. The ambient magical energy radiating from number 42 was leaking out into the physical street, disrupting the local electrical grid. The wards are stressed, Silas noted, materializing fully on the pavement next to Rhea. He looked up at the third-floor windows of the attic flat. The sanctuary senses the threat. The perimeter is bracing. They hurried up the cracked front steps and pushed through the heavy, chipped green front door. The immediate smell of damp brick, old floor polish, and lingering incense greeted them like a familiar, aggressively protective embrace. The communal hallway of the building was narrow, lit by a single, buzzing fluorescent tube. Standing dead center in the hallway, entirely blocking the stairs leading up to the flats, was Mrs. Pigeon. The eccentric landlady looked like a furious, leopard-print goddess of war. She was still wearing her signature, fluffy fleece dressing gown, but beneath it, she was wearing heavy, steel-toed Dr. Martens combat boots. Her bright, unnatural red hair was tied back in a severe, functional bun. In her right hand, resting casually against her shoulder like a baseball bat, she held a massive, heavy iron crowbar. The metal of the crowbar was wrapped intricately in copper wire and smeared with what looked suspiciously like crushed sage and salt paste. "Right, you're back." "Finally," Mrs. Pigeon barked, her gravelly voice echoing off the cheap plaster. She nodded sharply at Rhea, Baz, and the empty space beside them. Then her eyes dropped to the black plastic rubbish bag Rhea was holding, which contained Arthur's scuttle. "And I see you brought a +1, Mrs. Pigeon noted, her eyes narrowing as the air temperature around the bag noticeably dropped. "I hope to God he's house-trained, Rhea, because I am not dealing with another poltergeist who throws the plumbing fixtures out the window. Arthur flickered into existence, standing nervously half behind Rhea. He clutched his spectral flat cap in his hands, shivering violently in the drifty hallway, looking completely overwhelmed by the sheer, aggressive presence of the landlady. "This is Arthur," Rhea said quickly, stepping forward. He's a friend of my granddad Rishi. He's safe. He just needs a hearth." "He needs a bath, looks like, with all that soot," Mrs. Pigeon grunted, though her grip on the crowbar loosened slightly. She pointed the heavy iron tool toward the stairwell. "I've locked the downstairs perimeter. Solid iron filings in all the window tracks, sea salt across the front and back thresholds, and I painted the secondary wards with that foul-smelling oil Silas suggested." "He has the sight, Mrs. Pigeon," Rhea warned, leaning against the wall, utterly breathless from the adrenaline crash. "Wards might slow him down, but they won't stop him. He knows what we are. He bypassed my mother's protections without breaking a sweat." Mrs. Pigeon sniffed loudly, adjusting her grip on her makeshift weapon. She didn't look afraid. She looked deeply, violently offended that someone was threatening her property. "Then he's in for a bloody fight, isn't he?" the landlady growled, a fierce, protective fire burning in her eyes. "This isn't just a drafty attic and a leaky roof, love. This is a fortress, and nobody breaks my lease agreements without facing me first. Let's get you all inside 3B. The threshold gate. They moved as a tight, cohesive unit up the first 2 flights of stairs, the wooden steps groaning in protest beneath Mrs. Pigeon's heavy boots. They bypassed Rhea's attic flat entirely. The attic was safe, but it was just a normal apartment. It obeyed the laws of physics. They needed the impossible. They needed the labyrinth. They stopped on the second-floor landing, standing before the door to flat 3B. To a mundane observer, the door looked entirely ordinary. It was painted a drab, institutional beige, with a brass number 3 and B screwed slightly crookedly into the wood. The paint was peeling around the handle, and the mail slot was jammed shut with a piece of folded cardboard. But to anyone with the sight, the door was a visual migraine. It hummed with contained energy, the air around the frame shimmering like heat haze. Mrs. Pigeon reached into the deep pocket of her leopard print gown and pulled out a massive, antique iron skeleton key. She slid it into the modern Yale lock, a physical impossibility that somehow worked flawlessly, and turned it. The lock didn't click. It sounded like a massive stone vault, unsealing. Mrs. Pigeon pushed the door open. Stepping through the threshold gate of 3B was never a casual experience. It was a visceral, jarring, spatial shift. Rhea braced herself as she crossed the line. The pressure in her ears popped violently, as if she had just rapidly descended in an airplane. The drab, fluorescent-lit beige hallway of the Gloucester apartment building vanished instantly. They stepped into a space that utterly, aggressively defied geography, architecture, and linear time. The narrow, carpeted landing was replaced by a wide, cavernous corridor constructed of massive, uneven flagstones. The air grew immediately cool, completely dry, and smelled intensely of old, cold stone, burning beeswax, and melting candle wax. The hallway stretched out before them, impossibly long, curving away into the darkness. It was lit by heavy, flickering iron sconces mounted to the rough-hewn walls, casting long, dancing orange shadows that played tricks on the eyes. This was the nexus. From this main arterial corridor, dozens of other doors branched off, each leading to a different pocket dimension, a different era of history that had somehow become anchored to this specific geographic point in the city. To the immediate left, a heavy oak door stood slightly ajar. Through the gap, Rhea could hear the frantic clatter of iron pots, the roaring crackle of a massive spit-roasting fire, and the distinct, furious yelling of Madge, the Tudor-era spectral cook. The smell of roasting mutton and wood smoke bled heavily into the hallway. To the right, a set of cracked marble steps led downward into a humid, steam-filled archway, where the low, rhythmic chanting of Latin echoed from the Roman bathhouse. "It's bigger in here tonight," Baz whispered, his voice echoing slightly against the stone. He was looking up at the vaulted ceiling, which seemed to stretch 30 feet high. "The geometry is expanding." The gate is reacting to our panic, Silas explained, drifting smoothly over the flagstones. It is drawing ambient energy, widening the corridors to create defensive depth. The sanctuary is attempting to protect its inhabitants. The garrison. Standing dead center in the hallway, about 20 paces down the flagstone corridor, was a massive, imposing figure blocking the route deeper into the labyrinth. It was Cassius. The Centurion was stationed exactly at the primary archway, leading into the Roman-era sector. He was a literal wall of iron and disciplined spectral muscle. He appeared as a fully armoured Roman soldier, clad in rusted, dented larica segmentata. His crimson crest, mounted horizontally across his iron helmet, was completely motionless. Unlike Arthur's sad orange glow or Silas's academic blue, Cassius radiated a harsh, violent, blood-red aura that illuminated the stone walls around him. He held a massive, rectangular scutum shield planted firmly on the ground before him, and his right hand rested easily on the hilt of his gladius, the short sword drawn halfway from its scabbard. When Cassius saw Rhea and Mrs. Pigeon step through the threshold, he didn't relax his posture. He simply gave a crisp, infinitesimally sharp nod of acknowledgement. He spoke, his voice a deep, guttural bark of classical Latin that echoed like a military drum. Limes securus est, sed frigus sentio, venator adest. Rhea's Latin was terrible on a good day, but she didn't need to translate. He says the primary corridor is secure. Silas translated seamlessly, floating gracefully down the hall to stand beside the Roman. He has stationed 3 of his spectral legionnaires, though they are little more than echoes, at the bathhouse vents. But he senses the unnatural cold. He says the intruder is near. The predator is circling the perimeter. "Good man, Cassius," Mrs. Pigeon commended, tapping her iron crowbar against her boot. "Tell him to hold the line. If anything, wearing a charcoal suit tries to pass, he has full authorization to use that sword." Cassius seemed to understand the landlady's tone, if not her exact words. He drew the gladius fully from its sheath with a sharp, metallic ring that sent a shiver down Rhea's spine. The red aura around his blade flared violently. "Arthur," Rhea said, turning gently to the shivering ghost who was staring in absolute, wide-eyed terror at the armoured Roman soldier. Arthur looked entirely overwhelmed. He had gone from a quiet, dusty attic in the Cotswolds to a spatially impossible castle corridor guarded by an ancient warlord in the span of an hour. He gripped his plastic-wrapped coal scuttle so tightly his translucent knuckles were glowing white. "Arthur, it's okay. Cassius is on our side," Rhea promised softly. "We need to get you settled. You need to anchor yourself to a room here so you aren't drawing on my energy to stay manifested." She turned to Silas. "Silas, show him to the Victorian parlour, the fireplace room. It's the closest thing to Grandad's house we have in here. It'll make him comfortable." Silas nodded, his indigo light finally settling back into a calmer, more controlled shade of sapphire. An excellent tactical decision. The Victorian parlour is deep within the labyrinth. It will be incredibly difficult for the auditor to locate without a guide. Silas gestured elegantly for Arthur to follow him down a branching side corridor that smelled faintly of lavender and old paper. "The fireplace room, Arthur," Silas said, his voice adopting a soothing, highly formal tone meant to calm the terrified spirit. It boasts a magnificent cast-iron Victorian grate, fully functional, with exceptional draft control, and I believe there is an entire crate of high-quality anthracite coal down in the Tudor cellar that Bartholomew hasn't managed to ruin yet. I shall have the monks haul it up for you immediately." Arthur looked at Silas, the sheer absurdity of the offer breaking through his terror. "Monks? You're going to have monks fetch my coal?" "They owe me a favour," Silas sniffed imperiously. "They attempted to consecrate my toaster this morning. A period of physical labour will be good for their ascetic souls." Arthur offered a weak, incredulous smile and followed the glowing blue occultist down the dark stone hallway, his heavy boots making no sound against the flagstones. The War Council. As Silas and Arthur disappeared into the depths of the labyrinth, the heavy, suffocating weight of leadership suddenly dropped squarely onto Rhea's shoulders. It was a physical sensation, pressing down on her collarbone right where the tethers anchored to her soul. She stood in the centre of the impossible stone corridor, the flickering candlelight casting long shadows across her exhausted face. She wasn't just a struggling author anymore. She wasn't just a young woman trying to avoid her mother's phone calls and manage her erratic sleep schedule. She was the anchor. She was the warden of this impossible place, the sole protector of these lost, broken things that society, both living and dead, had discarded. And the auditor, a man who viewed her friends as nothing more than fuel to be consumed, was standing right outside her front door. "Baz," Ria said, turning sharply to her best friend. All the panic from the taxi ride was gone, replaced by a cold, sharp, operational clarity. "Yeah?" Baz asked, standing up straight, sensing the shift in her demeanour. "We need to talk to the others. All of them," Ria instructed, her voice steady and commanding, echoing down the stone hall. "Every single entity currently residing in Flat 3B. We need to hold a council. I want to know exactly what we have to work with. We need to know who can actively fight, who can create physical distractions, who needs to be hidden in the deepest pocket dimensions, and who can help fortify the wards." Baz nodded slowly, his face grim but determined. He reached into his pocket and pulled out his phone, opening a blank digital notepad. "Right, got it. I'll start the registry," Baz said, his fingers flying across the screen. "We've got Cassius on the front line. We've got Madge in the Tudor kitchen. She can throw spectral boiling water, which causes localized frostbite. We've got the choir of Cistercian monks. Maybe their chanting can disrupt his frequency. And we've got Bartholomew." "Bartholomew is a 17th century plague victim who cries when the Wi-Fi goes down," Ria pointed out. "Hide him. Put him in the deepest cellar with Arthur." "Agreed," Baz typed rapidly. He looked up, a fierce, protective spark returning to his eyes. "If this auditor guy wants a war, Ria, we're going to give him one. He thinks ghosts are just fuel. Let's show him what a haunted house actually looks like." Ria offered a tight, grim smile. She looked back toward the heavy wooden door that led out to the normal, mundane hallway of Cooper's Road. Outside that door was a world of council tax, traffic wardens, and normal, boring reality. But it was a world that was about to find out exactly what lived behind the peeling floral wallpaper of number 42. Ria walked over to a small, rough-hewn wooden table set against the stone wall. She unzipped her heavy hemp tote bag and carefully lifted her laptop out, placing it on the ancient wood. She opened the lid. The silver metal gleamed sharply in the dim, ancient candlelight. The harsh, bright white glare of the modern screen illuminated her face, a stark contrast to the medieval surroundings. She was a warden, yes, but she was still a writer, and she needed to document the truth before it was erased. She opened her manuscript file, scrolling past the polite, agonizingly boring pitch she had drafted that morning. She highlighted the entire page and hit delete. Her fingers hovered over the keyboard for a fraction of a second. Then, with a definitive, rhythmic clatter that echoed down the impossible stone corridor, she began to type. Chapter 1, the cursor blinked rhythmically, a tiny heartbeat on the screen. The day the harvest came to Gloucester. Chapter 6, the package and the presents. The siege mentality. The week following the auditor's intrusion had turned the attic flat at 42 Cooper's Road into a high-security bunker. The eccentric, chaotic charm of the ghost hotel had been systematically stripped away, replaced by the grim, suffocating atmosphere of a military installation bracing for a siege. Ria Khan had spent the better part of the last 48 hours reinforcing the physical and metaphysical thresholds of the building. She had worked until her fingers bled, moving in tandem with Silas Thorne, whose mood had violently shifted from pompous literary critic to battle-hardened commander of the Spectral Guard. The sanctuary of Flat 3B was no longer merely a labyrinth of folded history. It was a heavily fortified maze designed to confuse, trap, and repel. Ria had drawn thick, unbroken lines of coarse sea salt mixed with crushed black tourmaline across every windowsill, doorframe, and air vent in her attic apartment. She had painted ancient warding sigils on the interior brickwork, using a foul-smelling paste made of sage, ash, and blessed oil, a recipe Silas had dictated from memory, citing a 16th century text he had once studied in an underground Parisian occult lodge. The air inside the flat was perpetually thick, smelling sharply of ozone, dried herbs, and static electricity. Down below, in the spatially impossible depths of Flat 3B, the ghosts had been mobilized. Cassius the Centurion had abandoned his usual stoic pacing of the Roman bathhouse archway. He had established a heavily fortified choke point at the primary entrance corridor. The red, violent aura of his manifestation burned brighter than ever, casting bloody, flickering light against the ancient flagstones. He had been reinforced by a squad of 19th century chimney sweeps, a half-dozen scrappy, soot-covered spectral children led by a fiercely protective 12-year-old named Barnaby. The sweeps were surprisingly adept at navigating the dark, impossible geometry of the sanctuary's walls. They communicated through a rapid, complex system of tapping on the supernatural plumbing, creating an early warning network that echoed through the building's infrastructure, like the clicking of giant insects. Deeper within the labyrinth, Bartholomew, the highly opinionated 1665 plague victim, was currently busy fortifying the Tudor kitchen and the adjoining cellars. He had abandoned his futile quest for internet connectivity and leaned entirely into his historical trauma. He was generating a thick, localized barrier of plague mist, a dense, yellowish fog based on the 17th century miasma theory of disease. It hung heavy in the air, smelling faintly of rotting rosemary, sharp vinegar, and deep, profound despair. Any entity attempting to walk through it would be overwhelmed by the phantom sensation of failing lungs and burning fever. Even Arthur, the newly arrived ghost of her grandfather's friend, had found a role. Anchored to his brass scuttle in the Victorian parlour, he maintained a roaring, spectral coal fire that pumped a steady stream of thick, blinding soot into the secondary ventilation shafts, creating a smokescreen that obscured the layout of the upper levels from any prying, clairvoyant eyes. But despite the extensive fortifications, despite the salt and the sentries and the smoke, a gnawing, cold anxiety remained firmly lodged at the base of Ria's skull. It was a persistent, shivering reminder that the man in the charcoal suit, the auditor, was still out there. He hadn't just been a bump in the night. He was a predator. He was a man who walked through wards as if they were cobwebs, hiding in the blind spots of reality, hunting tethers like a ruthless collector, harvesting incredibly rare, incredibly vulnerable stamps. And he knew exactly where they lived. Writer's block and the missing piece. The morning of the package's arrival was grey, sodden, and deeply miserable. It was the kind of relentless, driving Gloucester drizzle that made the entire world outside the reinforced windows look like a faded, smeared charcoal sketch. The River Severn was likely swelling its banks, and the damp cold seemed to seep right through the Victorian brickwork, settling deep into Ria's joints. Ria was sitting at her reclaimed walnut desk, her shoulders hunched, staring blindly at a blank, glowing white document on her laptop screen. Her fingers rested motionless on the keyboard. She had been trying to write the second draft of her new proposal for 3 agonizing hours, but the words refused to come. Her mind felt incredibly heavy, sluggish, and entirely devoid of the creative spark that Silas kept relentlessly demanding. Her physical body was running on fumes, sustained by a toxic combination of instant coffee, sheer adrenaline, and 3 hours of fitful sleep interrupted by nightmares of obsidian eyes. "You are hesitating, Ria," Silas said from the shadowy corner of the room. He was hovering near a precarious pile of historical reference books, his spectral form radiating a frustrated, icy, tactical blue glow that cast long, unnatural shadows against the peeling floral wallpaper. He had abandoned his usual relaxed posture, standing rigidly with his translucent hands clasped behind his back, resembling an agitated military general inspecting a failing battalion. "The pacing of your narrative is entirely stagnant," Silas continued, his patrician voice vibrating with impatience. You are writing about the visceral sensation of fear, as if you are describing a deeply tedious university lecture on meteorology. The air grew cold. I felt scared. Really, Ria? This is the prose of an amateur. Describe the absolute bone-cracking cold. Describe the crushing weight of the atmospheric pressure. Do not simply tell the reader you are afraid. Show me the violent tremors in your hands. Make them taste the copper tang of terror in the back of their throats. Ria squeezed her eyes shut, pressing the heels of her hands against her throbbing temples. I'm not writing, Silas. I'm trying to think, Ria snapped, her voice cracking slightly from exhaustion. She took a deep, shuddering breath, instantly regretting her tone, and softened it. I'm sorry. I can't focus on the prose. Not when I'm waiting for the door to be kicked in by a man who wants to eat your soul. Silas drifted closer, the ambient temperature dropping, though his expression softened just a fraction. A writer must compartmentalize, Ria. Art is forged in the crucible of adversity. If you wait for peacetime to document the war, the history will be written by the victors, and we cannot afford to lose. I know, Ria whispered, staring at the blinking cursor. It's just... the house feels wrong. It feels empty. Empty? Silas repeated, arching an ethereal eyebrow. He gestured expansively toward the floorboards. We currently have a Roman legionnaire pacing the hallway, a plague victim brewing toxic fog in the kitchen, 6 Victorian orphans in the plumbing, and a Cistercian choir practicing Gregorian chants in the lower bathroom. This building is a logistical nightmare of overpopulation. It is the furthest thing from empty. It's not physically empty, Ria corrected, wrapping her thick wool cardigan tighter around her shivering frame. It's crowded, but it feels like it's missing something, a foundational piece. She didn't know exactly what she was looking for, or how to articulate the specific shape of the void in her chest, but the feeling of missing had been her constant, silent companion since the day her granddad Rishi had passed away. That loss had cracked her world open, and standing in the attic of her childhood home a week ago, looking at the remnants of a family being packed into cardboard boxes, the feeling had intensified into a dull ache. It was the realization that the man she had never known, her father, Vikram Khan, was nothing more than a name written in the margins of a faded baby book. Vikram had died in a sudden, tragic car accident 3 months before Ria was born. She had no memories of him, no scent to recall, no sound of his voice to remember, no mental image to conjure other than the few static, faded Polaroid photographs her mother kept in a locked drawer. He was an abstract concept, a blank space in the tapestry of her life. Surrounded by ghosts who clung so fiercely to the mortal realm, Ria often found herself quietly, guiltily wondering why her own father hadn't stayed behind to watch her grow. The delivery, clack, thud, the sharp, authoritative, violently loud thump of the heavy brass mail slot on the front door snapping shut echoed through the quiet flat like a gunshot. Ria jumped so violently her knee slammed into the underside of the walnut desk, rattling the mason jars of salt. Her heart immediately hammered a frantic, terrified rhythm against her ribs. She shot out of her chair, her hand instinctively dropping to her coat pocket, where she kept a heavy iron nail and a pouch of blessed ash. Silas materialized fully, his blue light flaring into a brilliant, blinding sapphire shield as he positioned himself between Ria and the hallway. They stood in absolute silence for 10 agonizing seconds, listening to the heavy, rhythmic sound of booted footsteps retreating down the external stairwell, followed by the faint hum of a diesel postal van driving away in the rain. Mundane post, Silas deduced, his bright aura dimming slightly, though he did not lower his guard. The wards were not breached. It lacks a magical signature. Ria let out a breath she hadn't realized she was holding. She crept cautiously out of the main room and into the narrow entryway, keeping her back pressed against the wall. She checked the spy hole in the heavy oak door. The communal hallway was empty, illuminated only by the flickering, buzzing fluorescent bulb. She carefully unlocked the 3 separate deadbolts, sliding the heavy iron chain away, and pulled the door open just enough to look down. Sitting squarely on the welcome mat, completely bisecting a line of protective salt, was a box. It wasn't a sleek corporate delivery, and it wasn't the dreaded thick manila envelope of municipal council paperwork. It was a battered, sturdy, medium-sized cardboard box, heavily wrapped in thick brown packing tape. It looked like it had survived a perilous, months-long expedition across the Atlantic, its corners dented and its sides slightly warped from the damp Gloucester air. Ria dragged the heavy box inside with her foot, immediately relocking and bolting the door behind her. She knelt on the floorboards, examining the label. The return address wasn't printed, it was written in thick black marker. The neat, swirling, undeniably controlling script belonged exclusively to Mira Khan. To Ria, from Mum. Handle with care. The attic clear out. Ria stared at the handwriting. Her mother was entirely settled in with Auntie Sala now. The childhood home on Chestnut Avenue sold and gutted. This box represented the final physical severing of those ties. It was the detritus that Mira couldn't bear to throw away, but couldn't justify keeping in her new, minimalist space. Ria picked up the box. It was surprisingly heavy, shifting with a dull thud as she carried it over to the kitchen area. She hoisted it onto the kitchen island, the scarred, wood-grain surface polished and gleaming under the harsh electric pendant lights above. As she set the box down, she felt a sudden, strange sensation radiating from the cardboard. It was a pull, a distinct, atmospheric shift. It made the fine hairs on her arms stand up, but it didn't trigger her fight-or-flight response. It wasn't the freezing, predatory, absolute zero cold of the auditor that made her teeth ache and her lungs burn, and it wasn't the damp, earthy, oppressive chill of Bartholomew the plague victim. This was a warm cold. It was the soft, fuzzy, nostalgic chill of stepping in from a snowstorm to find a heavy quilt waiting by the radiator. It felt like a winter memory. "A package?" Silas asked, floating smoothly through the wall, dividing the kitchen from the living room, to hover above the island. He looked at the cardboard with deep suspicion. "Is it more manuscript revisions from your publisher? I hope to God it isn't another batch of those dreadful undergraduate essays you were grading last month to make rent. If I have to read one more paper on the metaphorical ghosts of Shakespeare, written by someone who doesn't understand basic comma placement, I shall manifest a poltergeist in their dormitory." "It's from Mum," Ria said softly, reaching into the cutlery drawer and pulling out a sharp paring knife. "She's officially moved in with Auntie Sala. She must have finally finished clearing out the last of the old house, the things that didn't go to the charity shop or the tip." Silas hovered closer, his spectral eyes narrowing as he analysed the faint energy radiating from the box. "Exercise caution, Ria. Objects with significant history carry weight. In a sanctuary as electrically charged as ours, bringing in untested emotional anchors can cause disruptions." "It's just family junk, Silas," Ria murmured, pressing the blade of the knife against the thick brown tape. The anchor of cotton and dust. As she slit the tape down the centre seam, the cardboard flaps popped open, releasing a pocket of trapped air. A scent drifted out of the box, immediately cutting through the sharp, metallic smell of the ozone and warding sage that permeated the flat. It wasn't just the expected smell of dry dust, aging cardboard, or Grandad Rishi's lingering pipe tobacco. It was a deeply specific, intimately familiar aroma. It smelled distinctly, sweetly, of baby powder, unscented lotion, and old, heavily worn cotton. It was a scent that Ria hadn't consciously realized was buried deep in the absolute bedrock of her subconscious. It bypassed her logical brain entirely, hitting her with a wave of profound, inexplicable nostalgia that made her chest tighten. She peeled back the thick layers of plastic bubble wrap that Mira had meticulously arranged. The box was a haphazard time capsule. Neatly folded on top were a few of Grandad Rishi's old, moth-eaten woolen sweaters, the fabric scratchy and smelling faintly of mothballs. Beneath them lay a collection of small ceramic elephants with their trunks raised for luck. Ornaments Ria vividly remembered dusting on her grandmother's heavy mahogany sideboard every Sunday as a child. There was a rusted tin containing a collection of mismatched buttons, a tarnished silver baby rattle, and a stack of dog-eared paperback thrillers. But as Rhea dug deeper, her fingers brushed against something soft, buried at the very bottom beneath a layer of tissue paper. She pulled it free from the packaging. It was a plush teddy dog. To an objective observer, it was arguably the ugliest, most pathetic stuffed animal currently residing in the county of Gloucestershire. Its synthetic brown fur was heavily matted with age, worn completely down to the coarse woven backing in several places around the paws and snout. One of its hard plastic button eyes had popped off at some point in the last 2 decades and was currently hanging precariously by a single, frayed black thread against its cheek. It was missing the red ribbon Rhea vaguely remembered it wearing in a photograph, and its stuffing had shifted, giving it a lopsided, permanently mournful expression. And yet, as Rhea held the pathetic, misshapen toy in her hands, she felt a profound, overwhelming sensation of coming home. The moment her bare fingers fully grasped the plush fabric, the physical and magical atmosphere of the attic flat fundamentally changed. The ever-present smell of ancient beeswax, old leather bindings, and ozone, the distinct atmospheric signature of Silas Thorne's aura, evaporated in an instant, pushed back by a stronger, older current of magic. Instead, the harsh, bright kitchen was suddenly filled with the sound of a faint, muffled heartbeat. Thump, 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 thump. It wasn't a terrifying, paranormal sound. It was the slow, steady, rhythmic thud of a living heart. It sounded exactly like resting your ear against the chest of a man sitting in a comfortable armchair, humming a low, wordless, deeply soothing lullaby. The temperature in the room didn't plummet. Instead, the lingering chill of the Gloucester rain transformed entirely. The coldness warped from a haunting, spectral chill into the overwhelming physical sensation of a protective, lingering hug. The air felt heavy with absolute, unconditional safety. "Rhea," Silas breathed, his voice tight. He drifted backward, instinctively giving the island a wide berth, recognizing the immense power of the manifestation that was beginning to form. A figure began to materialize directly beside the kitchen island. It wasn't a sharp, perfectly realized manifestation like Silas's impeccable tweed silhouette, nor was it the stuttering, corrupted file flickering of Arthur. This manifestation was blurry. It was out of focus, resembling a beloved Polaroid photograph that had been left out in the sun for too long, its edges soft and its details washed away by time. It was a man in his late 20s. He was dressed not in the formal wear of the dead, but in the simple, comfortable clothes of a relaxed Sunday afternoon, a soft cotton, oversized jumper and worn corduroy trousers. His face was obscured, a shifting blur of light and shadow, because Rhea had no living memory of his features to help anchor his visual representation in the physical world. She only knew his face from static pictures, but his posture was unmistakable. He was leaning forward, his spectral shoulders hunched defensively, protectively. His posture was angled entirely toward Rhea, his unseen eyes fixed on her with a look of such intense, aching, overwhelming love that the sheer force of it hit Rhea like a physical blow. She gasped, her knees buckling slightly, forcing her to lean back heavily against the kitchen counter to keep from collapsing to the floorboards. "Vikram," Rhea whispered. Her voice was barely audible, choked with tears she hadn't realized were falling. "Dad?" The phantom father. The blurry figure didn't speak immediately. He couldn't. The effort of crossing the vast, silent void of 30 years to manifest in the physical plane was consuming every ounce of energy the tether could provide. He reached out, his spectral hand glowing with a soft, warm, golden light that was entirely unlike any ghost Rhea had ever seen, passed directly through the space where the physical air should be. His translucent fingers trembled violently as they hovered an inch from Rhea's face, meticulously mimicking the gentle, sweeping motion of stroking a lock of dark hair behind her ear. Rhea couldn't feel skin, but she felt the warmth. She felt the phantom weight of a father's touch, a touch she had mourned for her entire life without ever having experienced it. Silas Thorne drifted further back, hovering near the exposed brick of the chimney breast. The arrogant, highly opinionated occult scholar was rendered entirely, utterly speechless. Silas's ghostly form, which had been locked in a state of tactical, icy indigo for days, suddenly shifted. The harsh blue melted away, replaced by a soft, reverent, highly respectful violet aura. He looked at the battered plush teddy dog in Rhea's trembling hands, then at the blurry, glowing man leaning over the kitchen island. For a man who had spent a century studying the precise, often violent mechanics of the afterlife, witnessing this manifestation was a revelation that shattered his academic worldview. "The tether," Silas whispered, his voice hushed, speaking more to himself than to Rhea. He floated closer, his violet eyes wide with profound awe. "It isn't a regret. It isn't a murder weapon, or a hoard of stolen gold, or a manifestation of unyielding fury. It is a protection." Ghosts were inherently broken things. They were anchored to the mortal realm by trauma, by unfinished business, by anger, or by terror. They were the splinters of souls that couldn't bear to move on. But Vikram Khan hadn't stayed behind because he was angry about the car crash. He hadn't stayed because he was afraid of what came next. He turned his blurry head slowly toward the heavy canvas laptop bag resting on the floor, where Silas's silver pocket watch emanated its powerful blue magical signature. He looked at Silas, assessing the Victorian ghost with the fierce, undeniable scrutiny of a father judging the company his daughter kept. Then, seemingly satisfied that Silas was a protector, Vikram turned his attention back to Rhea. He wasn't tethered to a coin, a coal scuttle, or a grand manuscript. He was tethered to a cheap, ugly, mass-produced toy, because that toy was the only object he had bought for the nursery. It was the only physical anchor he could latch onto to witness the one singular thing he had missed, the life of the daughter he had died before meeting. He had waited 30 years in the dark, tethered to a box in a dusty attic, just to make sure she was safe. "I didn't lose the toy," the figure finally hummed. His voice didn't project through the air. It resonated directly within the emotional frequency of the tether, vibrating in Rhea's chest. It sounded like an old analog radio tuning between stations, static-laced, distant, but undeniably warm and rich. "I bought it the day we found out." Vikram's voice crackled, the golden light around him pulsing with every syllable. I didn't lose the toy, Rhea. I misplaced the moment. I missed the moment." Rhea broke. The dam holding back decades of quiet, abstract grief shattered entirely. She clutched the ugly teddy dog tightly to her chest, burying her face in the matted synthetic fur, openly sobbing as the warm, golden sensation of her father's phantom presence washed over her. It was heartbreakingly real. It was the piece of the house, the piece of her soul that had been missing. "I'm here, Dad," she choked out, her tears soaking into the old fabric. "I'm here. I see you." Vikram's blurry form shifted closer, enveloping her in a spectral embrace that smelled of old cotton and impossible love. Silas watched them from the corner of the kitchen. The aristocratic ghost's expression was entirely unreadable, but a single, distinct tear of glowing spectral condensation formed in his eye, rolling slowly down his translucent cheek, before evaporating into the ether. Silas Thorne had spent 100 years aggressively critiquing the flaws, the arrogance, and the foolishness of the human condition. He had walled himself off behind literature and snobbery to avoid the pain of his own death. But as he watched Rhea Khan finally, physically hold the hand of the father she had never known, Silas realized something profound. He had spent his entire, seemingly endless afterlife waiting for an ending exactly like this one. He had built this sanctuary for this exact moment. "Well," Silas murmured to the empty air, discreetly dabbing at his eye with his spectral pocket square. His voice was thick with an entirely uncharacteristic, heavy emotion. He cleared his throat, attempting to regain a shred of his usual pompous dignity. "It appears we have a new guest in the establishment, and, if I am not mistaken by his casual attire, he is entirely unversed in the formal etiquette of spectral hosting. This shall be interesting. I shall have to teach him the proper way to haunt a corridor." the watcher on the fire escape. But as the warm, golden light of Vikram's protective presence filled the kitchen, pushing back the lingering gloom of the Gloucester storm, a shadow moved across the frosted glass of the attic window. The emotional resonance inside the flat was blinding. The manifestation of a tether forged entirely of pure, selfless love was a beacon of magical energy, shining like a lighthouse into the dark, supernatural frequencies of the city. It was a beacon that could not be ignored. Outside, standing on the rusted, slick metal grate of the fire escape, 3 stories above the alleyway, a man in a tailored charcoal suit stood perfectly still. The relentless, driving rain did not seem to touch him. The heavy drops fell from the grey sky, but the moment they made contact with the fabric of his suit, they were simply absorbed into the dark material, leaving no trace of moisture, no dampness, no reflection. He was a void in the storm. The auditor did not possess the sight in the traditional sense. He did not see the world through the emotional lens of a medium, and he did not feel the nostalgic warmth of the ghosts. But he had the cold. He felt the kinetic hum of raw energy. He stood just millimeters outside the boundary of Ria's meticulously painted salt lines, his leather-gloved hand resting lightly against the freezing glass of the window pane. His gaunt, pale face was impassive as he peered into the brightly lit kitchen. His flat, bottomless obsidian eyes bypassed the emotional reunion taking place. He didn't see a father and a daughter. He saw the golden, pulsing, impossibly thick tether of energy connecting the blurry spirit to the battered plush toy in the girl's hands. He saw the sheer, unadulterated power radiating from an anchor forged not of decay, but of creation. As the auditor stared through the rain-streaked glass, tracking the golden light that he knew could sustain him for a century, the corner of his pale mouth twitched upward. He smiled. It was a flat, shark-like expression, entirely devoid of joy, filled only with the clinical satisfaction of a hunter spotting a wounded stag in a clearing. The wards on the building were strong, the Roman was a nuisance, and the Victorian scholar possessed an irritating amount of raw power. But they were defending a fortress from the inside. They didn't realize that a fortress was just a cage with thicker walls. The collector had found a new, priceless asset, and he was patient enough to wait for the perfect moment to break the glass. Chapter 7. A Critic and a Dad. Sub-Chapter 1. The Equilibrium of Ectoplasm. The presence of a ghost, as emotionally resonant and deeply anchored as Vikram Khan, changed the atmospheric equilibrium of the ghost hotel in ways that even Silas Thorne, a man who prided himself on his encyclopedic knowledge of the afterlife, found profoundly difficult to quantify. Usually, the spectral hierarchy of flat 3B was defined by a strict, albeit chaotic, physics. Silas's haunting was characterized by a sharp, biting cold that smelled distinctly of aged organic beeswax, decaying parchment, and the heavy, expensive Turkish tobacco he had favoured in the 1920s. It was an intellectual, arrogant cold. When Silas was agitated, the temperature dropped sharply enough to frost the windows and freeze the condensation on Ria's tea mug. Vikram's presence, however, was an entirely different phenomenon. He didn't pull ambient heat from the room to sustain his manifestation. Instead, his presence was a slow, creeping, golden warmth that seeped into the floorboards and settled heavy in the air. It was a radiant heat that smelled of Johnson's baby powder, the crisp scent of laundry dried in afternoon sunshine, and the faint, lingering, melancholic scent of a life violently interrupted. It was the smell of a Sunday morning in 1998, trapped perfectly in amber. "It is fundamentally inefficient," Silas announced, his voice echoing from the shadowy corner of the kitchenette. Silas was hovering 3 feet above the linoleum, his arms crossed strictly over his impeccably tailored tweed waistcoat. He was currently watching Vikram with an expression that bordered on professional offence. Ria stood at the counter, her back to the ghosts, mechanically going through the deeply human, grounding ritual of making a fresh pot of Earl Grey tea. She poured boiling water into her favourite chipped ceramic mug, watching the steam curl upward, trying to steady the violent trembling in her hands. Behind her, Vikram was standing by the emerald velvet sofa. Over the last hour, his form had been slowly, miraculously becoming more distinct. The blurry, water-damaged edges of his initial manifestation were fading, sharpening into a clear, albeit translucent, image of a man in his late 20s. He was wearing exactly what he had been wearing on the day he died: a soft, oversized maroon cotton jumper and a pair of faded brown corduroy trousers. He had a mop of unruly, thick, dark hair that Baz would have envied, and his eyes, dark, expressive, and deeply kind, were a perfect, heartbreaking mirror of Ria's own. He is spending precisely 40% of his available temporal energy simply projecting a generalized sense of comfort into the lounge area, Silas critiqued, drifting slightly closer, his spectral form radiating a frustrated, icy blue glow that clashed violently with Vikram's golden hue. Look at the throw pillows, Ria. They are practically steaming. It is a frivolous exertion of ectoplasm. It is a waste of a perfectly good tether. An anchor of that magnitude should be conserved for defensive shielding, not for simulating the effects of a central heating radiator. He's not projecting, Silas, Ria said softly. She carefully lifted the tea bag out of her mug with a spoon, her eyes fixed on the dark liquid. She didn't want to turn around yet. She was terrified that if she looked at him too directly, the illusion would shatter, and she would be alone again. He's just being a dad. He's been waiting 23 years to watch me drink a cup of tea. Let him warm the pillows if he wants to. Vikram turned his head towards Silas. He still looked slightly hazy at the very edges, like a photograph caught in a slight breeze, his form rippling gently whenever a draft rolled through the drifty attic. "I haven't been wasting energy, Mr. Thorne," Vikram said. His voice was no longer the static-laced radio frequency it had been upon his arrival. It had settled into a warm, rich baritone that possessed a distinctly gentle Midlands cadence. "I've been observing. I've watched her grow up through the scratched plastic lens of a teddy dog's remaining button eye for 2 decades. I watched her learn to walk. I watched her read her first book. I watched her cry when her mother told her the shadows weren't real. I think I've earned the right to watch her drink a cup of tea in peace, and if my presence makes the sofa a bit cozier, I consider that a productive use of my time." Subchapter 2. The Art of Observation. Silas bristled instantly. The ambient temperature around the bookshelf plummeted by 10 degrees. His tweed waistcoat rustled as he drew himself up to his full, aristocratic height, his spectral spine stiffening with profound indignation. "I am the former chief critic of the Gloucester Gazette, sir," Silas proclaimed, his voice vibrating with the offended dignity of a Victorian gentleman challenged to a duel. "I have spent my entire afterlife perfecting the absolute, elevated art of spectral observation. I have seen works of literature composed that would make your modern head spin, and I have endured the utter, catastrophic collapse of the English language into acronyms and emojis. I assure you, my good man, I know exactly what it means to observe. Maybe you should try observing something besides grammatical structure and the misuse of adjectives." Vikram countered gently, a playful, incredibly human spark lighting up his translucent eyes. He didn't sound intimidated by Silas in the slightest. "You've been haunting this poor girl for over a year, tethered to her very soul, and you haven't even told her about the time you tried to physically duel the mayor of Gloucester over a typographical error." Ria paused, her mug halfway to her lips. She blinked, turning around to face the living room. "Wait, what?" Silas turned a shade of crimson that entirely defied the physical properties of ectoplasm. The blue aura surrounding him flared into a violently embarrassed, pulsing purple. That was a matter of profound professional integrity, Silas sputtered, waving a glowing, translucent hand defensively. It was not a mere typographical error. The man authorized the printing of a municipal ordinance that utilized a dangling participle in the primary clause. It was an insult to the foundational pillars of civic communication. And furthermore, it was a formally issued challenge to a duel at dawn with flintlock pistols, not a common tavern brawl. "You threw a spectral inkwell at his head during a city council meeting, Silas," Vikram pointed out, crossing his arms over his maroon jumper, a wide, deeply amused grin spreading across his face. I saw it. Arthur told me about it through the ley lines. You missed the mayor and hit the head of the sanitation department. The sanitation department was equally complicit in the grammatical atrocity, Silas roared, floating backward toward the bookshelves, desperate to put physical distance between himself and the terrifyingly perceptive new ghost. Rhea stared at Silas's utterly mortified expression, then looked at the wide, genuine smile on Vikram's face. And then she laughed. It started as a small, breathy sound, but it quickly swelled into a genuine, full-chested laugh. It was a sound that felt incredibly foreign in her throat. It was lighter, more natural, and entirely devoid of the crushing anxiety that had dictated her every waking moment for the last week. The sheer, absurd domesticity of the situation, two ghosts bickering in her kitchen over a century-old municipal grievance, broke the tension that had been suffocating her. She walked over and sat down heavily on the emerald velvet sofa, clutching her warm ceramic mug with both hands. "See?" Rhea said, wiping a stray tear of mirth from her eye. "This is exactly why you two are going to get along famously. You're both incredibly, unbelievably dramatic." "I am not dramatic," Silas sniffed imperiously, turning his back to them entirely. He began to aggressively reorganize a set of Jane Austen novels on the top shelf, arranging them by the exact hex code of their spine colours. "I am passionate. There is a vital, distinct semantic difference." "And I'm just a guy who's incredibly happy to finally be sitting in the same room as you," Vikram said softly. He moved over to the sofa, sitting on the opposite end from Rhea. He didn't sink into the plush cushions. He lacked the physical mass to displace the fabric, but he simply hovered an exact inch above the emerald velvet. His presence was a localized heat source. Rhea could physically feel the mustard-yellow throw pillows beside him beginning to radiate a subtle, incredibly cozy heat, as if they had just been pulled from a tumble dryer. Vikram looked around the flat, his dark eyes scanning the stacks of occult reference books, the jars of salt, the hanging bundles of dried sage, and the heavy iron deadbolts on the front door. "Though," Vikram added, the playful spark in his eyes dimming slightly as he took in the militarized state of his daughter's home, "I do have a few pressing questions about your living arrangements, sweetheart. Namely, the heavily armed Roman centurion." I felt pacing in the hallway downstairs. "Does he always stand that perfectly still, or is he just trying to intimidate the chimney sweeps?" Subchapter 3. The Anatomy of a Threat. The warmth in the room didn't vanish, but the atmosphere shifted drastically. The light-heartedness evaporated, replaced by the grim, crushing reality of their situation. "Cassius is a professional," Rhea said, tracing the chipped rim of her mug with her thumb. "He's on active guard duty. The auditor is still out there, Dad." She hesitated, testing the word on her tongue. Dad. It felt massive. It felt like a spell all on its own. "The man in the charcoal suit who attacked us at the house." Vikram's face hardened instantly. The golden, protective heat radiating from his form didn't drop in temperature, but it changed in texture. It went from the soft warmth of a blanket to a protective, steel-edged, blistering heat, the kind of heat that radiates from a forge. "I saw him at the station before you arrived at the house," Vikram said, his voice dropping to a low, dangerous rumble. "I was trapped in the box in the attic, but the tether allows me to see through the anchor. I saw him standing on the platform when your train pulled in. I saw how he looked at the canvas bag you were carrying. He doesn't want the ghosts, Rhea. He isn't an exorcist. He doesn't want to banish us to the ether." "I know," Rhea whispered, her grip tightening on the mug. "Silas said he wants to consume us." "He wants the tethers," Vikram corrected, his translucent hands curling into tight fists, resting on his corduroy knees. "He wants to violently strip the anchor away from the soul. A tether isn't just a chain, Rhea. It's a conduit. It contains the raw, kinetic energy of a spirit's sheer willpower to defy death. It takes an unfathomable amount of energy to refuse to cross over. He wants to harvest that willpower. He uses it to fuel his own existence, to manipulate the physical world without paying the biological toll." But why? Rhea asked, her voice tight, a knot of pure anxiety forming in her throat. What does a living man gain from harvesting the energy of the dead? Why target us? Why target a sanctuary? He is not merely harvesting energy for parlour tricks, Silas interjected. The Victorian ghost abandoned his reorganisation of the Austen novels and floated over to the reclaimed walnut desk. His expression was graver than Rhea had ever seen it. He looked like a scholar who had just uncovered a terrifying, world-ending prophecy in a dusty tome. I've been utilising my time in the ether to read the local, hidden archives of the city's spectral history, Silas explained, gesturing toward a heavy, leather-bound ledger resting on the desk that Rhea knew for a fact had not been there an hour ago. I managed to temporarily manifest a physical copy of the 1890 occult census report from the restricted section of the Central Library's basement. It required a massive expenditure of my energy, but the text is illuminating and deeply terrifying. Silas flipped the heavy, yellowed pages of the ledger with a translucent finger. The paper rustled with a sound like dry autumn leaves. There are scattered, whispered mentions of an entity known as the Collector in the intake records of the old Gloucester jail, dating back to the late 18th century, Silas said, reading from the spectral text. A man, or something wearing the shape of a man, who would visit the condemned in their final hours before the gallows. He supposedly promised the inmates that he could buy them freedom from the torment of the afterlife. He offered them oblivion in exchange for their spiritual anchors. Oblivion? Rhea asked, shuddering. He eats the soul, Rhea, Vikram said bluntly, refusing to sugarcoat the horror of it. Precisely, Silas nodded grimly. But the text theorizes on his ultimate motivation. If a mortal with the sight collects enough raw, tethered energy, if he consumes enough concentrated willpower, he could theoretically achieve a state of localized omnipotence. He could rewrite the fundamental laws of his own reality. He could rewrite his own history, erase his own mortality, and bend the threshold gates to his absolute will. Silas closed the heavy ledger with a dull, resonant thud. He looked at Rhea, his sapphire eyes burning with a desperate intensity. He wants to become a god, Rhea, Silas whispered. A god of the forgotten, a deity built entirely from the stolen grief of the dead, and our sanctuary, Flat 3B, contains the largest, most concentrated collection of ancient, powerful tethers in the south of England. To him, we are not a hotel. We are a battery. Vikram's jaw clenched. He looked down at the battered, ugly plush teddy dog sitting innocuously on the centre of the wooden coffee table. The toy looked entirely pathetic, yet it was currently anchoring the most powerful emotional force in the room. Which is exactly why we need to make absolutely sure he never, ever touches that teddy bear, Vikram said, his voice laced with iron, or Silas's watch, or Arthur's scuttle. If he breaches the threshold and gets his hands on the anchors, he won't just consume us. He'll have enough power to rip the fabric of 3B apart. He won't touch it, Rhea promised fiercely, placing her mug down on the table. The ceramic clinked sharply against the wood. I won't let him. We have the sanctuary, we have the threshold gate, we have Cassius holding the primary corridor, we have Bartholomew brewing plague mist in the vents, and we have an entire choir of Cistercian monks who are currently fortifying the structural integrity of the walls with localized Latin blessings. Subchapter 4. The Digital Breach. We have a lot of ghosts, yeah, a new voice interrupted. Suddenly, Baz popped his head into the living room from the adjoining office space. He didn't have his usual bounce, and he wasn't holding his camera rig. He was gripping his smartphone with both hands, staring at the screen. His face, usually a healthy olive, was a sickly, pale shade of grey. Baz, what is it? Rhea asked, standing up immediately. Baz walked fully into the room. He looked at Silas, then at Vikram, offering a brief, shell-shocked nod of greeting to the new ghost, before turning his terrified gaze to Rhea. I was running a diagnostic on the vlog's live stream servers, Baz said, his voice trembling slightly. I wanted to make sure our digital footprint was secure, that we weren't leaking location data. But the offline chat log is starting to notice something. They're getting direct messages, hundreds of them, from an encrypted handle claiming to be a municipal surveyor. Rhea felt a cold, leaden weight of absolute dread sink perfectly into the pit of her stomach. The auditor wasn't just a physical threat. He was adapting. He was using Baz's digital tether to the outside world against them. "What are they saying?" Rhea asked, stepping toward him. Baz swallowed hard, turning his phone around so Rhea could read the glowing screen. The message was typed in a stark, clinical default font. It had been spammed across the entire subscriber list of their documentary channel, bypassing all of Baz's firewalls and moderation bots. The sender handle was simply Gloucester_planning_official_01. Rhea read the text aloud, her voice shaking with every word. "We know exactly what you are hoarding. We know you are harboring unregistered assets at 42 Coopers Road. This is a final, formal notice of audit. Surrender the tethers to the front steps immediately, or we will initiate an involuntary, hostile repossession of the property. Wards are meant for the dead. We have the technology to break the threshold. We are coming to collect." Silence hung heavily in the attic flat, broken only by the relentless driving patter of the rain against the single-pane sash windows. "He sent this 10 minutes ago," Baz whispered, lowering the phone. And then the power to the external security camera above the front door was cut. Just a clean static drop. "He's not waiting for Monday," Rhea whispered, the horrifying realization washing over her in a wave of ice. She looked at the antique grandfather clock standing in the corner. It was 11:45 p.m. "He's not giving us time to prepare. He's coming tonight." Sub-Chapter 5. Battle Lines Drawn. The moment the words left Rhea's mouth, the atmosphere in the room crystallized. The fear was still there, but the paralyzing dread was instantly overridden by the primal, desperate need to survive. Silas Thorne turned slowly away from the desk. The soft, conversational blue glow he had been maintaining vanished. It didn't just flare. It erupted. He became a blinding, brilliant column of furious, tactical sapphire light. The scent of old paper in the room intensified until it smelled like a library actively burning to the ground. "Then let him come," Silas roared, his voice echoing not just in the room, but vibrating down through the floorboards into the labyrinth of 3B below. He thinks he is dealing with a frightened girl, a few disgruntled, disorganized spirits, and an eccentric landlady with a piece of iron. He relies on his ability to intimidate the weak. Silas drew his spectral cane, the silver pommel gleaming with deadly, ethereal intent. "He does not know what he has awakened," Silas continued, his aristocratic features twisted into a mask of pure, unadulterated Victorian wrath. "He does not know he is dealing with a chief critic who has broken men with a single sentence. He does not know he faces a Roman centurion who held the line against the barbarians at the edge of the world. He does not know he faces a 16th century plague victim who knows the true meaning of suffering. And he certainly does not know—" Silas turned his glowing eyes toward Vikram. "That he faces a father who has waited 23 agonizing years in the dark for the singular opportunity to protect his daughter." Vikram didn't glow brighter. He didn't draw a spectral weapon. He simply stood up from the sofa. As he rose, the golden warmth radiating from him condensed, forming a tight, impenetrable shield of absolute, suffocating heat around the coffee table where the ugly plush teddy dog sat. Vikram looked at Rhea, and for a split second, the blurry, water-damaged edge of his physical form sharpened with absolute crystalline clarity. Rhea saw his face perfectly. She saw the strong jawline, the slight crook in his nose, and the fierce, uncompromising determination in his dark eyes. It was a face that was so much like her own, it physically took her breath away. "We're ready, Rhea," Vikram promised, his voice a low, steady anchor in the storm. "I don't care if he brings the entire city council, a legion of exorcists, or the devil himself. Whatever he brings to that door, we're ready. He is not taking you, and he is not taking my anchor." Rhea nodded, wiping the last remaining trace of tears from her face. She turned to her best friend, her voice dropping into the cold, clinical register of a battlefield commander. "Baz," Rhea ordered, "go down to 3B immediately. Find Mrs. Pigeon. Tell her the audit is happening now. Tell her to activate the secondary perimeter defences. I want the Tudor kitchens sealed off entirely. Drop the iron portcullis in the Roman sector." "On it," Baz said, shoving his phone into his pocket. He didn't hesitate. He spun on his heel and sprinted toward the door, his heavy boots thudding against the floorboards. "Silas," Rhea continued, turning to the glowing scholar, "get down to the Victorian parlour, help Arthur move the brass scuttle into the deepest, innermost sanctum of the Tudor wine cellar. The auditor will target the weakest tethers first. Arthur is terrified. He won't be able to hold his manifestation if the auditor uses that obsidian shard. Hide him." "It shall be done." Silas bowed sharply, his form already beginning to dissolve into mist as he prepared to phase directly through the floor down to the lower levels. "Keep your iron close, Rhea. Do not look into his eyes." Silas vanished, leaving a trail of freezing air in his wake. Rhea turned to her father. Vikram was standing squarely in front of the coffee table, positioning himself as a physical barrier between the front door and the teddy dog. "Dad?" Rhea started, her voice faltering slightly. "I'm not going anywhere, sweetheart," Vikram promised, his eyes fixed on the heavy oak door leading to the hallway. "I've missed enough. I'm holding the line right here." The room felt impossibly heavy, pregnant with the pressure of the impending storm. The air crackled with a mixture of Silas's residual static, Vikram's blistering heat, and the terrifying, creeping, unnatural cold that was beginning to seep under the gap of the front door. Outside the window, the garish neon, cloudy with a chance of vape sign across the street, began its erratic, terrifying pulse once more. Red. Dark. Red. Dark. It flashed like a distress beacon, illuminating the heavy sheets of rain, acting as a bloody metronome for the auditor to follow. Rhea looked at her laptop, resting open on the walnut desk. The screen was still glowing brightly, reflecting the fierce, unwavering determination in her dark eyes. This wasn't just a haunting anymore. This was a story of survival, and she was going to be the one to write the ending. She walked over to the desk, her hand resting heavily on the iron nail in her pocket. She reached out with her other hand and touched the keyboard, the cursor blinking like a frantic heartbeat against the stark white document. "Chapter 2, she typed, the keys clacking loudly in the tense silence of the flat. The war for the threshold. Outside, 3 stories down in the dark, rain-swept alleyway, a pair of immaculately polished black leather Oxfords stepped silently onto the rusted bottom rung of the metal fire escape. The climb had begun. Chapter 8. The Audit of the Void. Sub-Chapter 1. The Architecture of Fear. The atmosphere within 42 Cooper's Road had shifted violently, transforming overnight from a chaotic, eccentric sanctuary into a heavily fortified war room. The air in the attic flat and the impossible spaces below was no longer merely cold. It was heavily ionized, vibrating with the sharp, metallic static of impending violence. In the threshold gate of Flat 3B, the corridors of time had curled in on themselves in a desperate act of self-preservation, creating a claustrophobic, multidimensional maze of Roman stone, Victorian velvet, and Tudor timber. The architecture itself seemed to be holding its breath. Flagstones that usually stretched into infinity now compressed into tight, defensive choke points. Heavy oak doors that previously opened into sprawling, sunlit gardens of the 1800s now sealed shut, their brass handles frosting over with protective ice. The ghost hotel was locking down, pulling its most vulnerable residents, the frightened Victorian orphans, the confused residual spirits of the 1970s, deep into its impenetrable, non-Euclidean core. Rhea Khan stood at the absolute epicenter of this architectural panic. Her silver laptop clutched tightly against her chest like a shield of modern armor. The tether, the faint, glowing blue cord of energy that connected her sternum to Silas Thorne's anchor in her tote bag, was no longer just a dull, manageable hum. It was a rhythmic, frantic pulse, beating like a syncopated second heart in time with her own terrified pulse. Beside it, the golden warmth of her father's tether, and the orange glow of Arthur's coal scuttle wrapped around her torso, providing a heavy, suffocating layer of magical insulation. "He is entering the building," Silas announced. His voice reverberated through the length of the stone hallway, lacking its usual theatrical, aristocratic echo. It was entirely flat, stripped down to its bare, tactical essence. He didn't float elegantly as he normally did. He paced. His polished Oxfords hovered a mere fraction of an inch above the Roman stonework. His 1920s tweed suit looked terrifyingly sharp and unforgiving in the dim, flickering light of the wall-mounted iron sconces. He looked drastically less like a literary critic preparing a scathing review, and entirely like a battle-hardened soldier of the old guard preparing for a final, desperate stand. "The perimeter wards on the ground floor have been entirely bypassed," Silas continued, his sapphire eyes fixed on the heavy wooden door that led back to the mundane reality of the Gloucester apartment block. The salt lines did not burn him. The iron filings did not repel him. The energy in the stairwell is being systematically, aggressively hollowed out. He isn't just walking through the door, Rhea. He is erasing the space behind him. He is deleting the reality of the lobby. Beside Rhea, the golden glow of her father, Vikram, intensified. Vikram was standing squarely in front of the small wooden table where the ugly plush teddy dog sat, his spectral fists clenched tight. "He's creating a vacuum," Vikram said, his warm voice edged with steel. "He's suffocating the building's history, so the ghosts have no ambient energy to draw from. It's a siege tactic." Mrs. Pigeon stood by the threshold of the Roman cloisters, her signature leopard print dressing gown looking surprisingly like a battle-worn tunic in the dim, flickering light. She was gripping her heavy iron crowbar so tightly her knuckles were stark white, the copper wire and sage paste wrapped around the metal, humming faintly with defensive magic. "Let him come," Mrs. Pigeon muttered, her gravelly voice carrying a dark, ferocious promise that echoed off the ancient stonework. She spat on the floorboards, a deeply human gesture of defiance in a room full of spirits. "I don't care if he's a municipal auditor from the city council or a bloody devil from the deep. He doesn't pay rent, he hasn't signed a lease, and he doesn't get to evict my tenants. I'll take his kneecaps out before I let him touch my plasterwork." "He is not an auditor, Mrs. Pigeon," Rhea corrected, her voice trembling despite her desperate attempts to keep it steady. "He's something else entirely. He's something that doesn't want rent or compliance. He wants the tethers. He wants us. He views us as fuel." From the depths of the mundane hallway outside 3B, a sound emerged. Or rather, it was the distinct, terrifying lack of a sound. It wasn't the heavy thud of booted footsteps on wooden stairs. It wasn't the creak of old floorboards or the rattling of the single-pane windows in the wind. It was a silence so absolute, so profoundly dense that it made the ears ring. It was a vacuum of sound that moved deliberately through the air like a physical wave of pressure. As the silence drew closer, the walls of the threshold corridor began to shudder. The ancient, peeling plaster cracked and flaked away, but it didn't fall to the floor as debris. It simply vanished mid-air. The vibrant, historical paint peeled away as if the very history of the building was being meticulously, surgically stripped back to a bare, grey, lifeless nothingness. The heavy wooden door of flat 3B didn't burst open. It didn't splinter under a physical blow. It simply ceased to exist, dissolving into a cloud of pixelated grey ash that was immediately sucked into the void. Subchapter 2. The Erased Steps. The man in the charcoal suit stepped into view, crossing the threshold without breaking a sweat. He didn't look like a monster. He didn't possess horns or glowing red eyes or the decaying visage of a classical demon. He looked terrifyingly, aggressively normal. He looked like an insurance salesman or a mid-level corporate executive in the middle of a mundane, deeply boring workday. His charcoal suit was crisp, lacking a single wrinkle or speck of Gloucester rain. His dark hair was parted with surgical, mathematical precision. His skin was pale, devoid of any defining blemishes, scars, or signs of a life lived. But his eyes, those flat, bottomless obsidian pits, were black holes that swallowed the ambient light of the flickering sconces. In his right hand he held a sleek, jagged obsidian device that looked like a shard of black glass, emitting a rhythmic, sickening, subsonic pulse of absolute darkness. "Rhea Khan," the auditor said. His voice was not projected through the air. His lips barely moved. The sound seemed to originate directly inside Rhea's skull, vibrating against her temporal lobes with the frictionless, automated cadence of a machine. "You are an obstruction to the streamlined efficiency of the future," the voice echoed in her mind, entirely devoid of malice, anger, or passion. It was the terrifying neutrality of an exterminator addressing a termite mound. "This structure is a historical tax drain on the localized energy grid. These entities you harbor are expired assets. They are holding onto capital they no longer own. They are fundamentally inefficient." "They're people," Rhea shouted, finding her voice. It echoed loudly off the Roman stonework, raw and desperate. She stepped forward, putting herself between the auditor and the ghosts. "They're not assets. They're not numbers on a ledger. They are memories. They are history." "Memories are volatile," the auditor replied smoothly, taking a slow, perfectly measured step forward into the impossible space of flat 3B. Where his polished black Oxford shoe touched the ancient Tudor floorboards, the rich, dark wood instantly turned to grey, lifeless ash. The rot spread outward from his footprint in a perfect, uniform circle, draining the colour and history from the sanctuary. "Memories clog the system," the auditor continued, raising the humming obsidian shard. "They cause processing errors. They anchor reality to the past, preventing the optimization of the present. My job is to archive them. Or, if they are deeply corrupted like the ones you hoard, delete them. It really depends on the efficiency of the transaction, and you, Miss Khan, are proving to be a highly inefficient transaction." He tapped the side of the obsidian device with his thumb. A wave of concentrated, localized darkness rolled out from the shard. It was a physical manifestation of deletion. It hit the wall of the corridor to Rhea's left, and the ancient Tudor oak panelling instantly aged 1,000 years in a single second. The wood groaned, splintered, and turned to fine, grey dust before their eyes, leaving behind a blank, white, featureless void where the wall used to be. Subchapter 3. A Centurion's Code. "Cassius, hold the line!" Silas roared, the tactical commander taking over. With a deafening, metallic crash that shook the remaining stonework, the Centurion burst from the shadows of the Roman cloisters. Cassius was a vision of ancient, uncompromising martial terror. His lorica segmentata, the banded iron armour of the Roman legions, gleamed with a violent, electric blue and blood-red light. He was the oldest ghost in the sanctuary, anchored by centuries of unbroken discipline. He didn't hesitate. He didn't feel the creeping, modern dread of the void. He saw an invader in his territory, and his programming dictated only one response. He slammed his massive, rectangular scutum shield down into the floor, the sheer, supernatural force of the impact cracking the stone flagstones beneath his spectral sandals. He charged, a terrifying, silent juggernaut of ancient warfare. His gladius was held high, the short iron blade glowing with the heat of a forge. He was a blur of Roman discipline, a living spear thrust against the encroaching, modern void. But the auditor didn't flinch. He didn't even adopt a defensive stance. He merely tilted his head, analysing the charging warlord as if Cassius were an interesting, albeit slightly annoying, piece of outdated software. The auditor pointed the obsidian device directly at the charging ghost. A beam of white-hot, blinding data flickered across the space. It didn't look like magic. It looked like a barcode scanner hitting a label. The beam struck Cassius square in the chest. The Centurion didn't vanish in a puff of smoke. He didn't scream in agony. The reality of what happened was far, far more horrifying. Cassius glitched. His physical image skipped violently, like a corrupted video file playing on a broken screen. The sharp, historical details of his armour, the leather straps, the iron buckles, the crimson crest on his helmet, began to tear apart into blocky, jagged squares of static. His violent, blood-red and electric blue glow dulled instantly, to a muted, sickly, pixelated grey. The sound of his charge, the clatter of iron, the heavy thud of leather sandals, was replaced by a high-pitched, digital screech of tearing audio. Cassius stumbled, his forward momentum completely derailed by the sudden structural collapse of his own manifestation. He fell to his knees, his massive shield dropping from his grasp. The moment the ancient iron shield hit the floor, it turned to brittle, grey paper, dissolving into nothingness. The Centurion looked down at his own hands, watching in mute, uncomprehending horror as his fingers dissolved into raw, floating code. "He's eating his history," Baz screamed from the safety of a nearby archway. Baz was recording everything, the red light of his phone camera blinking steadily. His gimbal was twitching frantically as the camera's autofocus struggled to comprehend the reality-warping battlefield in front of it. Rhea, he's not banishing him. He's tearing the code of the ghost apart. He's rewriting the metadata of his soul. "Cassius, fall back," Vikram shouted, throwing a wave of golden protective heat forward, but the warmth simply slid off the auditor's charcoal suit like water off glass. "Bartholomew, now!" Rhea screamed, her voice cracking with terror. "Execute the Miasma Protocol." Sub-Chapter 4, The Miasma Protocol. From a hidden alcove near the kitchen threshold, a large, plastic Tupperware container, previously holding Mrs. Pigeon's heavily spiced leftover curry, was kicked violently off a stone plinth by an invisible force. The plastic lid popped off, and a torrent of putrid, greenish-grey fog erupted from the small container with the force of a geyser. It was Bartholomew. The 1665 plague victim had concentrated his entire miserable existence into this single counterattack. The fog filled the hallway instantly, carrying the overwhelming, nauseating smell of the Great Plague of London. It smelled of rotting rosemary, stagnant water, damp earth, and deep, profound despair. The mist was thick, heavy, and undeniably physical. It didn't just obscure the auditor's vision. It acted as a physical weight. The supernatural miasma clung to the charcoal suit, the disease-ridden moisture seeping into the impossible fabric. Bartholomew materialized fully within the swirling fog. He was a terrifying sight, a gaunt, hollow-eyed boy in ragged 17th-century clothing, his skin covered in phantom boils that glowed with an eerie, infectious, sickly green light. He raised his heavy iron handbell, the symbol of his death, and rang it. Clang, clang, clang. The sound carried the weight of 4 centuries of unadulterated human misery. The sound waves were visible in the thick fog, hitting the auditor like physical, concussive blows. The charcoal fabric of his suit vibrated, rippled, and distorted under the pressure of the plague bell. For the first time since he entered the building, the auditor staggered. He took a half-step backward, his impeccably parted hair falling slightly out of place. The obsidian device in his hand misfired. The darkness it was projecting sputtering and flashing with erratic sparks of white light. "We have him!" Mrs. Pigeon yelled, raising her crowbar, ready to charge into the fog and deliver a blunt force eviction. "Wait," Silas commanded, throwing an arm out to stop the landlady. His sapphire eyes were wide with dawning horror. The auditor regained his balance. He looked down at the greenish fog clinging to his suit, his obsidian eyes narrowing in pure clinical annoyance. "Highly inefficient," the auditor hissed. He didn't wave his hand to blow the fog away. He didn't use a spell to banish it. He simply adjusted a dial on the side of the obsidian shard. The fog didn't dissipate. It reformatted. In an instant, the putrid, heavy, greenish-grey plague mist transformed. It lost its horrifying scent of rosemary and decay. The heavy, damp texture vanished. The fog suddenly turned into a clean, sterile, and entirely empty white vapor, like the harmless steam from a boiling kettle or dry ice on a theatrical stage. It was completely stripped of its historical context. Bartholomew let out a blood-curdling shriek of pure horror. As the fog was reformatted, so was he. His connection to the 1665 outbreak, the very trauma that anchored his soul to the mortal plane, was being surgically, ruthlessly stripped away. The sickly green glow of his boils faded, the ragged textures of his 17th century clothing smoothed out into blank, featureless grey shapes. He was losing his history. He was losing his identity. Within seconds, Bartholomew the plague victim was reduced to nothing more than a shivering, pale, blank outline of a generic boy, stripped of the sorrow that made him human. "He's rewriting them," Silas gasped, his own indigo light beginning to fray and static at the edges as the auditor's aura expanded. "He's removing the emotional weight from their tethers. If he strips the regret, the pain, the history, if he strips the context, he strips the ghost. They become blank data for him to consume." Rhea watched in absolute, paralyzing terror. The auditor was a vacuum. He was the perfect, terrifying antithesis of the ghost hotel. Rhea had spent her time building a sanctuary, a messy, chaotic, emotional home for the discarded history of the city. The auditor wasn't building a sanctuary. He was building a sterile, clinical graveyard of pure, empty silence. Sub-Chapter 5. The Silver Gambit. "You're a parasite," Rhea cried, tears of rage and fear blurring her vision. She couldn't stand there and watch Cassius dissolve into static and Bartholomew be stripped of his soul. Her hand dove into the deep pocket of her wool cardigan. Her fingers frantically bypassed the pouch of salt and the iron nail, closing instead around a small, heavy, incredibly cold disc of metal. It was a denarius, a silver Roman coin. It was Cassius's secondary anchor. He had given it to Rhea months ago as a token of fealty, a physical manifestation of his loyalty to the warden of the sanctuary. As her fingers gripped the ancient silver, she felt the martial energy of the Roman Empire humming violently against her palm. It was a desperate, ancient power that demanded action, demanding blood for blood. "You talk about efficiency?" Rhea screamed, stepping entirely out of the protective golden glow of her father's aura. She stood in the open, exposing herself to the auditor's flat, dead gaze. "You talk about archiving and deleting. You're just a coward. You're just terrified of anything that can't be measured on a spreadsheet, packaged into a box and sold." She didn't know what she was doing. She wasn't a soldier. She wasn't an occult scholar with decades of training. She wasn't a ghost with supernatural strength. And she certainly wasn't a god. She was just a 20-something writer with a silver laptop, severe sleep deprivation, and a stubborn streak a mile wide. She pulled the silver coin out of her pocket, wound her arm back, and threw it with every ounce of physical strength she possessed. It wasn't a tactical maneuver. It wasn't a calculated strike. It was a desperate, panicked, entirely human reflex. The heavy silver coin arched through the cold air of the corridor, catching the flickering orange light of the remaining hallway sconces. Time seemed to slow down to a crawl. Rhea watched the coin spin end over end, a tiny, shining piece of deep history hurtling toward the modern void. It didn't hit the auditor in the face. It hit the obsidian device in his hand. Crack. The impact of the ancient, magically charged Roman silver against the futuristic, data-consuming obsidian shard was utterly, catastrophically violent. A ripple of energy, pure, unadulterated, unreformatted history, exploded outward from the point of impact. It wasn't just a shockwave of air, it was a sensory explosion. For a split second, the hallway was deafened by the roar of a Roman Colosseum, the brutal clash of iron swords, the thunder of chariot wheels, and the mournful toll of 1,000 plague bells ringing in unison. The auditor was thrown backward, lifted completely off his feet. His charcoal suit, previously immune to magic and physical attacks, was shredded by the sudden, violent release of raw temporal energy. He hit the stone wall of the corridor with a sickening crunch, the sheer force of the impact distorting the very brickwork behind him, leaving a massive, spider-webbed crater in the plaster. "Baz, get the footage out!" Rhea yelled, scrambling forward on her hands and knees, desperate to retrieve the silver coin before it cooled down. "Stream it! If the world sees this, he can't hide it in his metadata. He can't delete a live feed." "Already streaming to the cloud," Baz shouted back, his thumbs flying across his phone screen in a blur of frantic motion. We've got 10,000 people watching right now. The chat is exploding. They just watched a guy in a suit get hit by a Roman coin and explode. This is the most viral audit in the history of the internet. Subchapter 6. The Edge of Deletion. The auditor did not stay down. He rose slowly from the crater in the wall, his movements jerky, lacking their previous frictionless grace. His charcoal suit was torn at the shoulder, revealing skin beneath that was entirely, horrifically smooth, lacking pores, veins, or any semblance of human biology. His face was no longer a mask of clinical neutrality. It was twisted into a grotesque mask of genuine, unadulterated, deeply human rage. The obsidian device in his hand was severely cracked, a jagged fissure running down its center, leaking erratic, violent spikes of raw darkness that burned holes in the floorboards where they dripped. You think a relic of a dead, bloated empire can stop the inevitable? The auditor hissed, his telepathic voice no longer smooth, but jagged and distorted, echoing painfully in Rhea's skull. This entire building is a glitch in the timeline. You are all just corrupted data waiting to be purged. I will erase you, and I will start by deleting the ground you stand on. He raised his hand, pointing the leaking, fractured shard directly at the floor beneath Rhea's feet. The floorboards didn't just break. They dissolved into a pure, absolute black void. Rhea felt the solid, comforting oak vanish beneath her boots. Gravity seized her instantly. She was falling. But she wasn't falling down into the floor below. She was falling into the deletion. The void below her was endless, a terrifying expanse of nothingness that threatened to unmake her very existence. "Rhea!" Silas screamed, his voice raw with a terror that transcended a century of death. He didn't think. He didn't critique the tactical folly of his actions. He didn't analyze the magical thermodynamics of what he was about to do. He simply acted. Silas Thorne dove toward the void, his tweed-clad arms outstretched. He plunged into the deletion, grabbing Rhea desperately by the waist, just as the darkness began to swallow her legs. The physical contact between a human and a fully manifested ghost was shocking. It was an icy, electrical surge of pure, raw energy that shot through Rhea's nervous system, making her teeth ache and her muscles spasm uncontrollably. It felt like grabbing a live power line submerged in a bucket of ice water. "I have you!" Silas yelled, straining against the pull of the void, his blue aura flaring to blinding sun-like intensity as he fought the deletion. "But you must anchor yourself, Rhea. The physical world is dissolving. Write. You are the warden. Write. Anchor this reality with your words, or we will all be purged." Subchapter 7. The Typist and the Void. Hanging halfway into the void, supported only by the freezing, electrical grip of a 1920s ghost, Rhea scrambled to grab her laptop bag, which had fallen to the edge of the dissolving floor. Her fingers caught the heavy canvas strap. She hauled the bag up, ripping the zipper open with her teeth, and pulled the silver laptop free. She flipped the screen open. Miraculously, despite the reality-warping chaos around them, the battery held, and the stark white document of Chapter 2 blinked aggressively back at her. Her fingers hovered over the keyboard for a fraction of a second. Her mind was a frantic, terrifying blur of panic, adrenaline, and the overwhelming, crushing weight of the void trying to pull her down into oblivion. She didn't try to write a best-selling novel. She didn't try to write a perfectly formatted pitch for her publisher. She didn't worry about dangling participles, adjectives, or Silas's rules of grammatical engagement. She wrote the only thing that mattered. She wrote the truth. She wrote home. "The sanctuary smells of beeswax and expensive Turkish tobacco," Rhea typed, her fingers smashing onto the keys with desperate, bruised force. It sounds like the heavy, metallic clatter of Arthur's brass coal scuttle hitting the floorboards, a reminder of a working-class life well lived. It feels like the warm, golden, suffocatingly protective heat of a father who waited 23 years in the dark just to watch his daughter drink a cup of tea. It is a house built on the foundation of a Roman legionnaire's unbroken honour and the desperate, miserable ringing of a 17th century plague bell that demands to be remembered. She wrote with a speed born of absolute terror and profound, undeniable love. She detailed every sensory anchor of the ghosts she harboured. She described the exact shade of Silas's indigo wrath, the scratchy texture of the ugly plush teddy dog, the smell of Mrs. Pigeon's heavily spiced leftovers, and the frantic, loyal buzzing of Baz's camera rig. She wrote until her fingers cramped, until the screen glowed so brightly in the darkness it was blinding, transforming the laptop from a piece of modern technology into a beacon of pure, concentrated human memory screaming into the vacuum. Subchapter 8. The glitch in the system. The void stopped. The relentless, pulling deletion halted in its tracks. The words on the screen, the honest, messy, deeply emotional, irrevocably human words, pushed back against the sterile silence. Memory was heavier than deletion. History was denser than the void. The floor beneath Rhea began to solidify, the grey ash reversing its decay, weaving back into solid Tudor oak planks. Silas hauled her the rest of the way up, collapsing onto the floorboards beside her, his spectral chest heaving with phantom breaths, his blue glow dim and exhausted. The auditor looked at the glowing laptop screen, his obsidian eyes widening for the very first time. He wasn't afraid. He was furious. The cracked shard in his hand sparked violently, threatening to overload and consume him. He looked at the camera in Baz's hands, the red light still blinking, realizing that his pristine, unrecorded anonymity was shattered across the digital globe. "This is a temporary delay, Miss Khan," the auditor hissed, his voice sounding like a corrupted audio file. "You cannot archive chaos forever." He didn't walk away. He turned on his heel and simply vanished into the shadows of the corridor, his form folding into the darkness like a piece of origami, leaving behind nothing but the sharp, acrid smell of burnt plastic and a lingering, terrifying, absolute zero cold. The hallway of Flat 3B slowly, groaning under the architectural stress, returned to its normal, warped, impossible self. Cassius's static faded, his red glow returning, albeit dimmer. Bartholomew collapsed against the wall, weeping with relief as his putrid green boils and his trauma were fully restored to him. Rhea sat on the floorboards, her entire body shaking violently from adrenaline and the freezing cold of Silas's touch. She clutched her silver laptop tightly to her chest, surrounded by the exhausted, battered remnants of a magical battle that the rest of the mundane world would only ever see as a bizarre, heavily debated glitch in a shaky livestream. The auditor was gone, for now. But as Rhea looked around her broken sanctuary, she knew the truth. The audit had only just begun. Chapter 9. The Long Goodbye. Subchapter 1. The Ash and the Aftermath. The silence that followed the auditor's retreat was not a peaceful one. It was heavy, dense, and suffocating, the specific, leaden kind of silence that usually preceded a closed casket funeral or followed the detonation of a bomb. In the immediate aftermath of the deletion, the impossible corridors of Flat 3B seemed to groan in physical agony. The ancient Roman stonework and Tudor timber, having just survived an aggressive, forced reformatting by an entity that consumed history for fuel, were slowly trying to knit themselves back together. Dust, thick and grey, drifted down from the vaulted ceilings, coating the floorboards like a layer of fresh, toxic snow. The air smelled violently of ozone, burnt plastic, and the lingering, nauseating metallic tang of the void. Rhea Khan did not remember the walk back up the stairs from the threshold gate to her own attic flat. Her body was operating entirely on autopilot, her nervous system completely fried by the sheer volume of adrenaline, terror, and raw magical energy she had just channeled. She collapsed the moment she crossed the threshold of her own front door, her knees giving out beneath her. She slid down the wall until her back hit the solid wood of her reclaimed walnut desk, her hands trembling so violently she could hear her fingernails clicking against the silver chassis of her laptop. The attic flat was rapidly cooling down, the residual, localized static of the battle slowly bleeding out into the damp Gloucester night. Outside the single-pane sash windows, the rain continued its relentless, drumming assault against the glass, a mundane, rhythmic sound that felt completely absurd after what they had just survived. Across the room, Baz was sitting hard on the floorboards in the corner, his back pressed against the peeling floral wallpaper. He looked like a soldier who had just been pulled from the trenches. His olive skin was a sickly, pale grey, his breathing shallow and rapid. His expensive camera gimbal was laid out on the floor beside him like a fallen comrade, the plastic casing cracked, the lens smeared with soot and ectoplasmic residue. Baz was staring down at his smartphone, the screen illuminating his shocked face in a harsh blue light. Did we win? Baz asked, his voice cracking, reduced to a hoarse, painful whisper. He didn't look up from the screen. Chat says the stream cut out right after the guy in the suit threw that wave of black light. The servers completely crashed. But they're still there, Rhea. The offline chat is moving so fast the text is just a blur. They're spamming the chat with "what just happened" and "was that CGI?" and "call the police." Rhea swallowed hard, her throat feeling like it was lined with sandpaper. She looked down at her hands, half expecting to see her fingers dissolving into pixelated ash. "We survived," Rhea said, her voice hollow, devoid of any triumph. "That's not the same thing as winning, Baz. We just survived." She looked around the room, desperately taking inventory of her fractured sanctuary. Silas Thorne was hovering near the old, iron radiator beneath the window. He looked terrible. For a ghost who prided himself on absolute, unwavering aesthetic perfection, Silas was a wreck. The brilliant, tactical sapphire glow that usually illuminated his form had completely vanished, replaced by a weary, faded, bruised grey hue. His manifestation was flickering unsteadily, like a dying fluorescent bulb. The immaculate 1920s tweed of his three-piece suit was ruffled, torn at the spectral seams, looking as though he had been physically dragged through a dense, unforgiving briar patch. He was leaning heavily on his silver-pommeled cane, his ghostly chest heaving with phantom breaths he didn't technically need to take. "He depleted my reserves," Silas murmured, his voice lacking its usual patrician boom. It sounded thin, like wind whistling through a cracked window. The sheer gravitational pull of that obsidian device. It was like standing on the edge of a collapsing star, Rhea. If you had not anchored the reality of the room with your words when you did, I fear my tether would have been permanently severed. "You saved my life, Silas," Rhea whispered, looking at the exhausted scholar. "You dove into the void for me." Silas offered a weak, dismissive wave of his translucent hand, though a faint, proud smile touched the corners of his pale lips. A chief critic cannot allow his primary author to be deleted before the manuscript is finished. It would be a catastrophic breach of professional etiquette. Rhea managed a small, wet laugh that quickly turned into a sob. She wiped her face with the back of her soot-stained sleeve, and then she turned her gaze toward the center of the room. Subchapter 2. The Fading of the Anchor. Vikram, Rhea's father, was standing near the emerald velvet sofa. Unlike Silas, who looked ragged and diminished by the battle, Vikram looked entirely different. When he had first manifested in the kitchen an hour ago, he had been a blurry, water-damaged photograph, a hazy outline of a man struggling to pull himself across the veil of 30 years. Now he was breathtakingly clear. He was more solid, his features sharp, distinct, and rendered in perfect high-definition clarity. Rhea could see the exact texture of his oversized maroon jumper, the worn, familiar ridges of his brown corduroy trousers, and the gentle, tired crinkles at the corners of his dark eyes. The golden light that had previously radiated from him like a shield was gone, replaced by a calm, natural, incredibly human presence. He looked like a living, breathing man who had simply walked into her living room out of the rain. He looked like a man who had finally, after a long and agonizing journey, arrived at his destination. But as Rhea stared at him, drinking in the face she had only ever known from static, fading Polaroids, she noticed something else. There was a delicate fragility to him now that she hadn't noticed before. He wasn't flickering like Silas, but he looked incredibly light, as if a strong gust of wind from the window might carry him away like dandelion seeds. Rhea's eyes darted down to the heavy wooden coffee table. The plush teddy dog, the pathetic, one-eyed, matted toy that had anchored her father's soul to the mortal plane for over 2 decades, was sitting exactly where she had left it. But it was changing. During the battle, the toy had pulsed with a brilliant, blinding golden light, acting as a beacon of protective energy. Now, that aura was rapidly bleeding away. The glow dimmed to a pale yellow, then to a dull, matte brown, until finally the magical signature vanished entirely. It was no longer humming with kinetic energy. It no longer felt heavy with the weight of a supernatural tether. It was, once again, just a mass-produced piece of synthetic fur and plastic. Rhea felt a new, entirely different kind of cold dread settle into the pit of her stomach. It was entirely distinct from the biting, battle chill of the auditor. This was the deep, aching, hollow cold of impending grief. "Dad?" Rhea asked, pushing herself away from the desk, her boots slipping slightly on the floorboards as she scrambled to her feet. She pointed a trembling finger at the coffee table. "Dad, why is the teddy fading? The tether. I can't feel the tether anymore." Vikram looked down at the battered toy. He didn't look alarmed. He didn't look frightened. He reached out with a spectral hand, his fingers brushing the matted fur without actually displacing it. Then he looked up at Rhea. He smiled. It was the warmest, most devastatingly beautiful smile Rhea had ever seen in her entire life. It was a smile that contained 30 years of missed birthdays, missed graduations, quiet pride, and an ocean of unconditional love. "The tether wasn't just the physical toy, sweetheart," Vikram said, his voice rich, steady, and perfectly clear. "The toy was just the focus, the real anchor, the reason I couldn't cross over when the car crashed, was the hope." "The hope," Rhea repeated, taking a hesitant step forward, her heart pounding a frantic, terrified rhythm against her ribs. "I was so angry when I died, Rhea," Vikram explained softly, his eyes never leaving hers. "I was 28 years old. Your mother was 6 months pregnant. We had just painted the nursery. We had just bought that ugly little dog. When the accident happened, when I realized I was gone, I refused to leave. I planted my feet in the ether and I screamed at the universe. I stayed because I was terrified for you. I stayed because I wanted to protect you." He took a slow, deliberate step around the coffee table. He didn't float or glide like Silas. He walked with a heavy, deliberate, deeply human grace. "I wanted to see you flourish," Vikram continued, his voice thick with emotion. "I wanted to see the person you would become. I wanted to see you become the brilliant, stubborn, incredible writer I always knew you could be. And tonight, watching you stand in that hallway, watching you face down the literal embodiment of deletion to protect a house full of broken, forgotten things." Vikram paused, a single glowing tear sliding down his cheek. "I think I've seen enough, Rhea. I've seen exactly who you are." Subchapter 3. A Father's Culmination. "No," Rhea gasped, the word tearing out of her throat like a physical wound. She closed the distance between them, stopping just inches from his clear, solid-looking manifestation. She raised her hands, wanting desperately to grab his maroon jumper, to hold him in place by sheer physical force, but terrified her hands would pass through him. "No, you can't. Not now. We just found you. I just got you back. I haven't even had time to talk to you, to ask you anything." "You didn't get me back, Rhea," Vikram said softly, shaking his head. His eyes were shining with a profound, untroubled peace. "You didn't summon me here to keep me. You brought me here so you could finally let me go." "I don't want to let you go," Rhea sobbed, the tears streaming freely down her face, cutting tracks through the dust and grime. "I need you here. The auditor is coming back. We need your shield. I need my dad." "That's the work of a daughter, Rhea," Vikram whispered, stepping close enough that Rhea could smell the phantom scent of baby powder and summer rain. "That's the work of a survivor. You don't need my shield anymore. You are the shield now." From the corner by the radiator, Silas drifted forward, The Victorian ghost moved slowly, his silver-pommelled cane clicking rhythmically against the floorboards, a sound that usually signalled an incoming critique. But his expression was entirely devoid of its usual arrogant superiority. His sharp features were softened by a profound, ancient empathy. "Listen to him, Rhea," Silas said, his voice unusually gentle, a low, calming baritone in the tense room. Rhea looked over at Silas, her vision blurred with tears. "Silas, do something, cast a ward, bind the tether back to the toy." "I cannot," Silas replied, shaking his head slowly, "and even if I possessed the magical fortitude to do so, I would not. A tether is not meant to be a leash, Rhea. It is meant to be a bridge, and bridges are meant to be crossed." Silas stopped a few feet away, leaning heavily on his cane, looking at Vikram with a look of deep, professional respect. "Your father has served his ultimate purpose," Silas explained, stepping into the role of a gentle mentor. "Ghosts remain because they are trapped by unresolved trauma, by furious regret, or by an overwhelming sense of unfinished duty. We are glitches in the grand design. But your father, his duty is complete. He has seen the masterpiece you have become. He has seen the resistance you have built. He has seen you stand against the dark, wielding nothing but a silver coin and a typewriter, and hold your ground." Silas turned his sapphire eyes back to Rhea. "There is nothing left to anchor him here, Rhea. His fear for you is gone. His anger at the universe is spent. He is perfectly, completely at peace. To force him to stay now, simply to act as a battery for our wards, would be an act of profound cruelty. It would turn a sanctuary into a prison." Rhea looked at Silas, absorbing the heavy, undeniable truth of his words. Then she looked back at the clear, sharp, beautiful form of her father. She had spent the last year fighting tooth and nail to save this flat. She had terrorized city council members, fought off exorcists, and nearly sacrificed her own soul to the auditor, all to save her ghosts. She had fought to save her history. But as she looked at Vikram, she realized the fundamental flaw in her philosophy. Saving history didn't mean trapping it in a glass box, freezing it in time so it could never change. It meant honoring it, learning from it, letting it flow, and, ultimately, letting it move on when its time had come. "Does it hurt?" Rhea asked, her voice dropping to a trembling whisper, her tears finally spilling over her jawline and dropping onto her dusty sweater. Crossing over. "Does it hurt?" Vikram reached out. He didn't hesitate this time. He took her hand. The contact wasn't the icy, electrical, bone-deep shock of Silas's touch. It didn't numb her fingers or make her teeth ache. It felt exactly like a summer afternoon. It felt like sitting in a patch of warm sunlight streaming through a window. It was a comforting, grounding, entirely physical pressure. "No, sweetheart," Vikram said, his thumb gently brushing across her knuckles. "It doesn't hurt at all. It feels like finishing the very last sentence of a long, beautiful, incredibly complicated book. It feels like taking your boots off after a 20-mile hike. It feels like rest." Subchapter 4. The Golden Departure. Vikram turned his gaze towards Silas, who was watching the exchange with quiet reverence. "You've been a difficult, pretentious, and highly frustrating mentor to my daughter, Mr. Thorne," Vikram said, a genuine, warm laugh escaping his lips. "You are an absolute snob, and your opinions on modern literature are woefully outdated." Silas stiffened slightly, a ghost of a smirk playing on his lips. "I maintain that the 20th century was a catastrophic literary mistake, sir." "But," Vikram continued, his voice softening, "thank you. Thank you for looking after her when I couldn't. Thank you for standing between her and the dark. You are a good man, Silas Thorne, despite your tweed." Silas dipped his head, bending at the waist in a gesture of profound, uncharacteristic, and absolute respect. "It has been an incredibly educational experience, Mr. Khan," Silas replied, his voice thick. "She is a difficult, stubborn, relentlessly argumentative, and highly irritating student. She refuses to utilize the semicolon properly, but she is a writer. She is a warden, and that is the absolute highest calling I know. You have raised a formidable woman, sir, even from a distance." Vikram turned back to Ria. He lifted his other hand, cupping her cheek. The warmth of his palm radiated through her skin, sinking deep into her bones, leaving a permanent golden imprint on her soul. The room began to glow. It wasn't the harsh, blinding, clinical white light of the auditor's deletion. It wasn't the terrifying, sickly green hue of Bartholomew's plague mist or the icy tactical sapphire of Silas's wrath. It was a soft, expanding, amber light. It reminded Ria of the late afternoon sunlight filtering through the oak trees in her childhood garden, catching the dust motes in the air. It smelled heavily of blooming jasmine, hot tea, and absolute, unconditional safety. The edges of Vikram's maroon jumper began to fray, not into static, but into tiny glowing embers of light. "I love you, Ria," Vikram said, his voice beginning to echo, expanding to fill the entire room, the entire building, the entire city. "More than you will ever know. I am so incredibly proud of you. Keep writing, keep fighting, don't let the void win." "I won't," Ria sobbed, gripping his hand as tightly as she could, even as she felt the physical resistance beginning to slip away. "I promise, Dad. I promise." "Tell your mother." Vikram started, his form dissolving rapidly now, the golden embers floating upward toward the rafters. "Tell her I said it was a good life, even the short version." He smiled one last time, and then, with a sound like a quiet exhale, he was gone. The golden light flared brilliantly for a fraction of a second, illuminating every dark corner of the attic flat, before winking out entirely. The warmth evaporated, replaced instantly by the natural damp chill of the Gloucester rain. On the coffee table, the ugly, matted plush teddy dog, deprived of the magical anti-gravity that had sustained it, fell off the edge of the wood, hitting the floorboards with a soft, pathetic, final thud. It was just a toy now. An ugly, matted, heavily chewed, and incredibly well-loved toy. Subchapter 5. The Warden's Resolve. Ria's legs finally gave out completely. She sank onto the emerald velvet sofa, burying her face in her hands, letting the waves of grief and profound relief wash over her in equal, agonizing measure. The silence of the room rushed back in to fill the space Vikram had left behind. But as Ria sat there, weeping quietly into the velvet cushions, she realized something fundamental. It wasn't a lonely silence anymore. It wasn't the terrifying, sterile, echoing void of the auditor. It was the rich, deep, resonant silence of a house that had been truly lived in. It was a house that held its history, acknowledged its ghosts, and offered shelter to the storm-tossed. The attic flat at 42 Cooper's Road was no longer just a dilapidated apartment above a threshold gate. It was finally, truly, a home. Silas hovered silently beside her. He didn't offer a critique on the prose of her grief. He didn't correct her posture as she slumped into the cushions. He didn't demand she make him tea or complain about the ambient humidity. He simply sat down on the arm of the sofa. He didn't have the physical mass to dent the cushion, but his presence was a quiet, solid, undeniably comforting anchor in the growing dusk of the room. The faint, residual smell of beeswax and old paper was a familiar, grounding scent. "He was a good man," Silas said softly, looking at the spot where Vikram had vanished. "A truly remarkable spirit. To maintain a manifestation of pure comfort for 2 decades requires a fortitude I cannot even begin to fathom." "Yeah," Ria whispered. She leaned forward, wiping her eyes, and reached down to pick up the teddy dog from the floorboards. She held it tight against her chest, right over the spot where Silas's blue tether still hummed steadily. He really was. They sat in silence for a long time, listening to the rain beat against the glass and the distant, muffled sounds of Baz in the corner, furiously typing on his phone as he tried to manage the fallout of their viral, supernatural warfare. Slowly, the tears stopped. The adrenaline crash bottomed out, leaving behind a cold, hard, crystalline clarity. Ria took a deep breath, the air shuddering in her lungs. She looked up at Silas, who was staring out the window at the wet, reflecting streets of Gloucester. And the auditor? Rhea asked, her voice cracking initially before gaining strength with every syllable. She sat up straighter, her hand resting on the teddy dog. He's still out there, Silas. We hurt him, and we stopped him from taking Cassius. But he lost a skirmish, not the war. He'll be back. He knows exactly where we are, and men like that. Men who want to become gods. They don't give up. Silas turned his sapphire gaze back to the window, watching the neon cloudy with a chance of vape sign resume its normal, steady, bright pink glow in the distance. The erratic, bloody pulsing had ceased. The immediate threat had passed, but the shadows in the alleyway looked deeper than before. Let him come, Silas said, his voice dropping into a low, dangerous, profoundly confident register. He planted his spectral cane firmly on the floorboards. He relies on fear. He relies on deletion. But we are not easily deleted. We have a sanctuary with walls thicker than time. We have a history that refuses to be forgotten. And we have a warden who knows exactly how to fight. Silas turned his head, looking down at Rhea with a fiercely proud expression. We are not just a flat anymore, Rhea. We are a resistance, and we have the high ground. Rhea nodded slowly. The fear was still there, a cold knot in her stomach that she suspected might never fully go away, but it was no longer paralyzing. It was fuel. She looked over at her walnut desk. She looked at her silver laptop, still sitting open, the screen glowing brightly in the dim room, displaying the frantic, beautiful, messy words she had typed to push back the void. She was exhausted. She was grieving the father she had only just met, and she was utterly, rationally terrified of what the future held, knowing that a man in a charcoal suit was currently roaming the city, hunting for her soul. But she was also a writer, and the story was far from over. Rhea stood up from the sofa. She placed the teddy dog carefully, reverently, on the bookshelf, right next to Silas's favourite copy of Pride and Prejudice. Then she walked over to the desk and sat down in her chair. "Baz," Rhea called out, not looking away from the screen. "Are the servers back up?" "Yeah," Baz said, scrambling to his feet, his journalistic instincts overriding his shock. "I've got a secure, encrypted backup stream running. We're live, Rhea. The whole world is watching." "Good," Rhea said, her voice steady, carrying the absolute authority of the warden of Flat 3B. She placed her hands on the keyboard. The keys felt cool and familiar beneath her fingertips. "Chapter 3, Rhea said aloud, the words echoing in the quiet room. "The Ghost Hotel Strikes Back." As the rain continued to lash relentlessly against the glass, washing the grime from the streets below, the Ghost Hotel settled into the night. Down in the impossible labyrinth, Cassius resumed his patrol. Bartholomew began to sweep up the Tudor kitchen, and Arthur stoked the fires of the Victorian parlour. It was loud, it was chaotic, and it was undeniably full of the lost, the broken, and the forgotten. But for the first time in her life, sitting at her desk with a ghost over her shoulder and a camera rolling in the corner, Rhea Khan knew exactly where she belonged. She wasn't just observing the world anymore. She wasn't just hiding from the shadows. She was writing them. The blinking cursor on her screen moved, a steady, rhythmic heartbeat in the silence, waiting for the first word of the next chapter. And Rhea began to type. Epilogue. The Architecture of the Void. Subchapter 1. The Cacophony of the Clyde. Glasgow, in the year of our Lord 1831, was a city that did not breathe. It choked. It was a sprawling, industrial leviathan built on the banks of the River Clyde, its skyline dominated by the jagged, soot-stained silhouettes of looming mill chimneys and the skeletal wooden frames of the shipyards. The air was a permanent, suffocating tapestry of coal smoke, damp river fog, and the acrid, metallic stench of unyielding industry. To the wealthy merchants residing in their pristine Georgian townhouses to the west, it was the second city of the empire, a testament to progress and commerce. But to a boy named Ezra Ruthven, growing up in the labyrinthine, claustrophobic winds and densely packed tenements of the Saltmarket slums, Glasgow was not a city of industry. It was a city of the unquiet dead. Ezra was 11 years old. though he possessed the gaunt, hollowed-out face of an old man who had seen the end of the world and found it deeply wanting. He was a small, fragile child, his clothes hanging off his sharp frame like rags on a scarecrow. His most defining feature, however, was not his poverty, but his eyes. They were a pale, striking grey, constantly darting, constantly widening in terror at things no one else in the crowded streets could perceive. Ezra had been born with the sight. In another era, perhaps in a quiet pastoral village century prior, such a thing might have been revered as a divine gift. The local druid or the village cunning man might have taken him in, teaching him the delicate, sacred art of walking the veil between the living and the dead. But in the hyperdense, squalid, and violently brutal slums of 1830s Glasgow, the sight was not a gift. It was a biblical, unmitigated curse. It was a literal hell on earth. The rules of the veil were absolute, though Ezra had never been given a manual to understand them. He had simply learned them through years of agonizing exposure. No one else could see the ghosts. No one else could hear their desperate, echoing voices. Only Ezra. He learned early on that the dead did not wander freely. They were anchored, tethered by an invisible, unbreakable cord of kinetic energy to a specific physical object, an item inextricably linked to the precise moment of their demise, or the singular obsession that kept them from crossing the threshold. As Ezra navigated the filthy, rain-slicked cobblestones of the salt market, he did not just have to dodge the horse-drawn carts, the pickpockets, and the drunken mill workers. He had to weave through a spectral minefield. In the alleyway behind the baker's shop, Ezra had to press himself flat against the brick wall to avoid the spirit of a furious, towering blacksmith. The man had been murdered over a gambling debt a decade prior, his skull crushed. He was tethered to a heavily stained, rusted iron horseshoe half buried in the mud. Because his death had been violent and his soul was consumed by rage, his manifestation was terrifying. He projected an aura of blistering, localized heat, the air around him shimmering like a mirage. When Ezra walked too close, he could feel the phantom heat singing the hair on his arms, while the ghost screamed silent, blistering curses at the living men who walked blindly through his translucent form. A few streets over, near the docks, the atmosphere changed entirely. Here, tethered to a rotting, waterlogged piece of splintered rope snagged on a mooring post, was the ghost of a young mother who had thrown herself into the Clyde. Her manifestation was born entirely of profound, paralyzing sadness. She projected an emotional atmospheric pressure that caused localized, freezing dampness. Even on a dry summer day, the cobblestones around her tether were perpetually slick with condensation, and the air smelled heavily of riverweed and sorrow. She wept constantly, a high, keening sound that only Ezra could hear, vibrating against his eardrums like a tuning fork made of grief. Every ghost had their own way to manifest, their own localized atmospheric pressure, their own specific powers born of their emotional state. And Ezra, poor, starving, wide-eyed Ezra, was forced to absorb the sensory input of every single one of them. His name, Ezra, meant help, or the helper in the ancient tongues. His surname, Ruthven, carried older, darker Celtic roots. It meant Red River. It was a name heavy with an invisible, prophetic irony that the boy could not yet comprehend, though the universe was preparing to teach him its meaning in blood and ash. For the first few years of his life, Ezra had tried to live up to the first part of his name. He had tried to be the helper. He would stop and listen to the weeping mother by the docks. He would try to dig up the blood-stained horseshoe to move the angry blacksmith to a quieter alley. He would whisper comforting words to the terrified spectral children tethered to broken toys in the tenement stairwells. But it was a futile, exhausting endeavour. The dead were infinite, and he was only one boy. They didn't want his comfort. They wanted salvation. They wanted to cross over, but they were too terrified, too angry, or too confused to let go of their tethers. And because Ezra was the only living soul who could see them, they flocked to him. They swarmed him like moths to a gaslight, screaming their tragedies into his ears until his head throbbed and his nose bled from the sheer, crushing psychic pressure. He couldn't turn it off. He couldn't close his eyes and make them disappear. The cacophony of the damned was his waking reality and his nightmare. And then the Red River arrived. Subchapter 2: The Epidemic of the Damned. In the late winter of 1831, reaching its devastating peak in 1832, a new horror sailed into the ports of the River Clyde. It was not a ghost. It was a microscopic, invisible reaper that cared nothing for wealth, status, or age. It was Vibrio cholerae, the blue terror, cholera. The disease swept through the densely packed, unsanitary slums of Glasgow like a localized apocalypse. The overcrowded tenements, with their open sewers and shared water pumps, became incubators for mass death. People woke up perfectly healthy and were dead by nightfall, their bodies violently purged of fluids, their skin turning a horrifying, bruised shade of blue as their blood thickened and their hearts failed. The death toll was catastrophic. The city magistrates could not build coffins fast enough. The burial grounds overflowed, and the night air was filled with the rumble of the dead carts and the wailing of the living. But for Ezra Ruthven, the physical horror of the disease was only a fraction of the nightmare. Ezra survived. Whether by a quirk of his immune system, sheer luck, or some darker design of the universe, the boy did not catch the sickness. He walked through the contaminated streets, drank the tainted water, and breathed the foul air, but his body remained untouched. He survived them all, but the more diseases there were, the more deaths there were, and the more deaths there were, the more ghosts there were. The mortality rate was so sudden, so violent, and so steeped in agony and terror that thousands of souls refused to cross the threshold. They were ripped from their bodies before they could comprehend their own passing, and in their panic, they latched onto whatever objects lay nearest to them in their final, agonizing moments. The streets of Glasgow became impassable to Ezra. Where there had once been dozens of ghosts, there were now thousands. The slums were flooded with a literal spectral river of the dead. The air grew thick, freezing, and suffocating with the combined, chaotic, emotional atmospheric pressure of 1,000 localized hauntings. Every tenement room held a screaming spirit tethered to a soiled bedsheet, a chipped ceramic cup, or a cracked hand mirror. The alleyways were choked with the translucent, blue-tinged ghosts of men and women tethered to the very cobblestones where they had collapsed. The air vibrated with an overlapping, deafening symphony of weeping, screaming, begging, and furious poltergeist activity. Doors slammed on their own, windows shattered without cause, and the temperature in the city plummeted as the ghosts drew massive amounts of kinetic energy from the environment to maintain their panicked manifestations. Ezra could no longer walk down his own street. He pressed his hands over his ears, falling to his knees in the filth of the gutter, but his hands could not block out the psychic noise. The dead swarmed him. They realized he could see them. They reached out with freezing, phantom hands, their fingers passing through his skin, chilling his blood and aching in his bones. "Help us!" they screamed, 1,000 voices overlapping into a singular, mind-shattering roar. "Help her! Help us!" The irony of his name broke him. He could not help them. He could not help himself. The Red River of Death had overflowed its banks, and Ezra was drowning in it. His mind, stretched to the absolute breaking point by the unfiltered, unadulterated trauma of a dying city, finally fractured. The boy who had wanted to help the dead died in that gutter, his empathy burned away by sheer, overwhelming sensory overload. He didn't want to help them anymore. He just wanted them to be quiet. He needed silence. He needed an emptiness so profound that not even a ghost could follow him into it. He stood up, his pale grey eyes devoid of the terror that usually occupied them. They were blank, flat, and chillingly empty. He turned his back on the salt market, ignored the screaming spirits grabbing at his ragged clothes, and began to walk north, toward the highest hill in the city, toward the Fir Park, toward the newly consecrated Glasgow necropolis. Subchapter 3: the primordial gate. The Fir Park Hill was intended to be a grand, sweeping Victorian cemetery modelled after Père Lachaise in Paris, a place of quiet dignity for the wealthy merchants of Glasgow. In 1832, it was still largely under construction, its slopes freshly scarred by the digging of tombs and the laying of grand stone foundations. Ezra climbed the hill in the dead of night, the rain washing the grime from his face. He bypassed the half-built mausoleums and the freshly turned earth of the cholera pits at the base of the hill. He wasn't looking for a grave. He was drawn by a pull he didn't fully understand, a deep, resonant hum that vibrated in the marrow of his bones, a frequency that seemed to push back against the noise of the ghosts. Near the very crest of the hill, hidden behind a collapsed section of an old retaining wall, Ezra found a fissure in the earth. It was a narrow, jagged crack leading down into absolute, impenetrable darkness. He didn't hesitate. He squeezed his small frame through the gap and began to descend. He scrambled down a steep, treacherous incline of loose shale and damp earth. As he moved deeper underground, the cacophony of the city above, the wailing of the living and the screaming of the dead began to muffle, but Ezra did not find himself in a natural cavern or an abandoned coal mine. As he rounded a sharp bend in the rock, the rough earth gave way to worked stone. He had stumbled into a threshold gate. It was a node, a point of immense, concentrated spiritual gravity where the fabric of reality thinned and folded upon itself. While Flat 3B in Gloucester would later present itself to Rhea as a labyrinth of Roman corridors and Tudor kitchens, the Glasgow threshold gate was older, darker, and far more primal. Ezra stepped into a sprawling, impossible subterranean chamber. The architecture was ancient, predating the Romans, predating the Celts. Massive, hexagonal columns of black basalt, resembling the Giant's Causeway, soared upward into a ceiling lost in the gloom. The air here was perfectly still, devoid of the dampness of the river or the smog of the city. There were no doors here. There were cloisters carved directly into the living rock, dark archways leading to pocket dimensions of forgotten Scottish history, a petrified druidic grove where the leaves were made of stone, a medieval dungeon smelling of iron and old blood, a sprawling subterranean loch whose waters were perfectly, terrifyingly still. But what struck Ezra most was the silence. It was absolute. It was a thick, heavy, magnificent silence that wrapped around him like a lead blanket. For the first time in his entire 11 years of life, his head was quiet. No ghosts were weeping. No spirits were demanding salvation. He walked deeper into the threshold gate, wandering through the basalt labyrinth like a pilgrim who had finally found his Mecca. He moved through a vast circular antechamber where the walls were etched with unrecognizable pre-linguistic runes that seemed to writhe and shift when he didn't look at them directly. At the very center of this grand, silent chamber stood a pedestal of polished black stone, and resting upon the pedestal was the artifact. Sub-Chapter 4, The Birth of the Void. It was a jagged, unrefined shard of pure obsidian. It was roughly the size of a hunting knife, but it did not look like it had been carved or knapped by human hands. It looked like a tear in the very fabric of reality, a three-dimensional shadow that actively absorbed the ambient light around it. It was not a weapon forged of matter. It was a physical manifestation of the void. It was a piece of the primordial nothingness that existed before the universe, before life, before death, and before the afterlife. As Ezra approached the pedestal, he felt a physical sensation radiating from the shard. It emitted a subsonic frequency, a vibration so low it couldn't be heard, only felt in the cavities of his chest. It was a frequency of deletion. He reached out a trembling, soot-stained hand. He wanted to touch it. He wanted to internalize that profound, absolute silence. Please, helper, wait. The voice echoed through the vast basalt chamber, breaking the perfect silence. Ezra froze. He turned around slowly. Standing at the entrance of the chamber, having followed him down through the fissure in the earth, was a ghost. It was the spirit of a young man, a dock worker who had succumbed to the cholera hours earlier. He was tethered to a small, silver pocket watch he clutched in his translucent, shaking hand. His manifestation was a chaotic swirl of blue and grey, projecting an aura of intense, freezing panic. The ghost had followed the only beacon of light he could see in the darkness, the boy with the sight. "Please," the dock worker begged, stepping forward, his voice a distorted, watery echo. "I dinna ken what's happening. It burns. The cold burns. Ye can see me, lad. Ye can help me. Just take the watch to my wife. Tell her." The noise was back. The begging, the demands, the endless, inefficient, agonizing weight of human emotion. Ezra looked at the ghost. He didn't feel empathy. The well of his compassion had been completely, utterly drained by the red river of the epidemic. He felt only a cold, clinical irritation. This entity was a glitch. It was an error in the silence. It was a piece of corrupted text that was polluting his perfect, quiet sanctuary. Ezra turned back to the pedestal and wrapped his small fingers around the obsidian shard. The moment his skin touched the artifact, the universe inverted. The temperature in the massive basalt chamber didn't just drop, it plummeted to absolute zero. The moisture in the air instantly crystallized and fell to the floor like powdered glass. Ezra did not freeze. Instead, he felt a rush of something entirely new. The shard recognized him. It recognized the vast, hollow emptiness that the trauma had carved out inside his soul, and it filled that space with its own ghost devourer. Ezra turned around, holding the jagged black shard. He didn't look like an 11-year-old boy anymore. The childish fear was gone from his posture, replaced by a frictionless, unnatural, terrifying grace. "I am not a helper," Ezra said. His voice was no longer the high, trembling pitch of a child. It dropped into a flat, bottomless, perfectly modulated register that carried no emotional cadence whatsoever. He walked toward the ghost. The dock worker recoiled, his panic amplifying as he sensed the sheer, unnatural wrongness radiating from the boy. What are you doing?" the ghost stammered, backing away. Ezra didn't answer. He simply raised the obsidian shard and pointed it directly at the silver pocket watch clutched in the ghost's hand. The shard hummed. A wave of localized darkness, a beam of pure extraction, rolled out from the jagged edge. It struck the tether. The result was not a banishment, it was an annihilation. The silver pocket watch, a physical object in the real world, instantly turned to grey, lifeless ash, dissolving into dust. With the anchor destroyed, the kinetic energy that was binding the dockworker's soul to the mortal plane violently snapped. But instead of crossing over the threshold to whatever lay beyond, the code of the spirit was broken down. The ghost shrieked, a sound of absolute existential terror, as his form glitched. His translucent body skipped like a corrupted text on a page. His memories, his history, his identity was systematically, violently stripped away, leaving only raw, pulsing kinetic energy. And then the obsidian shard inhaled. The raw energy of the extracted, his soul was ripped through the air and absorbed entirely into the shard, which immediately channeled the power directly into Ezra's body. The rush of power was staggering. It was the combined kinetic force of a human soul's sheer willpower to defy death, distilled into raw fuel. The energy flooded Ezra's veins, instantly repairing the malnutrition of his childhood, solidifying his bones and slowing his biological clock. 100 years in normal time was 10 to Ezra. The more kinetic energy, souls, Ezra took, the slower the biological clock got. But it came at a terrible price. The ghost devourer of the void required space to store the stolen energy. To make room, the shard hollowed out the last remaining fragments of Ezra Ruthven's humanity. His capacity for joy, sorrow, love, and warmth was entirely excised. His own natural human aura was extinguished. In its place, a localized vacuum was born. He became a walking void. He was no longer a boy who projected the warmth of life, he absorbed it. He created an ambient atmospheric pressure of absolute zero that would forever cause severe physical pain to any mortal who stood too close and would instantly drain the energy of any spirit in his vicinity. Ezra stood in the silent basalt chamber, his pale grey eyes darkening until the irises and whites were swallowed entirely, leaving only flat, bottomless obsidian pits. He lowered the shard. The silence had returned. But it wasn't just the silence of the underground. It was the silence of efficiency. He looked at the small pile of grey ash on the stone floor. The ghost was gone. Its history was erased. It was no longer a burden on the world. It had been audited, found inefficient, and deleted. The boy named Ezra Ruthven, the helper who drowned in the Red River, was dead. In his place stood the auditor. Subchapter 5. The Long Audit. Time became an abstract concept for the entity that wore Elias's, or rather Ezra's, face. Armed with the obsidian shard, the auditor left the Glasgow threshold gate. He did not return to the surface to help the victims of the cholera epidemic. He viewed the screaming masses of ghosts not as souls to be saved, but as a vast, untapped reservoir of fuel. They were a messy, inefficient tax on the universe's energy grid. They were historical clutter. He began to travel. The threshold gates were not isolated anomalies. The auditor discovered quickly that the Glasgow Gate was merely one node in a sprawling, subterranean global network of folded reality. He learned to navigate the impossible corridors, stepping into a doorway in a Scottish catacomb and emerging hours later from a sealed crypt beneath the streets of Paris, or a forgotten cellar in London. For decades, he roamed the world, a phantom predator hunting the dead. He became a tether thief. He refined his methodology. He did not waste his time on newly formed weak spirits. He sought out the ancient, powerful ghosts, the ones whose anchors were forged of deep, centuries-old trauma, intense anger, or profound sadness. He sought them out, shattered their tethers, deleted their histories, and consumed their raw willpower. With every soul he consumed, his power grew. His ability to manipulate the void expanded. He learned to project his absolute zero aura to freeze mortals in their tracks. He learned to use the shard to erase physical matter, turning ancient doors and stone walls into ash. He learned to cloak his own existence, manipulating his energy to become completely invisible to optical technology, effectively deleting himself from modern reality. He aged slowly over the first few decades, his body maturing into the sharp, gaunt form of a man in his early 30s, before the immense accumulation of spectral energy froze his biology completely. He would remain trapped in that immaculate, terrifying prime forever. By the late 19th century, his crusade for absolute efficiency led him to the West Country of England. In 1890, he found himself drawn to the dense, concentrated misery of the Gloucester jail. It was a hunting ground, rich with desperate, terrified souls. He adopted the persona of a gentleman, dressing in the immaculate, light-absorbing charcoal suits that would become his uniform. He visited the condemned inmates in their final, agonizing hours. He did not offer them salvation or the grace of God. He offered them a terrifying bargain. He revealed his obsidian eyes. He showed them the shard. He promised them that if they surrendered their spiritual anchors to him upon their execution, if they handed over the coins, the letters, the locks of hair that would tether their souls to the prison walls, he would spare them the eternal torment of haunting the jail. He promised them oblivion. He promised them the void. The terrified inmates, facing the rope and the horrific certainty of becoming trapped ghosts, agreed. The prison wardens and chaplains recorded the terrifying visits of the man they called the Collector. They noted the hollow, empty stares of the men he spoke to, unaware that the auditor was systematically pre-deleting their souls, ensuring that the moment their necks snapped, their kinetic energy flowed directly into the obsidian shard. But Gloucester offered him something far more valuable than a few executed criminals. Beneath the streets of the city, hidden behind the mundane walls of what would eventually become 42 Cooper's Road, the auditor discovered the Gloucester node. Flat 3B. It was one of the oldest, most densely populated threshold gates in the world. It was a massive, sprawling labyrinth of history, holding everything from Roman centurions to Tudor cooks and Victorian scholars. It was a battery of unfathomable power. The auditor realized that his slow, methodical consumption of individual ghosts was inefficient. He was thinking too small. If he could breach a major threshold gate like 3B, if he could trap the hundreds of ancient, powerful spirits inside and initiate a mass deletion event, the resulting surge of kinetic energy would be cataclysmic. It would push him past the threshold of a mere tether thief. It would elevate him to a state of localized omnipotence. With that much raw power, the auditor theorized, he would not just be able to delete reality, he would be able to rewrite it. He could bend the very fabric of the threshold network to his absolute will. He could erase the historical tax drains of the world entirely. He could become a god of the forgotten, enforcing a perfect, sterile, silent efficiency across the globe. He spent the next century preparing. He studied the wards, mapped the nodes, and watched the keepers of the gates come and go. He waited for the perfect moment. He waited until a young, stubborn writer named Rhea Khan inherited the keys to Flat 3B, unknowingly gathering the most powerful tethers in the city into one vulnerable attic flat. He watched her from the shadows, his obsidian eyes flat and emotionless, the shard humming softly in his tailored pocket. The ghosts inside Cooper's Road thought they had found a sanctuary. They thought they were safe behind their salt lines and their iron wards. They did not know that they were merely raw data, waiting to be processed. The boy from the Glasgow slums was long dead. The helper was gone. The collector had arrived, and the world was long overdue for an audit. That brings us to the end of our latest transmission from the multidimensional corridors of Flat 3B in Gloucester. What did you think of Rhea using her silver laptop and the raw power of memory to physically anchor the sanctuary against the auditor's void? We finally saw Vikram cross over in a wave of amber light after 23 years, leaving his plush teddy dog Tether behind. We also witnessed the tragic origin of Ezra Ruthven in the cholera-choked slums of 1830s Glasgow, where a terrified boy with the sight was transformed into a ruthless tether thief. The ghost hotel survived the deletion, but the audit has only just begun. Tune your dials and let us know, which restless spirit's backstory should we explore next?